Have I got to sit there then?
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal,
What?
Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
And so, an Indian summer begins. The king is dead, shuffling off cricket's mortal coil and taking his successor with him. Long live the prince! Yes, Shubman Gill, the man who goes by that moniker, ascends to the throne as Kohli and Rohit head for the hills, entrusted at the relatively tender age of 25 with shaping a prosperous future for his country. It's the start of a new World Test Championship cycle. It's billed as England's batting against India's bowling, and it's the hottest ticket in town. The seat prices will burn a hole in your pocket if the 30-degree temperatures don't. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and first stop on a 5-part countrywide tour is Headingley, Leeds, in the People's Republic of Yorkshire. Oh, now this is it. We've got to the part of the summer where cricket really takes off. Test cricket really takes off. It's a wonderful thing. And I came in this morning having just left the car parked 20 minutes away. Finally got out the phone, desperate to see who'd won the toss. Saw that England won the toss. Thought, yeah, England will bat. And no, they're not batting. They're not batting at all. In sunny, hot conditions, humid conditions, they have decided to put India into bat. I can't quite understand it. Now, I would be asking Anindo,
He's just joined us. He's just waiting to be let in, and the Bears letting him in now.
our man in India, what he thinks of this. But he wasn't aware that he was on. But he now is, and he's here. He's raced.
Hello.
He's raced to his Zoom machine. He zoomed in front of a screen.
Well, if
And-
Tony stopped panicking and sent the rota properly, I would have known that was on.
Well, the trouble with Tony's rotors is you're never quite sure which one's the definitive one, because you end up with so many in your inbox that you end up getting a bit confused, don't you?
It's not really Tony's fault. It's everybody else's fault for chopping and changing.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, as a former rotor supremo myself, I can say that it is a very, very difficult job. Now, Anindo, I know there's a lot of talk about conditions being conducive to England, which generally is true, but wouldn't India have chosen to bat on a day like this, which is like an average day in India of about 33 degrees?
I think from a temperature standpoint, a dryness standpoint, you're absolutely right. And I mean, the way I look at it is, given the weather that you guys have been reporting over the past several weeks, we're talking about a difficult first hour possibly, after which it should ease out to better batting conditions. In which case, I mean, if I was India, I would have taken the chance and bat first. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a bizarre move, especially when you haven't got a strong attack. England, we got Chris Woke coming back in after an ankle injury. I think it is Bryden Castling making his home debut. Josh Tongue, who didn't bowl badly against Zimbabwe, didn't pull up trees against India A in those 2 4-day games. And then, of course, Stokes himself, who is a little bit unknown. He's only played one game this summer, which was the test against Zimbabwe. Certainly not being overplayed. Anyway, I should also let me introduce for the final time in the studio for this summer. Great sadness has descended over Lewisham. It's Messi Jez. Morning, Messi.
Good morning everyone. Lovely to be here. Lovely to see you in India. I'm aiming to cover both day 1 and day 5 of this test match. Day 1 in Lewisham, day 5 in Perth. So it'll be interesting.
That will be fun.
Excellent.
That will be fun. Yeah. So, Anindo, you were about to make a point of some sort.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think Chris Woakes fancies his chances against Jaiswal.
Right.
He's got him a few times. But also an article which I just forwarded to you, an interview with Sachin Tendulkar from this morning's Indian Express. He makes a very interesting point that all the Indian batters, they have this tendency to play with their hands away from their body, and that's not how they're going to survive and thrive here. So Jaiswal's one of them. Which I
yeah.
think is,
Well, maybe I should jingle him up to welcome him to the crease. Here we go.
Comes from Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Well, it's a full ball. It's straight. It doesn't seem to deviate at all. The 4 slips went down and came back up again without any due alarm or excitement. And it was a perfectly fine forward defensive from
which is
Jaiswal.
exactly what Sachin Tendulkar suggested that India do in the first hour. Just play forward defensive.
Well, let's see if he can do that for more than one ball.
Let's see how long it lasts in doing that.
Woke's in, wide of the off stump, shorter as well, through to the keeper, Jamie Smith. We should say that both teams are wearing black armbands, of course, to mark or in memory of that awful plane crash in Ahmedabad last week. Absolutely tragic.
We also have a jingle for Woakes.
Woakes is fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his healed and healed, asked the test.
Here he is in 2 wide of the off stump, left alone. And through to Smith it goes again. I get the impression that the sun isn't blazing. It's slightly milky here in Lewisham, which is, to be fair, quite a long way from Headingley. It's not round the corner. It's come over a bit grey.
The crow would get exhausted as it flies.
He does indeed. Poor old crow. If he was trying to get up the M1 in this weather, blimey.
The Met Office tells me it's currently 25 in Headingley, and the current humidity is 51%.
Oh, now he almost draws Gyswell into a prod at one outside off stump, but at the last minute, the young left-hander whips his bat out of the way. Very good judgment from him. I suppose what I should do is give you the two teams. England, as is their wont these days, announced theirs a couple of days ago. Although you wouldn't have known it listening to the Bishop and the Bear, as I did last night before trying to get some sleep. Wokes in again, back of a length, giving Gyswell the benefit of the doubt. You say he held the bat inside the line. The teams are as follows. Well, let's do India to start with, seeing as they're out there and batting. Yashasvi Gyswell, KL Rahul has got the nod to open. Sai Sudarshan, Shubman Gill, Rishabh Pant, Karan Nair, the man we never thought we'd see again, but here he is. Wokes in to complete the over. First runs of the series, as he does implement that forward defensive. It runs off a thick outside edge, but well controlled all the way through third man for the first of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
And I'm very pleased to say that we also have one of these.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
Muttley Von Erich has sent us £2. Just says, woof, morning primates, love and sausages. Thank you so much, Muttley. The first of many today we're expecting. Lots of people with us on YouTube, but Mog just says, fucking hell, hello there. Leah says, morning. Verdi Fevrier says, press the like button. Good day.
And subscribe.
Yep. He's already subscribed. Stephen Garrick says, hello world, let's do this. Third commentator is Virat. 2 Henderson, says Muttley. We just need Harry the Bigfoot now.
Indeed. 3 slips in a gully for Bryden Cars, who is coming up the hill at Headingley. Quite a slope from top to bottom, if you don't know your Yorkshire. A little bit of swing there for the Durham Quick, but defended on the front foot by Raoul.
And here's his jungle.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Bryden Cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half-mast. When the Bryden comes a-calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden Cast.
Now, I always feel bad about the first half an hour or so, because an Indo's only normally ever on for the first hour or so, or maybe the first session. And so many things happen at this time, but I'll come to you as soon as I can. Cars in. Oh, now that puts Rahul onto the back foot, and there is a certain amount of movement, but nothing significant. He plays it well enough. Just going back to those teams, Ravindra Jadeja, Shardul Thakur, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, and Prasid Krishna. Now, what do you think? Prasid Krishna, Shardul Thakur? I thought, for variety's sake, and Indo, that Arshdeep might have got a call.
I'm disappointed not to see Arshdeep in there. I would have taken him instead of Prasid.
Here he is again, Cast. This one he's trying to get it to swing, I think, from middle and leg. Certainly testing Raoul with his pace a little bit. He fiddles this one into the onside. There is no run.
Yeah, I think Arshdeep would have brought the only variety India possesses from a left-arm fast bowling perspective, and you would have thought that they wanted him to move the ball away from the right-hander. So I think they missed the truth there. Krishna, I'm not sure is the right man here. I'll probably be eating my words at the end of the test.
Here is Cast again in. Oh, now that moves, but it starts too wide. It actually moves mostly after it's gone past the bat. And Jamie Smith moves across to take. The England side lines up as follows: Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith, Chris Wokes, Bryden Cast, Josh Tongue, and Shoaib Bashir.
Sorry, completely unconnected with this. I just saw that, what we'd been discussing in the Bishop and Bear the other day.
Yep.
Manas Labuschagn's just been dropped.
He has.
On the test side.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Raoul.
And some of us are quite happy about that.
Well,
Bear did say he's rubbish, and I agree at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of think that he would have probably refound form in the West Indies. I mean, that's not to denigrate. The West Indies can be strong in their own backyard, but that's normally against England.
Yeah.
Don't try not to take it personally.
I don't take it personally at all. Cast then to complete the second over of the morning. In he comes. There's a little bit of nibble, but nothing significant. Well watched by Raoul. And that is the end of a maiden over. After 2, India having been put into bat 4 without loss. I'm wondering on the Twitter sphere what people think about that decision. But anyway, let's see what's happening.
Mog comes to Tony's defence and say the most recent one is pretty obviously the one to use. Tomorrow is supposed to be even hotter. Maybe that's the thinking here, says William. Maybe a little cloudier too, I think. An Indo replacing Virat, says Stephen Kelk. Hindi cinematic song rendition says, everyone enjoy the upcoming 6 weeks, should be a beauty. I agree.
Oh yes, 6 wickets of glorious Technicolor Test cricket outside the off stump from Wokes to the left-handed Jaiswal, and it's left alone. Now this is their first.
It's a bit of sorry, I was just going to say it's a bit of a transition time for England when you see Chris Wokes opening bowling, right?
Oh well, yes. I mean, and what was it last year? He only came in halfway through the series and ended up being the leading wicket taker. Or no, that was the Ashes 2023, wasn't it? Wokes in again. All now. Probably wise that Jaiswal had advanced a couple of steps down the wicket because that struck him on the pad. I think it would probably have been too high anyway.
We have another super chat.
Good stuff.
YouTube Brian, super chat.
Richard Milgate very kindly sends us €5 and says, boobs, bottoms and bishop makes the gorillas great. Add the beer there and you're almost there. It's all the fans make us truly great. Cheers, lad. I stuffed that up. I didn't realise it was meant to be rhyme. Sorry about that, Richard.
Wokes again outside the off stump, left alone. Anything to be worried about from what you've seen so far? We do know from recent experience that quite often in England the ball doesn't really start to move significantly until sort of 7, 8, 9, 10 overs have been bowled. It appears.
Interesting.
It's a very parched outfield, which befits a summer which has been absolutely blazingly hot so far. And of course, I suppose that does bring in the prospect of reverse swing later on. Driven, but not with any great timing by Jaiswal. He's going to get a couple as Ben Stokes almost walks it to the boundary. Now, how far is that boundary in from the from what would normally be the boundary? I don't know. Anyway, they've got 2 runs, 6 for none.
That can't be more than a 70-meter boundary at most.
I mean, what is going on? Really? Okay, you might say that the pitches are. It would have to be over to one side for that to make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, this is the centre pitch, right?
Yeah, but this is a test match. You try to use your main pitches, don't you? Wokes in, driven, lovely shot.
Oh, beautiful.
Glorious. And already Ben Stokes
Very just one.
wilts in the heat.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
So take me through the last 6 Test matches that India have been involved with an Indo. It's not been It's not been too good, has it?
What have I done to you?
Nothing. I was
Talk about a setup.
No, I was just trying to remember. I mean, things get muddled up in my mind. So it was. I mean, obviously that was an incredible victory by New Zealand, wasn't it? This is outside the off stump, left alone. End of the over. 6 runs from it. All 10 on the scoreboard to Jaiswal right now.
YouTube Prime Super Chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
And this is from the wonderful Mog, who sent us $20, and he said, "Ding dong, Manus is gone. Fuck off, you twitchy prick."
Well, hang on. I mean, you've gone from all Twitch to no Twitch because Steve Smith's missing out now, isn't he?
Yes.
So you are Twitchless now in that Australian upper order.
That'll be a great relief, to be honest.
That's true. We can all relax. Cars in. Oh, now that has gone off the outside edge. He lured him in with a big loopy swinging delivery. He went after it. Maybe a gully would have helped, but it's raced away to the boundary for Raul.
If you kids
first.
can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I'm not sure. There was a gully, but he wasn't square enough. I'm not sure that Gautam Gambhir will have particularly enjoyed that stroke. Anyway, here is Cars racing in again. That one's a little bit shorter and rising into the hands of Smith as it's left alone by Rahul.
Gautam Gambhir is hardly anyone to talk about batting in England. I mean,
Tell me, remind me.
Probably the worst nightmare of his life.
Well, he's not the only one, is he?
He was very... No, of course not. But it's a bit rich, him coming in as coach and trying to coach the batters in England.
Class in bowls. There is a certain amount of swing, but it's... I don't know. It's not late enough to really trouble the batsman who can watch that go by. I mean, Gautam Gambhir, who's renowned as having one of the shortest jingles in guerrilla history. I mean, he probably didn't even get to the end of his jingle before he was out. And his jingle just went Gautam Gambhir. And so there you go.
Basically, somebody couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, I think was that a Sherwood jingle? It might well have been.
I think it was. Yeah.
Cars again in bowls, and this one he brings back into Raul. It wraps him high up on the thigh, and there is no run. Now, I know that he's not been universally loved by Indian fans, KL Rahul, but I've always liked him. I think because he's been asked to do quite a few different roles in different formats, and he now finds himself back at the top of the order, which is where he was for the Australia series, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, an Indo?
I know it was Rohit Sharma who was... but he was there for the first test which India won.
That's right. So he's a man used to filling in that position for sure.
But he was a regular opener before that.
And I think
Rohit came into the team.
I think he this is played to mid wicket. I think when he got that 199 against England, he was opening, was he not? That was at the Oval. I suppose that's the first time that I really noticed him. But to my mind,
to be fair, he did go through a batch of bad form, and it was justified the big bats he was getting. He just couldn't, prevent the ball from taking a nick, whichever format it was.
Well, he's only averaging 33 in Test cricket. In comes Cast, too wide, very full, swinging, but no danger whatsoever. And that is the end of the 4th over. Nothing to get too excited about. If you were an England fan, hearing Ben Stokes win the toss and then finding out that he's put India into bat. Messi.
Chris Acquire is with us. Lots of people with us. I'm sorry, there's a lot of stuff coming through. The Super Chats obviously get the priority. Chris Acquire, who's what... visited us last week, I'm pleased to say. Says, morning all. We know you have lots of fans worthwhile. I just hope you have at least 2 fans in the studio. We do, and we will need them today and tomorrow without any doubt whatsoever. And Hindi cinematic song rendition says, bow to Samiti, the best. Thank you.
Wokes into Jaiswal, who looks to the manner born so far this morning, really. Leaves this one outside the off stump. It's almost as if he's batting on what would be his favourite ground in India and Indo, would you say?
Guess what?
Jaiswal's favourite ground, or, you know, where he's stroked some of his...
Well, Mumbai is his home.
Mumbai
so
is his home.
His runs have been from there. Yeah. The Wankhede would be
But
his home ground.
He's looked very, what's the word, sure-footed in his movement so far. This is, I think, coming off the hip again. There is a square leg and there is no run. Just having a look at the pitch, it's got a few cracks in it. Minor cracks, superficial cracks.
But, you know, when you were talking about the batting average of Rahul,
Yeah,
the only Indians in this squad
outside
with,
the off stump, left alone.
batting average about 40
In England.
are basically Yashasvi Jaiswal. No, anywhere in their career is Yashasvi Jaiswal, Rishabh Pant, and Karun Nair, who's only played 6 tests. Nobody has an average of about 40. Other than that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's becoming more prevalent, isn't it, really? I mean, 40 is possibly... has to be seen as a really good test average these days.
The new 60?
It's the new 60, it's the new 53, I don't know. Forced into the offside, there's a gap between cover and mid-off. Stokes does the fielding, but not before Jaiswal has got a single. He goes to 11, India 15 for no wicket. And
it's inversely correlated to age, as they say.
yeah,
Cricket batting averages more and more. Test batting averages.
I mean, what was it? The famous Graham Swan quote that he wouldn't give the time of day to anyone with an opinion who hadn't scored 45, an average of 45 in Test cricket, which is basically him.
Yes. Yeah, that was pointed out at the time.
And he's been on record. I think he's gone for a 4-1 win. He thinks England are going to walk this. But then he was never backward in coming forward, was he?
Well, 4-1 England win is the majority view within the WhatsApp group here.
Wokes in to Rahul for the first time. He gets a go at a right-hander. He's onto the back foot, defending into the offside, and there is no run.
I've run 2 other polls in 2 other WhatsApp groups I'm on with former cricketers, journalists in India, and 4-1's been the overwhelming agreement for running England, pretty much.
I think.
Which probably means
I should warn you that once I leave the country, it's going to start pissing down with rain everywhere, of course.
Oh yeah, you'll be telling us that from the weather cave, won't you?
Yeah.
Wokes too wide of the off stump, left alone by Rahul. 81 miles an hour, 5 overs bowled, very comfortable start for India, 15 without loss. We should mention the GPL in a minute, but let's do some more messages.
Tanny Bishop says, a brace of Hendersons, a sight to relish. I should mention there's a bottle of Henderson's relish in the studio, courtesy of Jay Grover. Chris Acquire, we've already done. Eric J says, any other ground, I would say win the toss and bat first, but at Headingley, you just never know. Can we have a super chat to a Keith Sweat tune, says James Moriarty. I don't know who James Sweat is.
James Sweat?
Never
Sounds
heard
like
of
a great name, but anyway.
Yes, Leah, the black armbands are for the victims of the plane crash last week, she was asking. And Mog says that Jaiswal jingle sucks, he may do another.
Onto the back foot goes Jaiswal, facing Cars for the first time. He brings it back into him, but he's very solid in defence and plays it back to the bowler. There is no run. Now, I'm wondering what a wonderful little man, undroppable in any format at the moment, Ben Tiny Duckett, there at leg slip, is thinking about Ben Stokes' choice of whether to field or bat. I guess it's going to be hot any day, isn't it? But Carse in, bowls, and he goes after that one, drives, flashing blade, maybe a little bit fortunate, maybe he meant it backward a square on the offside, away to third man. It raced away for fourth.
I'm looking over a four.
I suppose we reserve judgment because we reserve judgment because we think that maybe the ball, once it's had a little bit of shine wiped off it, will do a bit, but it's not looking promising. There's certainly no seam movement that I can see. A little bit of swing. Carse in again, very wide indeed, and very short, and even Jaiswal can't reach that.
But what I liked about the previous shot from Jaiswal, although he did play it significantly outside the off stump, was that he played it almost with a horizontal bat, which is fine when you're throwing your hands out.
Well, there's a big
the problem is when you hang your bat out vertically.
There's also a big gap between the backward point and the slip on the end of the cordon. So he's got to be a bit unlucky if he doesn't get that away. In comes Carse onto the back foot, finds the edge again. Let's just leak runs down at third man, shall we, England? 4 more.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
One of the that was much more controlled from Jaiswal,
but one place between the two fielders.
Yeah.
So, as you said, there's a lot of gap there.
It's one of the mysteries of modern cricket to me, the lack of third men. I just don't understand.
I think I'm going to send them a copy of the Bradman Oval. I picked up the lens cleaner, which is a cricket field. I think I'm going to send it to all the modern cricketers.
Yeah, it's weird because
positions marked.
My point about it would be Carse in, bowls. Now, was that the first genuine delivery to beat the bat? Might have been.
I think he left it, though.
He might have just stayed inside in the line, yeah.
But it was a very good ball.
Yeah, it was a good ball. And in fact, is that the first signs of a little bit of movement? It's not seam movement, because that was a cross-seam delivery. As we seem to get a lot of.
Very good bounce.
There was bounce, yeah. If these were being smashed through the offside in front of square, we'd have a man back on the boundary within minutes. Oh no, he's brought that one back in with swing. That is another fine ball.
It's going down, surely.
It is possibly doing too much.
I think so.
But it was a very good ball. At the end of the 6th over, Jaiswal 19, Rahul 4, India 23 for no wicket. Should we mention the GPL, Messi?
Well, maybe we should do this first.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Oh yeah, well,
The lovely Hombre Nuevo has sent us £4.99. Here's some money for something we will probably never see again. Folks with the gloves and Duckett with the ball. Well, Duckett with the ball is something I never want to see. Folks with the gloves I enjoy seeing a lot. But the GPL, I think, is at £180 at the moment.
Well, I'll tell you how you take part in the GPL after this ball from Chris Wokes coming into Rahul. Rahul leaves it outside the off stump. That was a little bit closer, more in the corridor than some of what we've seen so far this morning. The GPL
leaves are beginning to look like Labuschagne.
Well, isn't it weird how one person does it and it's like, but I mean, what is that? Why do people copy other people in that way? I don't get it. Maybe they think that Steve Smith's so good that even by leaving it like him, they will suddenly be blessed with his talent. In again, off a thick inside edge, as it plays a lot of the wavy drive at that one. And Woke stands there with his hands on his head, just about been hauled in at square leg. How short is that boundary? I mean, that I don't know. I don't know is the answer. And maybe I'm talking out of turn, but it does look incredibly short to me. When you're someone like, I don't know, Jeff Boycott, Michael Atherton, and one or two others, and you look at that and think, my goodness, they've got these massive great bats, and then they bring in the fence by 20 yards. It's madness. Anyway, they got 2 runs. Wokes is in again, this one onto the hip, and they're going to get a single up to mid-on. Rahul moves to 7, India to 26 for no wicket. The GPL is the Guerrilla Prediction League. It is a game of skill. Nothing more, nothing less. Skill alone. You have to estimate how many runs will be scored in the day's play. And if India were to be bowled out, that would mean India plus whatever England scored. You go to our website. My throat is going already. GorillaCricket.com/competition. Wokes in again, bowls, straight delivery and very watchful head over the ball from Jaiswal up to mid-off. Competition, follow the prompts. You pay us £1 for the privilege, and if you get it on the nose at the end of the day, which makes the last half an hour really quite exciting, even if the cricket itself isn't, you get all the money that's in the pot. If 2 of you get the same score and you're on the nose, obviously you share it. It's £190 at the moment to be won. Wow! Now that's hooped. That swung a very long way from Wokes, away from the left-hander. Started too wide, really, and went wider. But that was encouraging. I do believe that Wokes has actually got this ball now where it's almost a knuckleball, and he does swing that significantly. Seen him do it round the wicket to the left-hander quite a bit. As he's in again, brings this one back in to Jaiswal. It's Fuller, and it wraps him on the pad as he tries to whip it away. So just a little bit more testing in the last couple of overs. That's the end of the 7th.
As you said, it's about 7 overs now. So
yeah, well, there you go.
Started doing a bit.
So we'll do a change, but I will do one last super chat, which is from, hang on, here we go.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
So it's from Richard Milgate, who sends us €2 and says, give us clues for the GPL. My clue for the GPL is always work out how many overs you think there are likely to be in the day, somewhere under 90, and think of a scoring rate you think is going to be likely for the day, and then go with that. Mind you, it's a long time since I've won, seeing as
But that's only because we banned you from participating because you were way too skilled.
Okay, well, I'll catch you in a little while. And the bear is coming in right now.
Well,
do I stay here?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the next trio is, to be sure. It looks like Dave Brooke, who's looking very interesting in his attire. Cars in, bowls, no, beats Rahul, gets that to rise, gets it to seam. Suddenly, things are happening a little bit.
Just so you know, the bear is on ball by ball, and Indo's staying where he is, and you're on socials.
Okay.
Messi seems to be the only one who knows what the rota is.
Messi is the only one who knows. He's the only organised character in the entire operation, apart from Tony. Although, Tony is rotally challenged. I'm not sure where he got up to.
Well, Cart is in, and Rahul just defends, and there is no run. Been pretty shit by England first half hour, is it really?
Oh,
yeah, but I think that's what we were discussing. The ball just started moving, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Not
yeah,
really been doing much before this.
Yeah. How long it moves for is going to be interesting as well.
We've not really made them play enough. Right, goes back to, it's interesting. Grubby was like, are we surprised that England decided to bowl? And, actually, to be fair, Stokes does seem to like to bowl first, but it just seems like a batting day. You can't, change the weather. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Rahul, through the keeper, and there is no run.
And I think do we not also tend to go along with some of the things we've learned from our childhoods, that Headingley, the ball moves around, and in recent years it hasn't necessarily done that quite as much.
Not as much. I mean, if it's overhead. If it's overcast and the pitch is green, which we have seen, if we're having a particularly bad summer and haven't had much time to prep it, then it does all sorts. But equally, that was nicely bowled by Cast. Rahul defends it late and just drops it down to the gully, and there is no run.
Just going to be back in 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay, cool. If those things happen, then it's a great place to bowl. But equally, when it is really sunny, it can get quite flat.
Oh yeah,
Is that?
that is Dickie Bird.
Jesus Christ! He looks
He's well gone 90.
He must be. He looks it.
He's he's a good advert for standing out in the sun day after day, isn't he? To
True.
be fair.
God, in his day, we only had a home umpires, didn't we?
Indeed, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Cast in again. Rahul can let that through to the keeper, and there's no run. He is getting significant movement. His pace has gone up now. He's in his 4th over. He's up to 87 miles an hour. He's bowled pretty well, I think, Cast.
Well, I would say he's bowled well in the last 2 overs. Fair enough. It can take you a little bit of time to
Get back in the
wind
groove.
up. Yeah, absolutely. What time do we play the GPL till? Is it lunch?
Lunch, yeah.
Of course, lunch. So, yeah, just a point to those who were asking for clues. Well, you do get until lunch, so you've got an idea of how the game is shaping up.
Left alone. Good ball, good bounce, good pace from Cast. But through the keeper, no need to play at it, and there is no run. India up 26 for none. Hendo.
Nitin Deshpande says, I think Ricky Ponting is the player of this century. Captain, outstanding record. He was a better fielder than John T. Rhodes. Do you agree? Ooh, that's a tight one. Dave Brooks is wearing attire. No, he's in some unusual attire, including some sunglasses that are reflecting sort of psychedelic colours back at me from across the room.
I should say the GPL is £190, not 180.
We did say 190.
Oh, I thought you said 180.
He's got someone's autograph on his shirt. I'll mention that in a minute.
Left alone, through to the keeper, and there is no run.
He has the magic hands of Chris Gale have skipped across the top of his West Indies shirt, and it looks tremendous. Although I wouldn't have known it was Chris Gale. Could be Donald Trump for all I know. Anyway, Leah says, with the climate apocalypse in full swing, do we expect some reverse swing this series? I think we may well get some.
Oh yeah, we might do.
I did mention that earlier. The
Dry.
dry outfields.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, that's a horrible ball from Wokes. Bowling across Jai as well.
He's desperately
goes
trying
further.
to get him to hedge it, right?
Yeah, I think he's.
Or swing at it.
I'd like to see that a replay of that to see how he's holding the ball. As I said, he does bowl that one from round the wicket to the left-hander. It tends to be slightly slower, and that wasn't slower. But I'm wondering how long he might leave it before having a go around the wicket at Jaiswal.
Yeah, I'm surprised that no one has tried that yet. Oh, that's a cracker of a delivery though. Going across Jai as well and going further away. He was tempted at it, prodded at it. Didn't quite get an edge though, and it goes through to Jamie Smith, and there's no run.
I do think.
Yeah, I guess he's just not getting his lines right, and this one he did.
Yeah, a bit inconsistent, isn't he, so far with his line? That's a lovely ball.
No, it is.
And it must be confusing for batsmen who go out and are told, oh, got to see off the new ball. And it's not the new ball when it's very new that is actually worrying. You think you've settled in.
The oldish new ball.
Yeah, you've settled in, and then suddenly.
Down the track comes Jai as well, actually. Plays it up to mid-on. Not particularly well timed, and there is no run.
I thought India's batting order, if that's what it is in terms of the announcement, is quite interesting. Where you've actually got Pant above Karun Nayak.
Yes.
Yeah, what's that all about?
I think it might be the left and right combination because Jadeja comes in after.
Yeah, this is Test cricket. It's not fucking
give
T20.
Pant an thing to.
That one comes back in. This time he guides it again down towards third man, but fortunately Gully gets across to cut it off this time, and there won't be any runs.
But I guess they would change. They would change it based on the circumstances.
Yeah, could do.
Yeah, blimey, O'Reilly.
Crikey.
I think that's because I've been sitting in front of fans for the last 3 days.
Wow.
You know, it does make you sneeze occasionally. He is varying the direction of his movement pretty well. You have to say that.
Yeah.
Well, both of these bowlers are now.
Works in again. That one again is the away swinger. Mate, is Jimmy still up in the change room?
No, he's playing T20, isn't he? He's in the blast right now.
Is he?
Yeah. I believe so. He might even be captaining. I'm not 100% sure. The lad should have had at least 2 overs by now. I think you can probably guess who sent in that particular message. Let's see.
I mean, I imagine that Duckett bowls 65 mile an hour dibbly-dobbly. I reckon most professional cricketers can probably do that.
I thought he was a leggy. I thought he was possibly a rather bad leggy. But, you know, you tend to be one of the two. Either a terrible leggy or a dibbly-dobbler.
My bet is a dibbly-dobbler. From a very flat trajectory. Cast coming in, his 5th over. How many overs do they get each, these opening bowlers? 5, 6?
In this heat?
In this heat, 5 I'd go for.
Well, yeah, you would, but at the same time, don't you think the ball's just started to do something? Do you give them the extra one?
You might well give them the extra one. It is the first morning after all.
But you don't want to wear them out in the real heat of the day, which is probably from about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock onwards, isn't it?
Through to keeper, no run. I've got one run left to play with in my opening bet, which is really annoying.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went under 27 and a half. Cast is into the pads. It's just turned around a corner. It's a long leg. Is that just tongue feeling down there?
It could well be 89 miles an hour, and I think he's looking for that swing there. So when he doesn't get it, as in on that occasion, it's an easy single down to long leg, isn't it?
What does he typically bowl at? Is this about right?
Yeah, I mean,
high 80s.
High 80s. Effort ball will go a little bit more than that.
He can get into the 90s, yeah. I mean, when he's...
But he's not a Mark Wood, is what I know.
No, he's not. But when he's on it and he's got a couple of wickets and he's up there, he can regularly bowl high 80s, early 90s. That one's cut at. Ooh, and could have quite easily... Well, I mean, there's half a peel by Cast. He clearly didn't get anything because no one else went up. But interesting. It was there for the cut. But, didn't get anything on it.
And then, Jaiswal's never hesitant to play the cut once for the take.
It was a bit of a flashy shot, that, wasn't it? I mean, if you get kind of giving yourself room against the quick bowler, that's a little bit of a one-day shot, you'd have to say.
Gone past the
bat,
but
that's Hendo. I don't know how much you've seen of Jaiswal batting, but that's what he does to a ball in that space.
Yes. No, I've seen a fair bit.
Time.
Yeah, he scored a shitload of runs against us in India.
Yeah.
That one, we saw a lot of him.
Which doesn't mean in England the same thing would work. But
no, it doesn't.
He's trying it.
Left alone through the keeper, and there's no one. He scored runs in Australia as well, though, didn't he? He started his career strongly.
Now, Russell Hibbard says, "Good morning. I'm a 62-year-old, brought up on Test match cricket and 50 overs ODI, plus John Player League." Sounds like he could be
John Player League.
It sounds like he
could be a gorilla.
He's exactly the same as me. Yeah. I am all of those things. But he goes on to say something which I'll tell you after this delivery.
I remember John Player League on a Sunday on the telly. Cast is in, well defended by Jaiswal, up to mid-off, and there is no run. One ball left in the over.
He says, "But I've been watching 2020 for some time. It's exciting and the crowd seems to like it." Well, yes. I think the only thing that I don't really like about it is that the boundaries are brought in too much.
It's a batsman's game.
It's a batsman's game. It's And there's just too much of it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to keep interest for me, but then, you know, maybe not for others.
Oh yeah, I have less of a problem with international T20 competitions, I guess. Oh, no, he got himself in a horrible position like Jaiswal. There was a short ball from Cass, and he just didn't get out of the way of it. He kind of turned on it, and it's got him on the rib cage. I don't think he's got a rib thing on. He looks like he's hurt himself right under the arm.
I tell you what, if someone's bowling 90 miles an hour and it hits you in the ribs.
He got himself in a horrible position, though, didn't he? He was looking to get forward and then realised it was short and on him.
Well, I don't think it was that short. I mean, it was... No, it's not that short,
it's not that short. It's his length,
No,
I
it
suppose.
just rose from a good length.
Yeah, I think so.
But it also came back at him, didn't he? I think he was going across him and then he couldn't adjust.
Couldn't really get out of the way. I don't know. It didn't look like he played it very well. But
Should
at
have
the same
pulled it,
time,
goddammit.
But at the same time, I think it was a testing
moved a
delivery.
lot, though.
Right, well, we are going to have a change in bowling. Wokes is only going to get 5. It's going to be this man.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Well, let's see what you can do.
Well, I mean, I think the improvement in the bowling is reflected in the scoreline, 27 from 10. They've really slowed down, haven't they? There haven't been many scoring shots of late.
Oh, first ball's horrible full
Might
toss.
be, though, in a minute.
Might be in a minute, yeah. Luthner should have got punished. 4-4 probably, but he gets away with it. Just played up to mid-off and there is no run.
There's a discussion about who's hairier, Maxwell or Ponting from Lockie 6.
Ooh.
According to Cricinfo, we're both wrong, says Leah. Apparently Duckett is an offie. Yeah, but, you know, Cricinfo. Some of Cricinfo's profiles are...
I don't think any of us will
nonsense.
know until we actually see him bowl. Has he ever bowled?
Farong must know.
Ball. Yeah, he doesn't.
I'm joking.
Defended square by Rahul out to a backward point, and there is no run.
Nitin says, who is the British cricket player of the century? Your view.
This
This century. Ooh.
Root.
Yeah.
No question. I mean, you could say Alistair Cook, but you'd have to say Root, really. Or Jim. Oh, well, actually, Jimmy Anderson. I mean, there are already 4 contenders, aren't they? And that would be Root, Cook, Broad and Anderson. Who else is there who's done what they need to do over a sustained period of time? I mean, all those guys have broken records. Tongue is in onto the hip of KL Rahul. I think there's a leg by it.
I mean, whatever you
It is
say
indeed.
about a really good and top level, world class cricketers, is that there's normally a sort of a gap in their armour somewhere. Like with Root, it would be the fact that he hasn't got 100 in Australia. He may yet put that right, but
I bloody hope he does.
well, God, yes, absolutely. But that will always be used by those who don't consider him amongst the best of all time. You know, I think.
I mean, he has to be considered among the best of all time.
Well,
Yeah, it took Cody a bloody long time to get 100 here, didn't it? And then another attempted cut by Jaiswal, maybe a bit too close, and again he misses it. Hopefully he's going to nick one
Sachin
of these
never got
soon.
one at Lords.
Yeah, but he got some in England. Quite a lot, actually, you know.
I think these things, they're all difficult to. I don't really like comparing eras because you have to look at the attacks. You have to look at so many different things
Exactly.
these days.
I mean,
The bats,
I'm just trying
how
to
far
think
the
the field
bats,
goes, how
exactly. The quality of the fielding.
boundary.
Tongue in
boundaries.
again. Oh, that's a lovely drive from Jaiswal. Straight up the ground.
That is so Jaiswal.
Beautiful. It's a very full delivery, and he got what he deserved. 4 runs.
Well, Jaiswal will have seen a bit of Tongue from the India A games, won't he?
Yeah. Didn't do too well in those, did he?
He didn't really know. It's quite expensive, actually, as well. But I guess, if you're trying to find swing, you're likely to over pitch.
Yeah. short, wide, crashed. But good bit of fielding by Ollie Pope. What was that? No, I think it was Ollie Pope. At point, and there is no run.
I'll just mention the GPL again. Gorilla Prediction League is open till lunch. You estimate how many runs will be scored in the day. Give us a quid for the privilege. There's 190 quid to be won if you get it on the nose at the end of the day. Right, let me catch up. Ahoy, old salts and sea dogs, says Pirate Badshar. Chris Squire says David Gower's bowling was considered awful, but he could still get 5 for 14 or something versus King's College Wimbledon first 11. So any pro cricketer can bowl better than most ordinary folk. That is pretty much true. And actually, a lot of bowlers can bat better than a lot of club cricketers.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's have a look. More to the point, who is England's greatest all-rounder and why the hell isn't he bowling right now? He's changing ends with Chris Wokes. That's interesting. Yep. So out of the attack comes Cars and back comes
Wokes.
Wokes.
He's not going to get a jingle now.
All right then.
Wokes in first ball. It's a long half volley that KL Rahul drives sumptuously through the offside, out to the cover boundary, and he's on his way. Lovely.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Robert White says Flintoff. I think England's best all-rounder that I've seen is undoubtedly Ben Stokes. Ian Botham probably play. Did he play against better attacks? Probably, as a batsman.
Yeah. As a batsman, I think he did.
It's through to the keeper. And I mean, how many Test centuries did Ian Botham get? About 8 or 9, or was it more than that?
Yeah, I think it's about that.
He got about 5,000 or 6,000 runs, didn't he, Ian Botham?
I think with Ian Botham, was there not also with Ian Botham? It was just as the mood took him, really, in a sense. I'm not sure that I could. The whole thing about let's just give it some Humpty when Headingley 81 just chanced her on. Whereas I think there's more.
Wokes in, defended back to him, shorter ball, and there is no run.
I would say that perhaps Stokes is a bit more adaptable in the sense, when playing that innings that he did at Headingley to win the Test in 2019, where he sort of holds himself back for 50 odd balls, and what's 1 not out or something.
That's something overnight, wasn't it?
And then is able to switch to going crazy. Sorry, Anindya.
Let's put it this way: I'd have Stokes back for my life. I wouldn't have Hawthorne back for my life.
No, I agree with you.
I wouldn't have had Flintoff back for my life either.
I agree with you.
That's defended through to the keeper and there's no run. I mean, Flintoff, there was a period when he was a fucking amazing bowler, though, in that 2005 Ashes series.
And also against South Africa, that spelly bowl to Jacques Callis, if you remember.
I mean, he was regularly getting up to 90 miles an hour, but it was a kind of
I mean, technically, he was, the thing about Ben Stokes is he has a very good technique. When he's not just going crazy, as in trying to slog everything.
Yeah. Left alone, through to the keeper. KL Rahul, no run.
He's like the proper definition of an all-rounder.
Stokes.
Good quality batter, good quality bowler. Yeah. So.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, it's a really high. I mean, you'd have to say that he's become more of a batting all-rounder.
Yeah. But that's often the way.
Because of injuries, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's often the way. I mean, Jacques Callis.
Yes,
probably
absolutely.
the greatest all-rounder. Doesn't often get mentioned in that category because everyone thinks of him as a batsman. But I mean, he got nearly 300 Test wickets. That's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And I think also when I first saw him in England, he actually opened the bowling for South Africa.
Well, he used to bowl when he was
His
young.
His batting average must be in the 50s or something.
Yeah, it was in the 50s. And I think also he doesn't get mentioned quite so much because he wasn't spectacular, was he? He was, he built innings. He played long Test match innings as you would understand them in that era.
Yeah.
Let's do some more tweets. The T20 is bollocks, says Tom P. The 100 is utter bollocks.
Yeah.
Robert White says pitches are concrete. Might as well play with a hockey ball. Might happen.
I watched that interesting YouTube video the other day. That's left alone outside the off stump. Well, time has come around the wicket to Jaiswal now.
We got one of these.
Oh, we got one of these.
You do need to.
I'm presuming you mean one of these.
I do.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
It's probably been sitting there for a while, but it's taken me a while to scroll up. Stephen Cult, €2. See chat for YouTube video of ducket bowling. Oh, there you go.
Ah,
Right. Okay.
okay.
Bear that in mind.
I watched. I went onto YouTube to check our stats out the other day, and I was presented with a video around a wicket tongue. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. It's going way down. Good ball though.
That was about 6 stump out.
Yeah, it was an attempted Yorker. He's got very odd action. It was 90 miles an hour though. No, don't review it.
No.
Seriously.
It's going well down. No! He fucking has, you idiot.
Absolute madness.
Nonsense.
Absolute madness. I mean, it was a good ball. It swung late and it was Yorker length, but it's not out.
No.
Oh.
I didn't even still.
I mean, it's not even going to be umpire's call. It's just
it's going to be missing. And I didn't, no one seems that enthusiastic about it. And now we'll all have a look at the replay and go, it's plumb, but I don't think so.
How much of that is desperation for a wicket in the first hour?
That's
missing by miles. I mean, you might have had a mild argument if it's hit the back pad first, but it's hit the front pad, which he's drawing out of the way outside leg stump.
Outside the leg stump.
Yeah. Oh, that's awful. Absolutely awful.
It's a pitched outside leg as well, for fuck's sake. Whose idea was that? God. So back to my interesting YouTube.
Yes.
So I got onto YouTube.
Yeah.
There was an interesting some American baseball player, and he was like, what's a cricket bat like against a baseball bat? And he was trying to hit fastballs. Of course, they're fucking metric in America. Old Luddite Imperial defended into the offside and so on. He said, baseball bat, you can easily hit, a fastball over 400 feet. So then he goes and launches a few out of the ground, sort of thing. So I wonder if I can do that with a cricket bat. He had a 300-pound cricket bat, and he managed 433 feet. Went a long way. He was very impressed with the cricket bat, which made me laugh. So
I mean, to be honest, I think I actually think
he's got a flatter surface to work with.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess the density of the wood in a baseball bat might be denser. I don't know. That is defended. Well, no.
Certainly would have been.
And there's no run.
I'm not sure whether that is true now. But if you look at bats from the sort of 20s, 30s, 40s, maybe even later than that, they were very, very thin.
Yeah. Well, we got one over there, haven't we?
We have got one over there.
Along with a bat that we still got from Test Match Sofa days, signed by somebody.
Pakistan's women?
No, that was the one we bid 50 quid for at
Oh, that's
auction,
right.
not realising
100
it was Pakistan. Was it 100? No,
Yeah.
we didn't realise it was Pakistan women, did we? It's defended the offside and there's no one. Didn't do our research on that one, Henry.
Well, we're not introducing Pakistan women, but
No.
this is going back even 10 years nearly, and when women's cricket had begun to take off, but not as much. And Pakistan weren't particularly strong. Some might argue they're not that strong now, but we thought we were getting a bat from the 2009 T20 side or something like that.
Nicely driven again by Jaiswal. Back up the ground, and you know what? India have done exactly what they should do here. We haven't been stuck in, and that's score shitloads of runs and make it look pretty bloody easy. It's not been great from England, I have to say.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I think it was kind of the wrong decision.
Yeah. Well, when we were trying to decipher those,
It's not really shit roads of runs. They're only short bottles.
yeah, it's. I mean, it's almost like it's when it's not a good ball, it's very hittable. It has to be a good ball each time, which is asking a lot. There isn't much margin for error for the bowlers, I don't think, on here. But yeah, going back to those autographs on the bat, we kept sort of looking down them and looking for names we recognised, and we couldn't find any.
No.
We thought we'd be able to auction it off on the programme for a huge profit.
We ended up giving it away.
Giving it away in Ireland.
a waste of £100. Defended up to mid on where Bashir is fielding, and there is no run.
Kiwi by day, I don't know what you are by night, says, I never know what of the century means. The last 100 years or in the 21st century? I'm guessing the latter, yeah. Lockie says, Duckett is a polymath. Rick my fraps, which sounds dubious, says, putting them in, you'd expect a wicket in 11 overs. Yeah, you would.
You would do. Wokes in again, but if you bowl that, long half volleys outside off stump to KL Rahul, who drives imperiously through the offside out to the boundary. It's another bloody 4 runs.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Extra cover K.
That's just waiting to be hit.
Yeah, it is.
Extra cover K with an Indian flag next to their name says 312.
What, for the first wicket? Maybe.
I was going to say 312. You might be undercooking it a little bit. If that's your GPL guess, then please do it on the website.
Indeed. That's in at the feet. And it's dug out by Rahul.
They showed an interesting stat just now on the telly. First day average at Headingley since 2015 is 26.8.
Yeah, it's getting larger as the days go on.
Yeah.
Sorry, the average of what?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Was that an average for each wicket, or?
I think it's an average for each wicket.
Okay. That's not a huge number, is it?
Actually, I don't know. Maybe. What else could it be? Unless it's for the day divided by the number of hours or something.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, it's a bit of a stupid stat if they don't, tell you what it's for. That one is defended out into the covers, and there is no run.
Now we have Titmus 312, who I suspect is that our Titmus?
He fell over and
he's fallen over and broken his shoulder.
Muppet.
Too many ciders.
Yeah.
You know what he's like. He once he gets on the demon drink.
Wokes into the pads, and Rahul blocks it up to mid on. Are we going to have a change in this over?
Looking that way. Did I actually read out what he said?
No.
14 test tons, both of them.
Oh, right, okay.
Eric J says, my ticket is tomorrow. I still might not get to see Bumrah bowl. Thanks, Stokesy. You might get to see Stokesy bowl and break down. Not just bowling, getting a wicket, says Stephen Kelk. Callis has the best all-rounder stats by a country mile.
Absolutely. Wokes in. Oh, down leg side. Oh, I thought he might have nibbled that, but nah. It's the end of the over, end of my spell, and a Hendo spell. Rahul was on 16 or 40 yards, or 27 or 44. India looking serene at 44 for nil. Yeah, it's an end of an Indos. End of the first hour, they're going to have some drinks. 14 overs bowled. That's not so bad, actually.
14 overs an hour with 3 pace bowlers.
Exactly.
So they won't lose any points. They're actually taking some notice.
Oh, I see. Okay. Are we going to take this seriously then, the World Test Championship?
It looks
this
like
time?
we finally are.
One final
until you stop.
One final tweet before I hand over. Kieran Roseblade joined us, says Mascarenhas was a brilliant all-rounder. Never got the chance to show the world though. Both of them just got picks because he had a moustache. By the way, in the YouTube video, Stephen Kelk says Duckett is bowling leg spin. Truly a multi-talent.
No,
who am I handing over to?
batter. He's a shit bowler. There you go.
We've yet to see. Who's ball by balling?
It's me.
Grubby. Did you get my message?
I did get your message.
What time did you leave home?
After I got the message. No, before I got the message.
I was going to say.
Yeah. Hendo very kindly offered to pick me up as he was driving past, basically. But it's the thought that counts. So thank you for that, Hendo. I was already on my way to the station. But lovely to be here and lovely to be commentating on some tremendous Test cricket again. Lovely to see Messers, who's back in, and I've just signed his visitors book, even though I've been here about 4 times now. And coming in alongside us, I'm particularly excited to welcome our dear old pal, rummaging around with the headset, making lots of noise. Here he comes. Get that on, son. It's David Brooke. Hello, Dave.
Oh, hello, everyone. Good morning to Messers. Good morning, Grubster. And good morning to all India fans. And in particular, welcome to the neutral fans and the England fans. Because for once, I'm very much on England's side in this series. I see I see a series win for England.
Yeah, well, it started pretty well for India. It was early days, of course. I think there's been a little bit of swing for the bowlers, and in searching for that swing, they've bowled pretty full length. No shame in that. But probably a bit too wide overall, and too many 4 balls through the covers, which these two batsmen have taken advantage of. Jaiswal looks all class. He keeps it very simple, doesn't he? When he drives, it is a thing of beauty. And KL Rahul, the bit of an elder statesman in this team now, who has looked, well, equally comfortable, I would say.
Any comments in relation to why England actually chose to field?
Because this is what they do. Lots of people say to me, "Oh, why have we chosen to bowl when we won the toss?" Because that's what this Stokes-McCullum axis likes to do. We'll put them in and we'll chase whatever.
Exactly.
That is the philosophy, if I can call it that. However, there's one thing in the selection, I think, which you could say is a bit conservative, which is retaining Ollie Pope at number 3 and not picking Jacob Bethel.
What?
That's a bit conservative.
It's a bit right.
It's a bit... Dave, I'm putting the case forward that it's a conservative selection for a team that has become renowned for brave and outlandish and forward-thinking moves.
I think Pope is the vice-captain of this team. I think he got a big century in his last Test match.
He did.
So
can you tell me how much he averages against Australia and India?
I'm not interested.
I'll tell you, it's 20.
He got a century in his last Test match.
Yeah.
And Jacob Bethel decided at his stage of his career, when he still hasn't scored a first-class century, instead of bedding down and getting a couple under his belt for Warwickshire, to go off to the IPL.
When's that ever stopped this team from picking a player? The fact that he wasn't available for a particular game. Tong starts after drinks, and it's pushed into the covers by Jaiswal.
Well,
they come through for a quick single.
If you're referring to Joss Butler, Grub, then...
No, I'm not referring to anyone. I'm just saying the conventional modes of selection don't always apply to this team.
No, but they are the default setting.
Bashir wasn't a default setting pick, was he?
Well, I know...
Neither was Crawley, neither was Duckett.
No, there are exceptions, but the default, if there isn't an obvious... because the Bethel versus Pope... I mean, I would have... Having said that about Bethel, I'm excited about him too, Grub.
Yeah.
So I'm with you, but I would have dropped Smith. You know, have Pope keeping, batting at 5 or 6. Much better than Smith.
There are various ways to skin a cat. Another full ball here from Tong, angling it in, and it's pushed quite firmly. But with timing by KL Rahul, it's going to be another boundary 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I do see what the bowlers are trying to do here. And Carr's got quite extravagant movement early on. Wokes always does when he bowls that fuller length. And Tong maybe is a bit more of a bang-in bowler, but he's seen it swing for his compadres, and he's maybe seen 1 or 2 go out of his own hand as well. They're just getting it a bit wrong. It's a bit full. It's a bit more of a half volley than one that you're going to struggle to pick the length. But early days, 49 without loss. We're in the 15th over. Here comes the muscular Tong running into the crease now with 3 slips. This one starts off on leg stump, is just turned to square leg, and there is no run. So I just wanted to put it out there about Bethel. I mean, particularly after what Stokes said, and I know he said, "Oh, this has been misinterpreted, this message, quite deliberately to fit someone."
Misstated by him. That's the truth.
I'm just saying what he said afterwards. He was very clear in that statement that he was going to come straight back in, but obviously that's not the case.
I mean, the whole presentation of this issue as a choice between Bethel and Pope is misguided, in my view. It reminds me of the decision to play Bell or Thorpe. Peterson or Thorpe.
Defended, back to the bowler, there's no run.
It should have been Peterson and Thorpe with Bell as 12th man. Smith should have stood down to allow Pope and Bethel to play. Pope's wicket keeping was very serviceable, better than that. And don't forget, Jamie Smith doesn't keep for Surrey either.
Or you ask Jamie Smith to open and...
What?
Like he did in the...
Duckett and Crawley?
Yeah, with Duckett.
And don't put Smith in the same category as all the other players. I'm sorry, he's not done anything yet.
Interesting. Okay, outside the off stump and harmless and left alone.
Just because he did a bit of pinch hitting in a white ball meaningless tournament, then I don't see that qualifies him to take the test spot. But every time this issue is debated, as soon as his name's mentioned, the debate is closed. Like, oh, well, there's more than one way to skin a cat, end of conversation. I don't think it is I would have played both Bethel and Pope.
Yeah, and I'm giving a different option, which is you could ask Smith to open. He's got the technique, he's got the game.
Or could you not say it's not a bad thing for Bethel to be kept waiting for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, that may be true as well. And it shouldn't be easy to walk into an international side. It's a full delivery, which is dug out by Rahul. Again, he's timed this beautifully through straight mid-off. It's going to be a chase for the field. I think he's just going to haul it in this time. It is Captain Stokes, who already looks a bit laboured running after those balls in the deep. And I always worry about him. India's 50 is up, 52 without loss.
I agree with Messers that I'm glad that Bethel is having a spell on the bench, because what he should have done is got some first-class centuries under his belt for Warwickshire, playing county championship cricket.
Any first-class
he's too
centuries.
good for that. You know, he's got the white ball kind of glitter about him, so he's earning the cash. He's very young to be collecting the money. He should be building his career at this stage. I'll get him on the bench for the whole series.
Grubby, can you lay your hands on a super chat jingle by any chance?
Sure I can.
I'd have him serving drinks to all the test match players. So that's what you get for swanning around.
Super chat.
All series.
No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
My very good friend Jay Grover of Sheffield, who graced the Rutland Arms with his presence a few weeks ago, has sent us £5 for Fred being in pain.
Cheers, Jay. My new friend on Facebook, Jay, really a pleasure to connect with you. And I want to know more about your speech writing skills. Always been very interested in that. Former speechwriter for Conservative ministers.
We've got a change of bowling in the England attack, and it's this legend.
Did you know that?
Ben?
Starts with a good one outside the off stump of KL Rahul, moving away, and Rahul threatened to play it and didn't. Good start.
That's what we want for Stokes here. I can't remember. Was it you, Messers, who said it's great to see Stokes bowl on the first session of a test?
Absolutely. He's the best bowler in the England team, in my view.
He is. He's a wicket taker.
Some would say he's got the best technique as a batter as well. So we know he's incredibly talented. I just can't help but wince every time I look at him, because you just know he's carrying a dozen injuries at any one time.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because he's ginger-haired.
I'm married to a ginger-haired woman. I'm a very big fan of the redhead.
Does she look like Ben Stokes?
I hope not.
I didn't say what I was going to say, and probably just as well I didn't. This one is down the arse, and a tumbling Smith does the necessary work, and we shall move on the conversation.
Fucking troublemaker, Brooke. You really are.
No, it's great to see Stokesy into the attack early. He's a wicket taker, and we need to... Sorry, I slipped into a wee there. England need to dislodge this opening partnerships. I think then they'll see the soft middle order exposed. But if these two put on a big partnership, then it's a very, very good foundation to build on. So it's a key spell from this from Stokes.
And he comes now upright, run up. He's into the crease and bowls outside the off stump, full of length and just tight enough to the stumps that Rahul thinks, I'm not going to play at that. A couple that we've seen in recent overs have been a bit wider, and they've thrown the hands at. We're seeing a couple of Stokes no balls here versus Zimbabwe. He has suffered. I say suffered from. I always think it's a thoroughly avoidable way of giving away runs, and sometimes not getting a wicket when you should. Oh, just pull your run back by a few inches. It's quite easy.
Yeah.
Rahul has 23. Jaiswal has 28. Rahul is who's facing up to Stokes, who bowls now 3 slips. He's full outside the off stump. This one is driven at by Rahul, and he must have been hellish close to that one.
Brooks had him out.
I thought he got a little touch on that, I must admit. He wasn't very far away from it.
It was the one he just got a bit cramped up trying to play the shot, and his bottom hand came through very whippily. And he could easily have perished there, and he'd have been sick as a dog if he had done. So he's made an impact already, Ben Stokes. Always has that difficult angle to fake, because he's very upright and he comes wide of the crease and it goes in and then it can go away from the right hand. It's very difficult to face, I should imagine. I never have done. Outside the off stump and left alone by Rahul.
Eric Joe's wondering if you're wearing an old Palace shirt, Dave.
Thanks, Eric, for raising this as a subject for conversation, because I was hoping it would be a conversation starter. It's actually a West Indies Test match shirt signed by the Universe boss, Chris Gale.
Ooh, can I touch it? Oh, look at that. I've been touched by the hand of God.
I don't wash the damn thing, so I apologise if there's a slight
we
feeling of
noticed.
grass cuttings and manure.
That makes it even better in my book. Rahul facing up to Stokes, too wide this time, and it goes through on the bounce to Jamie Smith. That's the end of the over. It's 52 without loss. Messers, what you got?
Well, I got an awful lot of people coming through, so which is why super chats are a great way to get your message across.
How do you make a super chat?
You make a super chat at the bottom of the
On YouTube.
YouTube thing. There's a dollar sign.
Oh,
If you
okay.
click on that, it'll help you through.
And that gets you to the front of the queue.
Yes, absolutely.
And-
Anybody who sends a super chat is guaranteed to have it read out unless it's really
Yeah.
seriously obscene.
And also helps to pay for the new studio where we're sitting now.
Absolutely. We rely entirely on your support for us.
Got to keep the lady well.
Going. Indeed.
Ladywell Studios.
Yep.
That's why I said it, Dave.
Well, I was just explaining it to the listeners.
If you've got to explain it, it ain't funny.
Yeah. Mog
It
says
wasn't funny.
Grubby has shown up belligerent as fuck today.
Yeah.
Well, you got to raise your game when Dave's in the house, because you know there are going to be forthright opinions, and I think got to hold your own. Tongue starts a new over. This one, Jaiswal turns around the corner on the leg side, up on his toes, and it discomforted a little bit. What are you pointing at, sir?
I should have had short leg in there. I've been saying that all morning.
Right.
Short leg in.
Brian Close would have been in there
He
himself.
would have
wouldn't
snaffed that. They'd had a short
So
leg
on the
in.
Anya for a second.
And I'm going to do a cross between Boycott and Truman. They would labour the same point for maybe 10, 15 minutes. You'd be saying in their ear, move on, Jeff.
Yes.
Move on.
Like a recalcitrant drunk old uncle at a wedding.
Aye.
Should have. I've said it before. I should have put Legullion.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have
A
happened with leg.
bit of leg theory.
Wouldn't have happened with Legullion.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier.
Like I said.
I
like what I say. I say what I like, and I like what I bloody well say. Here comes Tongue again, 3 slips in a gully. And this one is angled in towards Rahul, but he's able to turn it very comfortably down to long leg, where the long-fingered Shoaib Bashir does the fielding.
It's nice to see Dickie
One
Bird,
run.
talking of famous Yorkshiremen.
Yeah.
It's lovely to see Dickie Bird in the house.
Yeah, always.
And I thought he was looking extremely well. He's still got a decent covering of hair. And the bear was saying, oh, God, he looks old. But
Well, he is
has
old.
anyone seen the bear recently? What's he going to look like at 82?
Dickie's 92.
In 92, Bear?
Yeah.
Give the man a break, man.
The bear looks younger every year.
I saw that video that was doing the rounds from about 8 or 10 years ago of him and Hendo, and with all due respect, I beg to differ. Now,
No, but since last year he's lost weight, he's got fat, he's got his professional bike at home that he keeps riding. I don't know what's wrong with him.
a leg slip has come in, so maybe they're listening to Dave. Uncharacteristic wild flash at this one by Jaiswal. Shorter ball from Tongue.
And we do have another super chat, I'm pleased to
Do we?
say.
Well, I'll get ready then.
At last they put bloody gully in. I've been saying that all morning. Put it in now.
Super chat.
Of course, it's too late now.
Yeah, too late. Should have put
Too
it in when I
bloody
said
late.
so.
Who's the super chat from?
So it's Mog sent us $5. Says how offensive?
Go on, Moggers.
How offensive is too offensive? Is mentioning Steve Smith too far? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Jaiswal has 29. He's facing up to Josh Tongue. He's coming round the wicket to him. He ducks and then attempts to play a rampy shot, and he's in a bit of a bind there. Got it all wrong, didn't he?
Just hearing Mog's name there. Mog, can I just alert you and fellow Aussies, at the lunchtime interval, Roland Butcher is going to be previewing the West Indies-Australia Test Series that starts next Wednesday, I believe, or next week anyway. Any moment now, the first of 3 Test matches. Yes, a 3 Test match series involving the West Indies.
Is it Border Richards, or what's the? It's not Border Richards. It's Border Gavaskar.
No, it's the Frank Worrell Trophy.
Frank Worrell Trophy.
I'm pleased to say it doesn't have to be 2 names when you're as important as Frank Worrell is. I think it's a great name to have for a trophy.
Fair enough. Well done, Sir Frank.
Yeah.
Tongue round the wicket to Jaiswal, who is back very correctly playing it under his nose. The ball travels to backward point and there's no run.
Josh Tongue's beginning to find his range now, and what's interesting about his bowling is he really gives it a good old flick as he releases
Flick with the wrist, yeah.
And he gets movement and he hones in on the stumps, and I think this could be his day.
Okay. Early Dave Brooke prediction there. Let's see what transpires. Now the leg slip has gone already. That leg slip came and went like down the leg side, and Smith tumbling takes the ball. That's the end of the 17th over. It is 54 without loss for India.
Mog comes back to you and says, "Oh, Dave, as if I give a shit about Australia playing a cricket match."
Yeah, I was going to pick you up on that because you did say Mog and your fellow Australians, and I'm not sure Mog identifies with many fellow Australians. In fact, I'd be interested to know from Mog who his favourite Australian or Australians are, present company accepted, Messrs.
Ooh, that's an interesting question. What about Forthy? Is he allowed to be in the...
Well, he's technically an Australian.
Yeah.
These days.
Yeah.
Coming over soon, Forthy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
This time, I want to be in the meet with him. Last time, timing didn't work.
Leah makes the point that for the same reason as Frank Worrell is retained as just one name for that trophy, that's the reason she doesn't like the fact that the Pataudi trophy is no longer in vogue. I thought Pataudi was a great name to have for this trophy.
Stokes starts at you over to KL Rahul outside the off stump and left alone.
I'm not in the least bit biased by the fact that he played for Sussex for quite a while.
Stokes hasn't found his radar yet, but he's getting a lot of swings. So as soon as he hits off stump, middle stump, he's going to be dangerous. So, yeah, wicket to come. Yeah, Stokes before lunch.
He started all right. He was on the money straight away. One or two balls not in the perfect area. I don't think he's far off. Just juggles the ball at the top of his run there. In he comes now. Nice rhythm. And bowls outside the off stump, left alone.
It's getting closer, but so's Christmas.
There is so Super Chat is being used as a means to get offensiveness up.
Oh, really?
So Lockie's sent us $2 and says, "I'll see your Steve Smith and raise you a KP."
Ooh, here we go.
Super Chat, yeah. Super Chat, yeah. Super Chat game. Super Chat game.
Actually,
right, that's my favourite. That's what I'm using now.
I didn't even know that one was there.
Super Chat game, Super Chat game, Super Chat game. Stokes full outside the off stump. He just wants to bring that line a bit straighter if he wants KL Rahul to play.
It reminds me, Messrs, you could actually ask our listeners terrible cricket dinner parties. You know, who would the least like to have on either side of you at a cricket dinner party? Steve
KP
Smith
reminded
KP.
you of that, no doubt. Yeah. Oh,
yeah, and then
God.
throw in Trescothic to state the bleeding obvious across the table.
But he's not offensive, Trescothic, is he? I mean,
I find him offensive. I can't.
Annie would want to be at a dinner with Tresco. I know that.
Absolutely.
Ian Bell, I think, would be boring as fuck.
No, I take issue with that. Ian Bell is a very interesting guy.
Defended by Rahul to point, and there's no run.
I had a very interesting conversation with him when he was Derbyshire's batting coach, and I went to see Sussex Derbyshire at Derby, and he had all the time in the world to speak, because he wasn't under any pressure there. And both Derbyshire batsmen had scored double centuries, I think, so he really wasn't under any pressure. That was the days of the toothless Sussex attack.
One of the days. Yeah.
And we just had one of these. No. Oh God! Now I pressed it twice. It's not a spinner, but it is a no ball.
Over the line!
Huh?
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Stokes bowls another ball, pretty identical sort of line and length, really, about fifth or sixth stump, swinging a little bit further away and ignored by the batsman KL Rahul.
Are one of you two able to answer a question for me? Whenever I watch English domestic cricket, I keep getting fazed by the fact that a no ball is actually worth 2 runs. What's the reason behind that?
Nonsensical.
So you got no idea?
It's nonsensical. It's ridiculous to be different in county cricket. It's just making county cricket
more
less
complicated.
accessible. Overly complicated, yeah. Exactly.
Stokes coming in to bowl to KL Rahul. This is a bit straighter. It's on leg stump, and he turns it to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, you get 2 for a wide and a no ball in kids cricket. So my lad who plays under 12s, that sort of age group, which is fine, I think. And then you don't bowl the ball again, and this is the last over of that game, which I think makes sense at that age.
Trying to save time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Otherwise, they go on for hours.
Yeah. So there's a logic to that. But no, I don't really get it.
No.
I don't really get messing with something that has sort of worked for 150 years. Yeah, bloody hell.
Well, it's like leg gully keeps coming and going. They're taking it out now.
That's like you said earlier, isn't it?
They're taking it out now.
The off stump, left alone by Rahul. That's the end of the 18th over. It's 55 without loss.
So a couple of things. Firstly, I should mention that this is the first test match in England where the new rules in relation to catches over the boundary line apply.
Uh-huh.
Which is that No, it's the laws will be changed in October. It is in effect as of now by virtue of playing conditions.
I know lots of people have welcomed this, but I think it's a little bit of killjoyism. I mean, honestly, what is wrong with the sort of stuff that we see
skipping along outside the boundary line?
It's sick.
It's 6.
It's a 6.
Yeah, the Bears.
No, but it's got to land before it's a 6.
Why? Yeah, I agree.
If it lands over the boundary, read the laws. I don't know if that is the law. I've gone out on a limb on that one. Tongue round the wicket, and this takes Jaiswal high on the pad. It's caught in inverted commas at third slip. There's a half-hearted appeal for me. Yeah, and rightly turned down. No, one or two of the England players went up, but in a very apologetic sort of fashion. A minor victory for the bowler, you could say. He was through the batsman and, yeah, up on the thigh pad.
Good blow landed there by Tong, early blow, and he's showing that he's got something in his locker. I reckon wicket is coming.
Well, he's a muscular boy. Him and Cast both, aren't they? They're sort of broad-shouldered, muscular bowlers who can bang it in if necessary.
Precious building.
Workhorses.
Not a lot of runs.
That makes them sound a bit rubbish, but they're not. Tong round the wicket. That, however, is rubbish. Short and down the arse, and would have been called about 3 wides in a one-day game.
The other rule change that has come in, I think, as of now, is the requirement to nominate the concussion substitutes in several different classifications. A batsman, a spin bowler, a fast bowler, and an all-rounder, and possibly a wicketkeeper as well.
Yeah, because what was that piss-takey one that was done a while ago?
Oh yeah, I can't remember who it was, but it was very much a piss-take, wasn't it?
Yeah, they basically brought in a batter for a bowler.
Yeah,
as the game suited. The wide-arsed Josh Tongue, like all fast bowlers, got to have a big backside. This one is turned backward a square on the leg side. And they get one more to Jaiswal, one more to the total.
I wonder if that could be a new sort of idea for a product range.
What's that?
Special leisure trousers for fast bowlers.
For the wide-ass gentleman.
Yeah, for the wide-ass fast bowler. You could call them, rather than bungee jump, just call them pacers.
Pacers?
Yeah.
Like the 1970s mint sweet?
Yes, exactly. But they're not making them anymore.
No.
That's why I thought
the name's going.
Take the name.
Bum pacers.
Bum pacers. Wide bummers.
Please give us your suggestions for our name, for the brand name of our range of leisure wear. Leather ones. Now you're talking. Short and pulled by Rahul. He seemed to have all the time in the world to play that. Didn't quite time it, however, but he does get a run out to deep square leg, deep wicket.
I mean, that was one of Rahul's show pony shots that he puts on for the crowd. I mean, he did a swivel.
Yeah.
But wasn't. I mean, it was over swiveled, wasn't it?
I don't think you can over swivel in that situation. I think the swivel was perfectly justified. I love his hair as well.
Well, the increasing length of Rahul's hair is, it is vaguely comforting to see that breaking out of the straight jacket of the typical Indian haircut. And
I mean,
it's like the 60s and 70s are happening in India before our very eyes. Do you remember the old growing the hair messes?
My word! And the platform shoes I had. I was 6'4" at one stage.
I love the story about David Bowie going to see the Rolling Stones in the sort of early 60s, and someone at the back of the room shouted to Mick Jagger, "Get your hair cut!" And Mick Jagger just going, "What, and look like you?" And that inspired David Bowie's whole career. How lovely.
What a great cricket fan Mick Jagger is as well. Every Test series, he's out there. Every Caribbean series, he's there. Great.
The work he does, going and watching England play in the Caribbean. God bless him.
I mean,
this is wide outside the off stump, and Jaiswal leaves it alone.
To be fair, Grubby, Mick Jagger, without Mick Jagger, there would be no Cricket Info. Mick Jagger was the first entrepreneur to set up, called Jagged Edge. It was the first cricket live score website.
Yep.
I'm not saying he's not a massive fan of the game and a huge patron of the game. I'm just saying that watching England in the Caribbean is not exactly a hard chore. Anyway, we've had another one of these.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
And perhaps a bit annoyed at himself for doing that. He bangs one in short, does Tongue, and Jaiswal sways out of the way and again tries a sort of afterthought ramp. I like the way Jaiswal carries his bat on his left shoulder as well. It's very characteristic of him, isn't it? It's very particular to him.
I'd like to see him put it on his shoulder and walk back to the pavilion.
Caught it short leg.
Damon Lewis says greetings from Dublin, the place full of rugger buggers for the Lions match tonight.
Bad luck.
Is it the Pumas game tonight?
Who?
No one knows.
No.
The Argentina game. No. Outside the off stump, left alone by Jaiswal. And that completes the 19th over with 58 without loss. Who else you got there, Messes, on the
Controversial
socials?
opinion from GL Dusseldorf, who says Graham Smith will be more boring than Steve. Interesting competition.
Graham
really.
Smith is quite boring.
Yeah.
When you see
can
him,
you imagine that, Messrs? On your left, Graham Smith.
And
on your
Alistair
right,
Cook.
Steve. No, come on. I like Alistair Cook's commentary.
you get Alistair Cook and Moeen Ali. That makes a
if
good
Alistair
chat.
Cook's conversation is like his cricket, he'll run out of conversation after two.
He's only got 2 or 3 themes.
Well, you obviously haven't seen him on
He makes it go a long way.
TNT Sport, where when he's on there covering white ball cricket or even Test cricket, he's able to extemporise for 20 minutes in front of a big interactive screen.
Oh, yeah. Matthew Todd says something, I don't know if this is actual or urban myth. He says, I remember Brendan Julian doing the trophy presentation and he called it on TV the Wank Forrell Trophy.
Dear. Stokes pulls a full one.
Ooh.
Driven out hard. He went all guns blazing at that one, did KL Rahul. It went aerially, but it went down to third man for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, neither of these batsmen look in the sense that they're still taking risks. So that'll give England bowlers some comfort that there's a wicket not far away. Because although that was, a half volley outside the off stump, it wasn't sort of, he had to take it.
Yeah.
Because the pressure had been built up. So, it could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, he wasn't in control of the shot, but it was relatively safe.
That was a shot that wouldn't have been played 20 years ago, in my judgment.
Here comes Stokes again. Another full ball and driven out again. This one a bit more...
Full wall up.
Well, it's another one of these, by the way, but... Probably a better shot. Went backward of square, backward of point.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that
but
one.
And he hit it on top of the bounce. It was by no means a half volley. So it's just a suggestion that might have flown to hand. But he managed to just about stay on top of it. He did, he did well, actually.
Pressure back on Stokes, actually, now, because
Yep.
he's just been hit for 2 successive fours.
But externally, Stokes won't be showing that pressure.
No.
He'll be thinking, yeah, go on, lads.
Well, he didn't show it during that over to Brathwaite.
We're still talking about that? Cam
Just started.
This one's pushed into the covers and there's no runs. We are due a change at the end of this over. Dave is going to be moving to the ball, but he won't be moving anyway. He's going to stay there. But he will be doing the ball by ball. I'll be attempting to read some social messages for you. And I think we've got Billy joining us. Is that right?
Do you want me to do the jingles? I don't mind doing jingles. I quite like doing jingles.
Yeah, Billy's in the waiting room. Bear's letting him in now.
We'll just stay here for now, shall we? You can do him later.
Yeah.
So, is at the end of this over, Billy will join us.
I believe so.
Billy,
yes.
we're waiting to find out all about your
Billy
latest exploit.
Billy the Kid, as I'm going to call him in a rather patronising fashion. This is pulled by KL Rahul, backward of square. He's going to get one run out to the deep square
Well,
leg
Messrs
boundary.
will vouch for the fact that Billy the Kid has been offered an all-expenses trip round the Caribbean promoting West Indies cricket. Chris Dane was so taken with this particular young talent that it was love at first sight, wasn't it?
He said, when Billy left, he said, how do we get him to the West Indies? And Dave said, well, I could act as his agent. Or was that
First class on Virgin, you should have said. That's how you get in there.
Well, we've got some excellent suggestions here. Colin Rosenthal says maybe the like-for-like concussion substitute rule should be based on arse size. I like that.
Arse size, yeah.
And Robert White says handsy at dinner would be interesting. He would certainly give you the info about the restaurant before you get there.
Full and driven to mid-on by Jaiswal, no run. The leg slips back, everyone. Exciting.
So it's Billy. I'll be back. Oh, we've got one more ball.
One more ball of this, which is the 20th over, and then we'll have the changeover officially. We'll bring Billy on from the wings. Rather than just talking about him, he can chat for himself.
The whole of Lords was talking about cha. Billy.
Jaiswal on 30. Rahul's moved past him on 34 now, but Jaiswal is facing this final over of the 20th over being bowled by Ben Stokes. He's coming in over the wicket to the left-hander. A straight ball, driven at quite expansively. It goes through mid-wicket. He's going to get a run. Stokes puts his hands on his knees in a way that suggests he's A, knackered, B, injured, C, pissed off. Take your pick. C.
Okay, I'll catch you after lunch.
Thanks, Messrs. And we do welcome Billy officially to the Combox. How are you, Billy?
I'm alright, thank you. No, I had a lovely day there, Lord. Messi did give me a brief message to say that Chris wanted me to do a West Indies tour. I half thought he was joking, but it appears that he might not be joking. I'd love to spread the Gorilla Cricket name while drinking some rum around the West Indies.
Just wait until those tickets are actually in your hand before you go off celebrating. But that sounds amazing. It's good to see you. Haven't seen you for a little while, but I know you've been busy.
No, very busy. Summer's difficult with needing to get some work in. No, when I'm at university and my mum's not on my arse, it's much easier to say that I've been working and actually have been commentating at 4 a.m.
No 4 a.m s at the moment as we're playing this game in Headingley in Leeds. A full toss. It's a change of bowling as well, with this person coming back into the attack.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a calling, all your crews will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden cast.
Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, Dave. I'll throw to you right now. You take over the commentary, and I'm sorry for nicking a ball off you.
No, God, don't be silly. What's a ball between two mates?
I owe you.
Here's Bryden Cast. That is another full toss. That's ugly from Cast. I mean, that was just a full toss, second in a row, and that's been comfortably put away by... I don't think we should give a jingle for that, because it was such a bad ball that, a 12-year-old, Oxfordshire under-12s would have put that away for 4. I mean, it was the second full toss. It was just, help yourself time there. I mean, we use the term buffet. Do you use that?
Yep.
Help yourself, buffet?
100%.
Yeah, help yourself. Eat as much as you like. What do you use, Billy, for that sort of phrase?
Yeah, buffet bowling. Although you're probably not allowed to say that now because it's probably offensive.
That's down the leg side. I think it's going to be leg buys. Yes, it is, but it's another rank ball from Cast.
Buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
I mean, Cast is a dangerous bowler when he's on song. Let's hope that this is just getting a few cobwebs. It's his second spell, though, isn't it? He opened the bowling uncharacteristically. I've never seen him open the bowling before. Have you, Billy?
No, it doesn't usually open for Durham. I have to say the England bowlers have looked spectacularly out of rhythm, to be honest.
Right.
I was really I know I messaged it on the group chat as soon as... Hang on, off this ball.
Again, it's just down the leg side. I mean, this is easy for Jeswell. All the pressure has come off. And as the pressure was building when Stokes and Tongue were together, now it's all the pressure's off and India are making serene progress. There's 77 for no wicket. Jaswell is on 36 and Rahul 34. Yeah, sorry, Billy.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, I texted the group immediately saying, I just don't understand why we're having a bowl.
That's history now.
I know, but
we covered that earlier. I'm sure you were listening to the coverage, but we did cover that. And Grubby said we concluded that this team, England, likes to chase.
I'm amazed that people who followed this England team for the last 3 years are surprised, because this is exactly what they do.
Yeah, we're not talking about it. Cast outside the off stump. It's a banned subject. I'm not asking you to introduce subjects, Billy. I'm just asking you to respond to the ones I throw to you.
Dave's in charge.
What would I be to disagree with Grubby's words? So there we go.
Well, if you're not going to disagree with Grubby, then you're not going to disagree with anyone. Who are you going to pick a fight with? If you're not going to pick a fight with Grubby, then you're going to agree with everyone. You're going to be like a yes man. Do you want to be a yes man?
I enjoy picking fights with Gary.
No, but do you want to be a yes man? Because that's what Chris Dering's looking for in the West Indies. He wants a yes man to go round. No, just someone who's enthusiastic about cricket. Here's outside the off stump. It's way too wide to be played, and probably coming to the end of probably one of the worst overs so far. Awful over from Cast. He's 0 for 16. 0 for 18, that was his second spell. India 77 for no wicket off 21 overs. And taking over on your socials is Grubster.
Leo writes in to say, good luck finding a sub for Lungi with that arse rule. Fair point. Someone else putting Bavuma forward for the Arse chat. Grubby fan club stand up, says Steve Bruce. Wow, I feel honoured. Jeff brackets energy says good afternoon, good morning. Oh, goody. India off to a freaky start. England on top. What? I guess good to see both two big teams slash it out, says Jeff. Are we slashing it out? There's only one team doing the slashing at the moment.
Stokes to continue. He's looked like he's going to be increasingly dangerous with that one down the leg side. Leg slip is in. It's gone through his hands. Crawley at leg slip, looks like. Is it Crawley? Yes, it is. Yeah. Should have stopped that. And he has a laugh about it in the sort of annoying Crawley manner. Someone who never looks too down and dejected when he gets out or makes a mistake.
I'd say England have looked pretty off it this morning. Those kind of little mistakes just don't hurt.
I mean, if you can't get up for this match, Billy.
Well, I think I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of Bashir soon. It can't get any worse. Maybe he'll try and get a
It could get worse, yeah. No, I'd rather keep that little pleasure for later in the day. Can get a lot worse.
Give us something else to moan about later. We're bored moaning about the seamers.
It could get a lot worse. Trying to keep the tone positive, Billy. Did you not get the briefing notes? Outside the off stump, that's driven beautifully by KL Rowell.
Shot.
Another lovely shot from him. We've seen some excellent stroke play from KL Rowell. The longer his hair grows, the finer he plays. Well, it's a long time since KL Rowell asked for a number 2 in his local barber.
He said, sorry, the toilet's for paying customers only.
That's twos. Or as they say in India, toozy. When they're asking someone to run a 2, they go toozy.
Toozy, do they?
Yeah. I've got to give a shout out to Phil Savage. That's on the back foot. Raoul plays that down. Who's captaining the Sussex Martlets today, the leading Sussex amateur team. They're in action against a visiting Australian touring side, and they'll be captained by Phil Savage. That's taking place at East Grinstead Cricket Club, the club that produced the John Augustus Snow. John Snow was a product of East Grinstead and Christchurch and everything else. But
Phil Savage is the man there.
Sussex Martlets playing there this afternoon. All are welcome. India, 82 for no wicket. Stokes comes in, and that's a better ball and gets late inward movement. But Rahul's looking quite settled now. He's moved on to 38. How he would love to cement his place in Indian sentiment by getting a century in this first test, because he's one of those players that, it's sort of in and out, different roles. In fact, you can give him any role and he will.
He's a man for all seasons. What do you think of that last ball, Billy? That just a bit of an in-ducker, wasn't it?
Yeah, wonderful delivery, late movement, which is what England need. But now he's got to follow it up with another decent ball. Don't let him get away with the boundary.
Yeah, pressure off with that one. Good point, Billy. That was outside the off stump. Not, I think, what you wanted to see there.
No.
Because again, it just gives a respite and Yeah, exactly the point. I think England have been, when they have bowled the odd good delivery, they then bowled a poor one afterwards and just lets them take the pressure off. You've got to build pressure. Sure, any club cricketer would tell you that. Any club cricketer would tell. How is your playing season going, Billy?
I played a couple of games back to back on Saturday, Sunday.
Representing who? Representing who?
One was my local club, Amport, and the other was my old school.
Which is?
After this ball.
After this ball, is that the one outside the off stump that's left by
my old school Sherburn, which was good fun. I had got to the crease, played 2 forward defensives, then slapped a full toss straight for mid on.
Billy, we need
temperament.
We need to talk off mic, off air, because I've recently met a couple of ex Sherborne students.
Sherburnians.
Yeah, and I'd like to know whether you know them, because that would be very interesting to me to say that I know you, because that would put me up in their books. But no, going back to the Chris Derring thing. So we're in the Coronation Gardens, and Billy comes to join us. I'm talking to Chris Derring, the Chief Executive of West Indies Cricket, and Chris is completely taken by Billy and says, would he be available to come over to the Caribbean and, cover cricket for us? That's down the leg side. Pass, no shot from Jeswell. What is the answer to that? We're talking about, the season that starts in October, November. Are you available, Billy?
Yeah, I've got all my uni work, but I could come out in kind of, I don't know, over December. How long does their season go on for?
Well, that's for you to look up, Billy. While we're talking, if you could just look up the West Indies schedule.
I am absolutely available. I can bin uni very easily.
Yeah, that beats. This is a good one from Cast. He said, he went up in the air, but there's no movement from anyone else. He thought for a moment that Jeswell had got a touch. Stokes comes in with the applause. It was only a matter of time before Cast found his range. He's not a bad bowler. He's a very good bowler.
Yeah.
And that was his top ball. So
it was.
We've seen some rusty stuff from him, but this one was right on the money. Can he? And as Billy said, can he follow it up? Yeah. So what Chris wants, Billy, is someone to go round and cover one of the competitions, either the 50 over, the red, what used to be called the red stripe, or the 4-day tournament outside the off stump, and then outside, and that's flashed out no run. And of course, any West Indies engagements over the winter, which I'm not sure what they are. I know they're playing Australia starting next week in a 3-test series, and I'll be talking about that with Roland Butcher during the lunchtime interval. That's Brooks World of Cricket with Roland Butcher.
Yes, stay tuned.
Yes,
stay tuned. I'm just going to interject with a bit of cash.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat gain. Super chat gain.
From Brian in Brisbane, $10 Australian. He says, finished my half-day work Friday in the Bear Pub now, enjoying £2.20 pints.
Cast, it's short, it's wide. An acrobatic attempt. Stop, it's hard to say, by Pope there. What? I think it's Pope. Yes, it was. Was that straight in or did it bounce?
I was looking. I
think it bounced.
Tell us.
It
bounced. So it's a terrific stop.
My computer's slightly.
Terrific stop.
Sure it bounced.
Brian has told us that the demographic in the Bear Pub, where he's enjoying his £2.20 pints, is very GC, which I suspect. Oh, the GPL is £194 currently. And I think it's going to be open until just after 1 o'clock today. Oh, 1 o'clock sharp. You better get your guesses in, people. Half an hour left. No, 15 minutes.
That one is fired in right on the money, and Raoul, though, is equal to it and plays that down. Grubster, it's really lovely to be on the mic. Sorry, Billy, we just got to indulge in a bit of a second sport talk for a second, because we all... I'm sure you have a second sport. What's your second sport, Billy?
I play a lot. Golf, tennis, everything, football.
No, second. I didn't ask for second, third and fourth. What's your second?
They're all equal.
Oh, God's sake.
You're going to talk about horse racing, aren't you, Dave?
Yes.
I love horse racing.
Oh, great.
Good man.
Here's that one is well pitched up, but it's nicely driven. It's sort of caressed by KL Rao.
Jesus.
That's gone straight to the boundary, and it's going to give Grubby the opportunity to play one of these.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
In fact, Billy, I've just had an idea, if you're listening still.
Yeah.
I'm just checking. No, I didn't know whether you disappeared during the ad breaks on Sky. Some of our remote contributors use that as an opportunity to replenish their cups.
Do they?
Yes, I've noticed that. They're not there when you need them.
No, don't worry. I'm here.
Well, at lunchtime, I'm talking to Roland Butcher about the West Indies. Why don't you come and join us, and give your view? Stay on over the lunch interval. Can you make that?
Yeah, I'll
Outside
I might just I'll just need 5 minutes to sort out a bit of lunch for my grandfather.
Or join us at the halfway stage, perhaps, because we're going to join us at the halfway stage. Just come back on that line. So that was Raoul. Caressing that to the boundary. I think we covered that one, Grubbs, didn't we? But going back to...
I'm worried about Billy's grandfather not getting fed at this rate.
Well, we can't worry about everyone in the world, Grubbs. I know you're the type of person who does. And
what can I do, mate? I'm a giver.
That's what makes you what you are, a giver. Grubby, I want, in the spirit of giveness, not forgiveness, here's Stokes bowls. That's a good one. Right on target, and Jeswell plays that back to Stokes, who walks back in a determined fashion. So we're giving our listeners a tip, a selection. It's a form. It's not inside knowledge or anything like that. It's just a tip. It's not a huge price, and investments can go down as well as up. So you pay your money, take your choice, have a fun bet on this. It's a horse called Climbing. It's in the 205, not at Ascot. No, at Market Raisin over the jumps. Come on. Stokes bowls, driven nicely by Jezebel. That is one of the top shots you'll see today. Just caressed it. It wasn't a bad ball. It was a good length. And Jezebel's hitting his stride now. And that lack of discipline in England's bowling is going to come to haunt them.
Only on Guerrilla Cricket will you get horse racing chat of that quality. It's Royal Ascot, so your tip comes from Market Raisin. Bang.
I don't...
the one thing...
Yeah. Go on,
Just
Billy.
quickly, I would quite like to see Stokes come round the wicket. Anytime Jezebel's had wit, he's looked pretty good. I wouldn't mind Stokes trying to tuck him up, maybe get him LBW. But something different, I think, is needed. He looks so comfortable.
Stokes, has he got a response to that? Jezebel flashes outside the off stump. It's into the ground, but it's stopped again by Pope at the gully. That was probably more like it. Just cramp him up a bit, as Billy was suggesting there. So you played for your old school, did you say, Billy?
Yeah, I played for my old school.
What, the
well,
old
played for my club on
the old
Saturday.
Sherbonians?
Yeah, Sheburnians.
Sheburnians.
It's a club on Saturday, Sheburnians on the Sunday.
Lovely school
which was
in
good fun.
Dorset, not far from Dorchester.
Yeah, really had a lovely few years. I'm going back on Sunday actually to play cricket for them, which is why I'm not around to commentate. Which is
We've got to play at the weekends. On his leg stump, that's flicked away. Oh, bit stop start, shall we? Shan't we? Yeah. What's that? Reminds me of that private eye cover that time. David Owen, the leader of the SDP, batting.
Yeah.
And he goes, yes, no, wait, go on then. Sorry.
The one thing I do want to ask you guys
Get
about
back, you fool was the last one. That's it. Get back, you fool.
Is your memories of Karen Nairn's triple century? Because there's been some talk about it.
It was sitting in Guerrilla Cricket, commentating on a lot of it. In the same match where KL Rahul got his biggest Test score of 199.
Stokes is full outside the off stump. That's driven by Jezebel. Doesn't time it that time. He moves on to 41. India will be happy with this start. So going back to Billy's question.
I just have another one of these to crack in there.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat game. Super chat game.
Worth your $5 that, Brian, wasn't it? And I think you've just won your own competition, which was to get a super chat in this little stint. Kieran Roseblade, by the way, I don't know if you're trying to matchmake here, Billy, but it says cricket, golf, tennis and football are all my cousin's favourite sports also. Destiny.
Well,
I mean...
this goes back to, this has been going on throughout the winter.
Ah.
Kieran, last time you messaged, Messi sent me a screenshot of the chat, but Kieran, your niece, has apparently now got
Cousin.
a boyfriend, so I'm out of the picture.
Oh, well.
So get back to us on that.
He seems to be tapping you up.
I'm very much available.
Are you now? Have you broken up? You're from university now.
Yeah, I've broken up from university.
So you're off until September. This one is well directed by Cars. Rahul covers up and just plays it down. There's no run. So India 91 for no wicket. Jaswal on 41. Rahul 42. Excellent start for India in this series. First blow to them. I can almost hear Bob Willis the late Bob Willis coming on and giving the segment.
Yeah.
To
I'll have you back in the dock.
Giving the segment to India. Oh, bit of a shot of the Brains Trust there. Robert Key and Richard Gould. Richard Gould, formerly of Somerset, Surrey Chief Exec, of course, Bristol City as well, and now Chief Exec of the ECB, chatting to Rob Key. This one is played up to extra cover and there's no run. What did you ask us, Billy?
Riding. What did I ask you?
No, ask us.
I can't remember.
I can't remember what you said. Just something
Things move fast in the combat. It doesn't matter. But I will tell you that...
I was just about to say that Bryden Cast is looking in slightly better rhythm in this second spell. This is, of course, where he usually bowls.
Well,
more,
apart from the first over, that was
new ball, as
absolute
you were saying.
shite.
Yeah, the first couple of deliveries here, he looks.
No, the
slightly
whole
better
of that
length.
first over was told, but he's now found it. Yeah, now found it. Baz is sitting upright. Baz McCullum, that's news. Oh, that one jumps off a length. First one we've seen misbehaving. At last, Cast making use of his height and delivering a heavy ball. KL Rahul has to have a look at his bat to check that it's all in working order.
Stephen Kelk was also pleased to see you back in the house, Billy, and suggests that maybe you should have flashed your youthful smile at Kieran's cousin. This is all getting a bit weird, so I'm going to move on from that.
I think I'm going to go back to Billy's summer plans in a moment. You know what I'm going to ask you, Billy. I'm asking you for your availability for the Australia series. You could be straight on that plane. Outside the off stump, Raul lets that one go, and there's no run. In particular, the third test of the 3-test series, West Indies versus Australia at Sabina Park, their first test match in 6 or 7 years. You could be there, Billy, if you tell me your availability.
I'd absolutely love. Well, I'll drop everything to if that opportunity was there.
Would you do the second test in? Would you want to do the second test as well in Guyana?
I'd have to have a look at the dates, but
And
I can.
Surely not the first test in Barbados too.
This is amazing. I really hope this comes off after all this.
Here's Cast outside the off stump. You have to flick at that. That's out. That's the wicket. At last, the breakthrough before lunch. Bryden Cast has got KL Raul. He was up there and lured into the trap was Raul. He played a sort of casual shot and he's taken comfortably at second slip. Raul, little shake of his long locks there. He's got plenty of time to put the rollers back in and get some conditioner on that, because he won't be taking any further part of the action, one thinks, for the day. That's pouched nicely at first slip. Harry Brook, I think it is, who took that catch at first.
Joe Root.
Joe Root, I beg your pardon. Come in, number 66. Joe Root. Welcome to the game, Joe Root. And Harry Brook gives him a hug, a tap on the shoulder. So Rahul, it's another pretty 40 from him, but India, the question marks will still be about Rahul's position as opener, because he hasn't gone on that many times.
The crowd says you're out.
Of course, there's no Kohli, no Sharma to look forward to in the middle order. We've got a debutant coming in. Billy, what do you know about the debutant, number 3?
Well, Sudarshan, 23 years old. He's had a few starts in the IPL, hasn't he? A little bit in ODI cricket, and I mean, you know, these days, the youngsters, especially the exposure that they have to IPL cricket and the pressure there, that they seem to take to Test match cricket quite easily. So I have to say, excited to watch him play. That was a really good catch by Joe Root, by the way. It was a little bit of a way swing that Bryden Cast has seemed to get, and yeah, well taken.
No, thank you for that, Billy. I think we have to bring the Stephen Kelp cousin thing to a close by telling you that she is engaged and pregnant. However, if you're willing to make a grand gesture, blah, blah, blah. And that's the end of that. That was in response to the question, is Billy available? Which has been asked in many different contexts. Here is that new, I need to find his jingle as well. Sorry, I was too busy trying to stir the pot there. Where is he? There he is. And here he is.
There he is. There he goes.
91 for 1 it is.
This does present a little opportunity for England. They've been so lacklustre in this session, but 5 minutes to go. They'll probably only get one more over after this.
And it is Sudarshan who's facing up to Bryden Cast's first ball in Test cricket. It's a straight one. It takes him on the pad. It looks high to me as an appeal, which Cast seems to get more interested in the more seconds tick by. But I don't think they're going to review that. That was very high. He just prodded forward. Nothing doing really. And that is the end of the 25th over. 91 for 1. Yeah, Billy.
Nothing doing at all. I do think this little 5 minute period is crucial, because England have been so poor, as I say, and if they can even make it 91 for 2, that would, be the session almost on a par with India just slightly ahead, and it would completely change the complexion.
For sure.
It was a full ball by Carson. Rahul didn't need to play at it at all, to be honest. He'll be annoyed looking at that.
Yeah, but he scored a lot of runs through that area, and he might have thought, here's another one. The ball it was as slip catches go, it was fairly straightforward, wasn't it? It seemed to sort of almost float its way to Joe Root. He has dropped a few in recent times, hasn't he? But pouched that one. And I think your assessment of the England bowling, I'll just do this while Dave's off doing an errand. Back in his crease goes Jaiswal. They come through for a quick single. I think your assessment is probably fair, but if a little harsh, of the England bowling. First thing, I think some of the lengths that the bowlers explored first up were because they saw it swinging, and maybe they just didn't quite get it sort of straight enough. But I didn't think they were awful. We've had some low points though. We've had some low points.
Maybe our brains, or at least mine, is so used to seeing the almost metronomic accuracy of Anderson abroad, and to not see that, and for it to be a bit more erratic, is different. And of course, Cast will be nervous, Tongue will be nervous. They've had long layoffs through injury, and it's a big test series for them.
Stokes in to bowl to Sudarshan, who angles his bat, and it's a decent diving stop at third slip there. Is that Duckett? I think it is, diving away to his left and preventing at least a couple. Don't know if there's any cover on the third man boundary, otherwise that would have been 4 that he saved. But keeps the new man on 0.
Exactly, I was about to say just that. That's the kind of little battles in Test cricket that are just so important, keeping the new batsman and the at the crease. And Stokes now has another 4 deliveries to bowl at him.
Yeah.
Before lunch.
So I think that wicket probably means we won't see Shoaib Bashir either before lunch. I thought we might get the token spinners over. A full delivery is flicked at. Is that caught down the leg side? It's certainly taken something. And Paul Rifle says no. So I think we can safely assume it must have just brushed the trouser of Sudarshan.
Yeah, interesting on the back of shirt, he just has Sile, SAI, rather than his full surname. Maybe it was too long to actually fit on the back.
Well, I'm sure whoever sewed it on the back is happy about that. in the same.
England just have got this ball to move a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah.
Especially when the lacquers come off it. That always seems to be the way after about 10 overs. It can get moving. A good tumbling stop from Jamie Smith.
2 leg slips to go with the 3 conventional slips. This is tickled and is caught. Tickled and caught by the diving Jamie Smith. The new man has to go for none, and England are in the game at 92 for 2.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well,
you have to think that was a plan from England from the off, to be honest. They went to that ploy very quickly to Sudarshan, and he's fallen for it.
He has.
Good take by Jamie Smith, a little tickle down the leg side, and there we go. And as I said, that changes the complexion of the session.
Got to learn quick, and that diving stop from Duckett in the slips a couple of balls ago looks even more important now. It would have given him, would have got him off the mark. He didn't get off the mark, and he remained on the mark, and he's out for a quacker.
Apologies for this, for my dipping out there, because I have to put my money where my mouth is, and I know Billy put the case for Sudarshan for T20 players adapting immediately to Test cricket, but that's in their own territory, not in England. Swinging ball, I didn't think he'd last. I had to go and put money down. So Sudarshan is back in the hutch, and England will be happy with that. That's honours even, I think, at the lunchtime interval.
For Ron guessed that your errand was a beer. Close, it was a bet.
Production note, could you just put a message on the World of Cricket group for Roland Butcher to join the broadcast?
Sure,
please?
I'll be your PA, yeah. Here he comes.
Grobster, forever the professional there, not allowing any personal animosity to cloud his judgment. Jezwell not out 42, the 2 wickets to fall. KL Rowell was caught root bowled cast for 42, and Sudarshan on debut. What a tough assignment that was. And don't forget, he's taking the place of a certain Virat Kohli. Caught Smith, bowled Stokes, no score. So at lunch on the first day, India, having been put in by England 92 for 2. The bowling figures: Chris Wokes, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23. Tongue, 5 overs for 21. And it was that man, Ben Stokes, took the other wicket, 5.4 overs. That last ball before lunch, as it turned out, 1 for 20. So, Billy, honours even?
Yeah, I'd say honours even. I mean, in the mental side of it, you'd almost say England on top. They'll be buzzing going into the lunch break, and you'd think they'll come out in the afternoon session with some real vigour. Good to get a slightly soft dismissal of Sudarshan, you'd say, but it was seeming to be bowling from a plan. That's obviously something that their research has been. But no, a good session of cricket. Honours even.
Are you a punter, Billy?
Yeah, a little bit more than my parents would like, I'd say. I do like a penalty.
No, I didn't say do your parents approve of your punting. I said, are you a punter?
Yeah, I like a bet.
You were the one who introduced your parents into things. Have you taken them up?
Not on the cricket.
You haven't taken your parents up with you to the university, have you? No, so you're free to have a bet if you want. So have you had a bet as a student with your precious grant money? Have you had a dabble on anything? And if so...
yeah, the odd small thing. I did well at Cheltenham because I was on Golden Ace.
Right, that was a 10-to-1 shot for Jeremy Scott.
That bought me a couple.
Well, I hope you climb on to this. It's a short price banger, but I think it's going to hose up today in the 205 at Market Raisin. That's climbing the mount of Gavin Sheehan for informed Jamie Snowden, having a great time over the summer jumps. And Market Raisin, a nice true track for the punter. Obviously, investments can go down as well as up. We don't have a bookmaker partner, so I'm just saying, if you want to make your £4 into £10 or your 40 pence into a pound, that would be a way to do it. Do you follow the summer jumps, Billy?
No, not really. The jumps is far more my favourite than the flat, but I'm kind of following it from
in the main season. Fair enough.
Well,
look, it is the cricket season. So up in you're in Durham,
Newcastle. Yeah.
So I'll go to message him.
Newcastle, which is really good fun. Done 2 years and thoroughly enjoyed.
And you're studying?
I do business and journalism. Although our lecturers, I think you might quite like this, our lecturers have been on strike from March and are still on strike. And the university, our tuition is £9,500, and our university emailed us yesterday saying that we can get £200 compensation.
But surely, Billy, you see the big picture. Surely you can see the big picture that lecturers have had to carry on for too long without any material or real increase in pay. And a typical lecturer would take home less than £2,000 a month. Is that sustainable?
I understand that, but
don't you support the action?
No, I do completely support the action.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that if it's costing us £9,000, as in, we should be compensated. Why are we paying £9,000 and a bit?
You want the teachers to pay, do you, for that?
No. I want the university to pay.
You want the lecturers to compensate you rather than settling with the staff?
No, not at all. I want the university or definitely not the teachers. I sympathise with the teachers because they don't want to go on strike.
I'm not quite clear on your position. Are you saying the university should compensate you first, and then if there's any money left over, give a pay award to lecturers, or the other way around, give the pay award to lecturers and then compensation?
I think lecturers need to be paid properly, and as they should be. This strike is actually over 300 redundancies that they're making.
I see. Right.
It's not necessarily overpay.
Right.
But I just think,
don't forget tonight in the Vitality Brass we've got Surrey versus Middlesex. That's the television match tonight. Of course, all the games on YouTube. Have you been enjoying the county coverage in the run up to this on YouTube? I find myself getting drawn into it more and more now. The coverage has got so much better.
Yeah, I absolutely loved the county live streams. I have to say they're fantastic. It means I can just watch those all day, which is awesome. They're so good.
Which is the best county coverage?
I am biased, but I do actually think Hampshire's.
Yeah, Hampshire's is very good. I'm going to commend Somerset's. I think the Somerset stream is absolutely first class. It really is. And Surrey too. They're getting more camera angles now. We're getting close-ups of the players. It really is a great service that the BBC provides. So we're here in the lunchtime interval, and thanks for staying with us because it's a chance to get to know Billy Stevens, and the man much in demand in the Caribbean. I just messaged Chris Daring, Billy, while I was off air, and he's immediately come back and said that he would be able to receive you and welcomes you over for the Test series, which starts in a week's time. But he's interested to know how much do you know about it. So I'm going to give you a quiz. How much do you know about the West Indies Australia series? Are you ready?
You're giving me a quiz.
Yes, it's a quiz. There's a lot riding on this. There's a lot riding on this.
How many years is this dating back to?
No, it's all about the future. I'm not going to ask you any historical questions. It's all about the upcoming series. Because I think Chris Daring, the chief exec, just wants to be reassured that you are following West Indies cricket, current West Indies cricket. How many Test matches do West Indies play against Australia starting next week?
3.
Correct. That's the first question right for Billy, 3. Where is the first Test match played? I've literally just told you.
You did. One was at Sabina Park.
Yes, the last one is Sabina Park. Where is the first one?
Park.
Popular venue with English tourists.
Was it in Barbados?
It is in Barbados, yeah. I believe the second is in Antigua, but I may be wrong on that. Someone could check. That would be great. So yeah, we could, Chris is all, they would probably fly. I think they're going to fly you out and provide accommodation in return for you doing bits and pieces for the host broadcaster.
Yeah, that would be incredible.
He thinks. I think he said you were eloquent and good-looking and young, which are not normally 3 attributes applied to cricket commentators in the Caribbean.
Look, I'd absolutely. That would be a properly incredible opportunity for me. So, Chris, please get in touch and thank you so much.
Well, what I'll do is I'll just play the mediator and introduce you guys. So
thank you.
So yeah, West Indies, Australia. We could be listening to Billy reporting from the Caribbean, but it means missing some of these Test matches.
Yeah, that would be a shame. But
do you want to have time to think about it?
At least I'll be watching Test cricket.
Well, you would be watching Test cricket.
Might have some time to speak about it.
The last time these two teams played each other, West Indies and Australia, what was the outcome of the last Test match they played?
Well, it was Shamar Joseph.
It was, correct.
Wonderful spell of bowling that got West Indies over the line. You had the wonderful videos of Brian Lara crying in the commentary box. Truly fantastic spectacle.
Well, you could be out there, Billy, and for the first Test match in Bridgetown, Barbados, and right on cue for this World of Cricket podcast, we have, not from Barbados, because he's been from Barbados to England and back, and now back to England again. It's Roland Butcher, who joins us from Oxfordshire.
Yeah, David, good afternoon, and great to talk to you, and hope things are going well.
Well, it is great to talk to you too, Roland, and of course a man who has been from Barbados to England, first black cricketer to play for England, then back to Barbados as an administrator, latterly on the selection committee. So obviously I'm going to be asking you about your thoughts on the West Indies selection, the squad that's been named under the new captain, Roston Chase. So let's move straight on to that, Roland, because my idea of heaven is to have 2 Test match series happening at the same time, and the hours mean that we can go from one to the other. 2 TV subscriptions necessary, but only you don't need any radio subscription, because I believe the radio coverage will be on well, I actually don't know where it is yet, but we'll find that out. I'm sure you know, Roland. It'll be one of probably your man in Trinidad and Tobago will be providing the coverage. But let's talk about that series, West Indies Australia. As a selector for West Indies last year, you were grooming a certain Josh De Silva to take over the captaincy. He was the highest run scorer in the 4-day competition in West Indies this year. How disappointed were you, Roland, to see that Josh De Silva not only not captain in this squad, but he hasn't made the squad for this forthcoming Test series starting next week against Australia?
Yes, David, listen, we invested quite heavily in Josh De Silva over the last 2 or 3 years. You know, he was vice captain of the senior men's team. He was captain of the A team, which were very successful as well. And, you know, in all intents and purposes, it appeared as if he was the one being groomed for the job. You know, he was dropped, obviously, for the last couple of Test matches in Pakistan, which to me should not have really made any difference when it came to selecting a captain. When you think of the possible captains that was available, perhaps this is the weakest time where West Indies have had choices for captaincy.
Well, let's talk about Roston Chase, who's been named a left field selection in so much as he wasn't in the Test match team, hasn't been in it for the last 2 or 3 years, but he's got some experience to offer, Roland. Is that something you can work with? I know it wouldn't have been your choice, but do you think that he will make a good captain?
Well, let's put it this way: you've got no choice. He is the captain, so you're going to have to, you're going to have to work with him and see how it goes. it will not be an easy job by any stretch of the imagination, because for two reasons. Obviously, it's a new situation for him, a team that you're not certain how the team is going to perform, because you brought in a couple of players that you are hoping will do well at international cricket. You're hoping Brandon King will come to the party. You're hoping that Shea Hope would rediscover the form of 4 or 5 years ago.
Just to chip in there, that's Shea Hope and Brandon King, two sort of white ball players in recent times who've been persuaded by the new coach Darren Sammy, who's taken all formats now. He was the white ball coach, but he's now been given the test match as well. Your thoughts, Roland, on Darren Sammy as a leader? He's been a popular captain in the past. What do you make of his fledgling coaching career?
Well, listen, Darren Sammy is a very committed guy to the job. I think he's got an extremely difficult job to do, because he's now being placed in an unenviable position to be coach of all three teams, and then to be the lone selector of all three teams. I think that's like putting a man, letting him know he's going to be hanged, but not giving him the day that he's going to be hanged.
Well, hold on, Roland. It happens in football all the time. You've got the coach picking the team. What's wrong with that? This cricket learning from football.
David, totally different sport. In football, you've got a situation where the coach is with the players every single day, day in, day out. That's his role. He's with those players. Same set of players. He doesn't change another 15 players halfway during the season, right? He has those players on the books. He works with them day in, day out. Players go to the team because of injury or loss of form, but he's with the players day in, day out. Now, being coach of three international teams, it is totally different. You've now got a situation where at times they're competing formats. Test series started, the Test series is starting in West Indies next week, while the one day was going on in England and Ireland. So the same coach was here while the team is trying to prepare there. So it's completely different. You cannot. If anybody tried to say that it's the same as a football coach, really, I think he's barking up the wrong tree.
Right, so I've just said that, Roland. Are you saying that I'm barking up the wrong tree?
You are barking up the wrong tree, and anybody who thinks like you,
right,
on this issue is barking up the wrong tree.
Well, very few people think like me. I find it's hard to get anyone to support anything I'm saying.
David, what I'm saying is that it is a really difficult job.
Yeah.
For him to do all three of those jobs. Listen, as a coach, your job as a coach, you're almost like a father to the players, right? Apart from his biological father, you're the next one who sees them more than anyone else. And you have to build those relationships with the players based on you being the coach. Now, suddenly you are now put in a position where you've also got to decide on the future solely. You have to decide on the future of those same players. There is a possibility that there will be a conflict.
Yeah,
because
I can see that.
If, for instance, I have an argument with my coach today on whatever issue, right, and then they're picking the squad 2 days later and I'm left out. What is to stop me thinking that one of the reasons I have been left out of this squad is because I had a disagreement with the coach?
Yeah.
I don't think a coach should be put in that position. I think a coach really needs to be with the players all the way. He must be supporting players 100% in every situation.
Okay.
Not split loyalties.
So we've got Roston Chase as the captain. I'd like just to highlight one or two of the players that have missed out on selection. Is this the end of the road for Kemar Roach? And, whatever happens to the farewell test, he's up there with the leading wicket takers in West Indies cricket, 272, I think it is, wickets. Did he deserve something more than just a tap on the shoulder to say we don't want you anymore, Kemar?
Well, I think Kemar would be very disappointed that he was left out of the series. When you think, in actual fact, the last 3-4 years, Kemar's success as a West Indies bowler has been in the Caribbean. He's had overseas, perhaps not as good, but at home, because of the type of pitches we play on in the Caribbean, he has been successful. He's not been getting 5-6 wickets, but he regularly picks up 2 or 3 wickets. I could understand that at some point in time you will have to move on from Kemar Roach. I didn't believe that they would move on straight away, particularly when first test was going to be played in Barbados. I thought that he would get the opportunity to play in that test.
But they've brought in a rookie Bajan bowler, pace bowler. Tell us about Lane.
Well, Johan Lane is a promising young player. He's one for the future. He's by no means really ready for this level of cricket, but he's definitely, one for the future. And I can understand why you would want to think of Lane.
Is he quick? Is he quick?
Yeah, I mean he's quickish. He's not out and out quick. And the likelihood that he will not play. So basically,
Let's talk about a player who will play, who you discovered during your time as a selector, and that is Shamar Joseph. You must have been elated at his 7-wicket burst, which led to Australia defeat against West Indies in Brisbane.
Yes, I was overjoyed, but really overjoyed for him because he really is a nice fella, and I've known him for a number of years. And really, his success there was. When I wouldn't say it was a surprise. I expected that he would do well in Australia because I think conditions in Australia suits his sort of bowling. But with such spectacular results, I don't think anybody could have said he would have got those sort of results. He did. That's not going to count for much now. It's been a long time really since that happened. He hasn't had much international red ball cricket up to this point. So really, it's a fresh start for him. He's got to start all over again. And it's going to be a tough series for him as well.
Well, tough series for West Indies. They all are against Australia, of course. Who are we going to look for, West Indies fans? Who's going to score the runs? You had to put one person up as highest scorer. Someone has to be highest scorer. Who's it going to be? You've got Mikael Louis. He looks like John Campbell's coming back into the team from the Jamaican ban for 2 years for some sort of failure to take a drugs test, but he's back. He had a very good domestic season for Jamaica. Are you going to put him up, or are you going to go for a successful return for Hope, or is there someone else up your sleeve? Because there's no Alec Athanaze, he's out. Kevin Hodge is out too. So there's space in the middle order. Who's going to come through?
Well, listen, they will be hoping that King Carty, Shea Hope does the bulk of the batting, but I don't think they can say with any certainty that, because for the different reasons why those 3 players are actually in the team. Carty is obviously right at the beginning. Shea Hope has been missing for a number of years. Brandon King also very new. So, you're keeping your fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I think the player most likely to do reasonably well would be the John Campbell. I think he has the sort of game that could get him some success. When I say success, does it mean he gets a big 150? Perhaps not, but I think he could get regular half centuries, maybe 80s, etc. I think he's got a game to be able to do that. You would hope that Shea Hope can adjust.
Roland, we met for the first time probably when I was covering Jamaica first class season, and John Campbell hadn't come on the scene in those days, but I know at that stage there were 5 or 6 Jamaicans in the team. You had Jimmy Adams and you had Wavell Hines, and going back a bit. It's good to see a Jamaican batter in that lineup, not just because I lived in Jamaica for a while working for KLAS Sports Radio 105.8, keep it locked, but because John Campbell on his last test outings, against Australia, got to 40 a number of times and looked like he was in and then got himself out. Is he an improved player from the one we saw when he last played Test cricket?
Well, listen, the test is going to be there come when this game starts. You will know whether his game is improved or not. What should happen is, obviously, he's been out the game for a little while, so he should be quite hungry to get back at this level. He will also know that it's a good opportunity because there's definitely a shortage of opening batters in the region of the caliber to hold on a regular place for West Indies. So
we had such high hopes for Chanderpaul, Tangerine Tagnarine Chanderpaul. What happened? He appeared on the scene, got a double ton, against Bangladesh, never saw him again.
Well, I think Chanderpaul should still be in the mix. That is my view. You know, I think if you look at Chanderpaul's record, even though he had a lean time, I think in a series or two back, if you look at his record, you know, it is comparable with any of the others. I don't think he's somebody that should be written off. For some reason, he slipped off the radar, but I think he should be very much in the mix, particularly, you know, with Craig Brathwaite coming towards the end of his career. I think Chanderpaul has got a good opportunity to
get back.
To get back. And he should be thought of as that person. David, you made a comment earlier about you're glad to see a Jamaican in the side. That situation doesn't really ring a bell with me because Jamaican, Barbadian, St. Lucian, Antigua makes no difference to me. As you know, as a selector, I was only interested in selecting players who had what it took to get the job done for the West Indies team. So whether he was from Jamaica or whatever was incidental.
Which is the selection you're proudest of? Would it be Shamar Joseph, or would you want to put anyone else up that you've really championed?
I'm proud of all the selections that I made.
Yeah.
I mean, I think all the selections we made have come good. You know, we stuck with the young players. Disappointed to see Athena is not in the setup at the moment. Also, obviously, Hodge. Disappointed to see him not being in the setup, where those two have been the top run scorers in the last year. Made it difficult for them once Sammy decided that he wanted to have Shea Hawke back and Brandon King in the setup. Then really,
but that's an encouraging trend, isn't it, Roland? That's an encouraging trend to see so-called white players, you know, that label removed, and Sammy embracing the all-format version.
It's already embracing them, but at the end of the day, the proof is going to be in the easy. I mean, can they get the job done? That's all that's going to matter.
Okay.
It's not going to matter whether they're white ball or not.
Let's talk about the bowling attack. Javon Seals needs no introduction to Sussex fans. He's performed very well when given his opportunity. Anderson Phillip has experience. He's the like-for-like replacement for Kemar Roach, isn't he? And he's been playing at Lancashire. Would you say he's going to make that starting lineup as a like-for-like replacement for Roach?
He could make it, but, you know, will he be as good as Roach? I mean, the role that Roach fulfilled in this team of late was one who really steadied things. Obviously, the others are pretty attacking bowlers. Joseph is attacking. I'm talking about Azari, so could go for runs. Jaden Seals is an attacking bowler as well, so when you attack, you can go for runs. Kemar Roach really was the one that when things were going against him would come and hold and end up. You know, ball tight, cut the scoring rate down, get one or two picks out. I don't think Anderson Phillips can do that job.
Then you've got three all-rounders then. You've got Justin Greaves.
You've basically got, he's pretty much an attacking bowler as well, so you're going to have to rely on, you know, Justin Greaves' play as someone to try and bowl a few overs. You know, the other problem I see happening really is that by making Jamal Warrican the vice captain, you know, it means probably that he will play. You know, Austin Chase will have to bowl as well. Doesn't really give any other spinners an opportunity to play.
Okay, but doesn't Warrican deserve this chance? His figures recently have been spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, the last two series he's done well, particularly in Pakistan. I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve, but, you know, in the West Indies, you would never want to play three spinners against Australia. I mean, that makes no sense whatsoever. So they've got themselves some questions to answer.
My last question about West Indies, we said that KC Carty, the number 3, is at the start of his career, but he's had a very good run of scores now. Tell us about KC Carty.
Well, he's done very well in white ball cricket. You know, he's been around for a little while. He's taken his opportunity serving in the white ball game. The question is going to be, can he transform that form into the red ball game? The red ball game is going to be a lot harder for all of those players because for the obvious reasons. You know, you're playing against high quality skill bowlers with attacking fields. The ball stays shiny for a long time. It's a much more patient game, so you know it's not like the white ball game where you can come in, no slips and gully, and you can be inventive and do all sorts of things. So you know they're going to have to be really at their best if they're going to keep that Australian attack out.
You're listening to Brooks World of Cricket with Roland Butcher. first black player to play for England, West Indies selector, still going strong, not just as a director, you were director of sport, of course, at the University of West Indies, but you retain your coaching hat on with your coach. I know you're a football coach now of the Barbados girls side, and I noticed with interest in my copy of the Oxford Mail, I beg your pardon, that we may be seeing the Roland Butcher Cricket Academy. Let's talk about that, Roland. I know that your model of a cricket academy you've been able to put in successfully in place time after time. I mean, you were the fellow who got the universities to combine together to put out a first-class side under combined colleges and campuses. So you know, and you also oversaw the HPC, the High Performance Centre in Barbados, at the Cave Hill campus that produced the likes of Jason Holder and Craig Brathwaite and Rovman Powell. Tell us about your attitude to what can we expect from a Roland Butcher Cricket Academy?
Well, I think what you would expect from an academy that I'm involved with is an understanding of the game of cricket, the understanding of the current situation within the game of cricket, but also maintaining within that the things that make players successful. It won't purely be based on the white ball game or the shorter format of the game, because I still believe that in order to be a good white ball player, you also need to have the basics.
Absolutely. I mean, the recreational game, unlike the professional game, continues to choose the red ball version of the game as their preference. Yes, they may play a T20 during the week for shits and giggles, as we say in Worthing, but
I mean, that's why the likes of Kohli and those guys have been able to transform their game right across the spectrum, whether it's T20, 50 over, test matches, because they're good technical players. And they've learnt the game. Those guys didn't grow up just playing short form cricket. They learned how to bat and bat for a long time. So having learnt that, then it's a case of when do I do the shots that I do? I mean, Joe Root is a prime example. A technical player who can adjust to the changing formats.
You were a Middlesex player for many years. You won 6 county championships with a Middlesex team that was a golden team. Mike Brearley, your captain. What made that team such a great team?
Well, listen, there were lots of things I would say that made that team a good team. I think first and foremost, it was very well led. I think also you had a lot of young players, good young players appeared at Middlesex all at the same time. So we came through together competing against each other as well, which raised the individual standards.
Did Mike Gatting leave you any food to eat in the dining room?
Well, I mean, there's a misconception about Mike Gatting eating a lot. Mike Gatting is a very hard-working cricketer. He will be the first one in the nets, the last one in the nets, did his fair share of bowling. And in the physical exercise, he was there and thereabouts. So I think people tend to unfairly suggest that Mike Gatting all he did was ever eat. And then on top of that, he was a very good captain and a very good player.
What made Brearley such a good captain?
Well, the difference between the two is that obviously I think Brearley built the platform.
Gatting was able to.
His main skill was really how he integrated young players into the system, not just into the system of playing, but into the system of decision making. He involved the young players in the decision making of the team, which was something foreign to him.
At that time, Roland, there were. Sorry, I've cut across. We're running out of time. At that time, lots more would cover. At that time, there were 3 British West Indians in that team. Yourself, the late Wilf Slack, and Norman Cowans, maybe more with Williams as well.
Williams and William Daniel.
Well, I'm just thinking about the British West Indians for a moment. Why have we lost that representation? Okay, we've got Bell Drummond at Kent and Emilio Gay at Northants. But why have we lost that?
David, that will take far longer than the time that we've got left here to discuss.
We'll do it next time.
Why that has happened. But
in a nutshell?
You know, in a nutshell, listen, there are lots and lots of reasons. I don't think we can go into it now because it would not just do the discussion justice.
Okay, that's fair enough. We'll park that one. I'm going to be speaking to Roland at the start of each test, this 5-test series. Your prediction, Roland, for this England-India test series. It's a 5-test series. Your prediction, please, for the outcome, correct score outcome.
Well, my prediction, which I made some time ago, was 3-2 to England. I will maintain that. I'll maintain that. I believe both of these teams are capable of beating each other. And, you know, I think that 5th test will probably be the decider. But I think England could win 3-2.
3-2 for you, Roland. I'm going to go 5-0 England. It's a bold move.
I suggest whatever money you're putting on that, David, I suggest you change it and just send it to me instead.
Send it to you instead to put on them at 3-2. All the money we could. But so Roland Butcher, thank you so much for joining us today. Roland over here this summer, you can hear him on TMS covering the county championship. Doesn't just cover Middlesex. What's your next match, Roland?
I am at Chelmsford on Wednesday.
Chelmsford coming up. So Roland covering the country on for county cricket, also promoting your new book, which has been extremely well received, Breaking Barriers by Roland Butcher. The story of from Barbados to England, back to Barbados. There's going to be a special Bishop and Bear podcast on that. And as I say, looking at my Oxford Mail, the Roland Butcher Cricket Academy, which is a joint venture with the Ministry of Defence and their Afghan resettlement programme. How excited are you by the Afghan talent that you've seen in Oxfordshire so far, Roland? I know you've been visiting the grassroots.
Yeah, listen, I'm very excited because, you know, most people would believe that cricket only just started in Afghanistan. But, you know, talking to those boys a couple of weeks ago from Afghanistan who've been resettled here, you know, they told me, you know, since 1800s, cricket was being played in Afghanistan. So
but it's only really taken off, hasn't it, since they were refugees in Pakistan in the 90s?
Well, yeah, I think that
early centuries
was cemented the professional side of the game, but
yeah,
obviously they played before that, and it's exciting that these young players still want to play the game, and we've seen obviously the success that the team has been having in the last couple of years as well.
Absolutely. So yes, you can. That's all in the future, but certainly there's a big event happening on Wednesday. If you're in the Oxfordshire area, Shrivenham Defence Academy, that's the big Army Defence Academy, on Wednesday, the 25th of June at 6 o'clock, a T20 between the MOD and the Shrivenham Sharks, who will feature about, well, I think there's going to be 7 or 8 of the Afghans who on the Afghan resettlement program. That's the resettlement, those families who served with the British Armed Forces with such distinction as interpreters, translators, intelligence officers prior to the Taliban. And you must be particularly excited at the prospect of putting a girls' team together.
Yes, listen, as you know, the last couple of years I've been very much involved with the development of girls' cricket. I'm the president of Barbados Royals Girls Cricket Club in Barbados, the first female cricket club in Barbados, the first female cricket club in the region. So, you know, I've been very passionate about helping them develop into good players. As you know, West Indies, we're also struggling and will continue to struggle in the female game because of the lack of development over the years. So we're trying to change all of that at this club level, but we need obviously a lot more help to ensure that West Indies in the future can remain a strong women's team.
How concerned are you, Roland, at the plight of the teams outside the big three? You know, we talk about Afghanistan and West Indies needing help, but is there a danger that the big three are sort of, you know, beginning to take more and more resources? The latest news story yesterday is that only England, India and Australia are going to hang on to the 5-day test. You know, everyone else is going to be cut to 4. What's your view of the big picture regarding the distribution and of resources at the global level?
So my view is very, very simple. really the game has been hijacked by three of the big nations. And for
Hijacked?
Well, listen, if you're very much in charge and you're not letting the others come to the table, then it's a hijack, isn't it? But, for the obvious reasons that those three have got great commercial possibilities. They make a lot of money in rights, in people wanting to watch the games, etc. So, they will play each other on a regular basis and ensure that, that the money keeps flowing. That's why they will maintain 5 days. Because the other teams are a lot weaker. I don't have a problem with 4 days for the other teams because, it hardly goes into the 5th days with those other teams.
No, fair enough, yeah.
Of the weakness. But if the money can filter down and help those teams to be stronger, then, they could all be playing 5-day cricket.
Absolutely. Well, we'll watch this space with interest, but, certainly, it's great to hear. We all know about your involvement in English cricket. We all know your involvement with West Indies cricket and West Indies cricketers, and it's very intriguing to hear about now your involvement with these young Afghans. And wouldn't it be amazing, the first largely girls out of Oxfordshire at a time when they're being denied basic human rights and the ability to play in their own country. But we'll watch that with interest, Roland. I look forward to seeing you there on Wednesday at the Shrivenham Defence Academy. I know you're the special guest of honour there, and you'll be saying a few words to the boys. So the players are back out into the field. It only remains me to say that you've been listening to Brooks World of Cricket with Roland Butcher, and great to hear you, Roland. Look forward to speaking to you before the second test.
David, always a pleasure.
So the players are back onto the field. Shubman Gill, the captain, takes guard for the first time. I shall be handing over in a moment. I might have to do the first couple of balls as Messers takes his place. And the Bear alongside me. Wonderful studio, Bear. Congratulations on all your hard work to get this up and running. It was all worth it, I can tell you. The first ball is being bowled by Stokes outside the off stump. That's left by Gill. And I'm going to now hand you over to take over the ball by ball. The maestro himself, the man who set up this Ladywell studio in Lewisham. Guerrilla Cricket, thanks to all the patrons who've contributed towards making it happen, but it's the Bear who did all the lugging up and down the stairs. Where were you, patrons, when these speakers were being carried up down the stairs?
What a point. Where were the fellow gorillas? That's all I can say. It's not even that. We're waiting for Annie to turn up. We will carry on. Messers is going to join. Can you, get your shit together, Dave? Stokes is in, a little bit of in swing to Shubman Gill, who gets himself off the mark immediately, and to the covers, Jesus, for a single. Annie's there. Can someone let Annie in, please? Can someone let Annie in? Who can work a Zoom feed over there? 93 for 2. They come back for lunch. Yeah, thanks, Messers. Jesus Christ. It's pathetic, really. It has to be said. The ability of people here to operate things. All right, Annie. Sorry, it's all a bit mayhem at the moment.
Hello.
Hello. How's you?
Hello. I'm all right. How are you all?
We're okay. You going to put your picky on? There you go.
Yeah, I'm here.
Any bloody shade, are you?
Get off my island.
I love being on your
Cass is in. A little bit of Induck even. And,
this is starting well.
Yeah, it's starting very well. It's played back down the track and there is no run.
Where's the prawn bot when you need him?
Well, exactly that. What have we got here? Dave.
Dave's left so much stuff here. He needs to get a Pantechnicon in to take it all.
Well, exactly.
You got that interview quite long, didn't you?
Your bloody hat's over there. I just threw it over there, Dave. What have you forgot? Fucking bags, you fucking... Is it your hat? Oh, wow.
My word.
Dave came in with three fucking carrier bags this morning.
Full of sweet goodies, though. They were very nice.
There was lots of goodies, papers. It's now strewn everywhere, all over the studio. Right.
Right, are we on top now? We're ready now?
We're ready. We're going. We're running. Annie, is it nice and warm in Exeter?
Oh, it's boiling, that's it.
Cast coming in. It's into the pads. Gill clips it nicely out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Do you see this morning's
Not
play?
as hot. Yeah, I saw some of it, but not all of it. I've been a bit rushy around you this morning.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Felt
Doing
like
crickety
it.
stuff.
Nothing exciting, I'm afraid.
Damn.
Felt like India actually threw away a very strong situation by losing those 2 wickets just before lunch.
Well,
Yeah, I saw the 2 wickets.
yeah. I mean, England have a bit of a habit of doing that. They can often bowl really crap in a session and drag it all back in a second somehow. Which is what I'm hoping will happen today. Cast is in. Shubman Gill plays that into the inside. There's a bit of a... Oh, my word. There is definitely a little bit of in this, that and the other.
And buzzers.
Yes, no, Claude, after you. And ended up with buzzers. So it ended up being 5. But if it had been a direct hit, I think Shubman Gill would have run himself out by about 3 feet.
Oh, I don't think so. I think it was very, very close myself.
That's bloody miles short.
No.
Well, not that short, actually. But he would have been out. Had it been a direct hit.
It was a foolish run, but it brought 5 runs, so...
Yeah, a very foolish run. It's straight to a short mid-wicket, pretty much, and ran.
Well, it's foolish in test circumstances, isn't it?
God, now someone's ringing me.
He's such a popular lad, is the bear. I can do the ball by ball if you need. Bear.
No, I'm not going to answer it. I don't know who they are.
Fair enough.
No idea who that is. Cast. Down the leg side. Through the keeper. And there is no run.
This is very much a wicket where it's for the batsman to lose the wickets rather than the bowlers to take them, isn't it?
It feels like that, yeah. What do you make of the putting India in then?
Well, I thought it was a bit weird. Grubby thinks it's what England do, which is kind of true.
Yeah.
But it's just a really nice day for batting, isn't it?
Yeah, and a shit day for fielding too. I mean, it's 30
well, it's going to be
degrees.
hotter tomorrow. I suppose you could say that kind of.
About the same tomorrow. It may rain a little tomorrow too.
Driven at us. Well, Rootie's jumping up and down like a pogo stick at first slip. Everyone else has kind of wafted their hands in the air, and no one wants to review it. So it was the loose drive by Jarswell. He's on 42.
It was, but he didn't get anything on it.
He didn't get anything on it. Threw it to keeper, and there's no run. There's another. Yeah, I mean, it could have quite easily got a little nibble. Played some nice shots though, Jarswell. Hasn't offered.
Yes.
He's played some balls that are way too close to him. He quite could have happily nicked through the keeper, but yeah, you know, you ride your luck these days, don't you?
So what other things have you discussed this morning? Have you discussed Pope being in instead of Bethel?
Yep.
Okay, won't bother asking that.
Well, no. I mean, what you I mean, it's difficult to drop a man who scored 160 in the last test, even if it was against Zimbabwe, isn't it? I mean,
for a man who's never scored a first-class century.
For a man who's never scored a first-class century, and everyone just thinks he's good.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he played all right when he played in he played 2-3 tests against the Kiwis, didn't he?
Yeah.
Got a 50 and he got a 96 or something and got himself out.
92, I think, maybe.
When he got into the 90s, yeah, but then he got a bit nervous. You know, he looks good. It's good to have competition, is it not, for places? And if someone does fuck up, then, you know, there's someone to come in, which is, you know, good. Wokes in, it's a bit too short.
Oh, fuck.
Gill gets on the back foot, punches it out into the covers.
I just have to say that people are saying that they can't see.
Yeah, I'm going to fix it.
Oh, right.
I mean, what on earth are you thinking?
Yeah, everyone will see Annie. God damn.
Yeah.
Did you go see? You went to Vic Marks on Monday, didn't you?
I went to Vic Marks' book launch with Messi, yes, and it was very nice to have some gorillas there, and it was a nice event. But there wasn't half as many people there as my book.
Well, no, Wokes in, leads through to keeper, and there's no. The problem is with those quizzes, I've been doing them since they started, which is pre-COVID. I'm actually quite bored of them now. They were quite fun. They were quite fun when it was at the Oval, because you got to go into the long room and you thought, oh, this is quite, you know.
Yeah.
But now they're just at a fucking pub or at their workplace, and it's just like.
And the organisation leaves a lot to be desired. It could have been done an hour and a half quicker.
Did you send your email to them?
Not yet. I'm going to compose it when I'm feeling particularly angry.
And they don't give away as good prizes as they used to.
The raffle's good though. I won a Wisdom.
Yeah, you won a Wisdom through the keeping as
Yeah.
well. But I mean, used to, if you won the quiz, you get like 12 bottles of wine or a case of wine.
Yeah, but you got 3 little bottles of bubbly.
Yeah, they were shit. Yeah, but I kind of like that. I think if people get too excited about what they're going to win in the quiz, it takes fun out of it.
No,
You reckon?
Yeah.
absolutely not.
It's all about ego.
That's what I'm there for. I want free booze.
It's all about the winning.
That's what the raffle's for. The first prize in the
fuck
raffle
the
was
raffle.
2 tickets to day 1 at Edgbaston.
I won. Oh, that's clicked up to
Just a bad
mid
prize.
on. There's no one. I did win a big bloody bottle of champagne.
Oh,
It's
wow.
still at home and never been opened.
Can I have it?
Well,
No.
you know, no. And the other thing I won was a golf club.
One golf
Wild
club.
golf club. I think it's either a pitching wedge or a sandwich.
Did it belong to someone famous?
No,
Oh.
It was a leftover.
it was just leftover. Probably got given it in a magazine for no good reason, and they gave it away in a bloody raffle. I tried to give it to Nestler's, but he's kind of stopped playing golf, so he didn't want it.
Yeah, well, I mean, who's going
Wokes
to
pulled
want
it out.
one golf club for fuck's sake?
Well, exactly. And what am
Well,
I going
Wokes didn't continue that. Was there something wrong with the batter then? Or?
Presumably he saw something, a pin drop behind the bowler's arm. That's usually what happens, isn't it? Crowd's up. It looks a little bit cloudy up at Headingley now. The sun's not blazing down. That one, there's been movement all day. A little bit of swing,
Yeah.
a little bit off the pitch. That one's left alone by Gill, through to the keeper, and there's no run.
So there's been movement all day, so you can kind of understand why they would want it to.
Well, I mean, only a very little bit of movement, and it took a while for anything to appear off the pitch.
Yeah, can I have another one of those, Grubby? Might as well finish them off.
Well, the opening pair batted very well as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I mean, there were some loose deliveries from England.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you'd have to say England didn't bowl particularly well.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say that too. That's defended back up the track. And there's no one. Very inexperienced English attack, isn't it? I mean, your 2 most experienced bowlers are your captain, who's an all-rounder, and Wokes, who's just literally come back from England.
Yeah.
Although I have to say, Wokes has reasonably paced. I mean, last year when he came back, he was bowling at like 76, 78 miles an hour. At least today, he's bowling at 81, 82, so he's not slow. Jock Tongue and Cast have got up to 90. So.
Stephen Kelk says, this is where we say the game is finally poised, right?
Is that what we said?
Or as Lockie puts it, this session is crucial. Farong says, the eyes of Father Time are sharper than the bear. Beer tally? Oh, we're not counting. Tony Bishop, I was... a lot of stuff about where it was Annie. I'll cut out.
Cast is going to continue from the other end. That looks a little pacey. Gyroswell goes back, punches it into the covers, wide enough for cover that it'll get a single. Trying to see what his pace is at the moment. He's bowled well. I think Cast has bowled okay.
Well, yes, but he's bowled a few rankful tosses as well.
That was the start of his last, second.
Lucky he hasn't been touched.
He can do that. He can do that. He's a bit prone.
Over trying maybe.
Yeah. Well, like you say, it's not a sorry, I'll break off now.
Yeah, left alone outside the off stump. Got to try and draw them into playing.
It's
more
a
shots.
young attack, isn't it?
Yes.
Really, it's not a well-known attack. We've lost our big stars now.
Well, yeah, and it's a bit scary. I still find it a bit scary.
Does Callow still apply?
I don't know if it still applies, but I mean, experience counts for so much at this level, and when you get rid of the equivalent of 30 years between Broad and Anderson in the space of 2 years, it feels a bit
and
like
also, yeah.
But I mean, generally they've stood up well wherever they've played. You know, Cast in, defended by Gill, up to mid on. There's no run. I mean,
and Cast has been bowling well, in the county seasons. He's a good bowler.
Yeah, he bowled well in Pakistan, didn't he?
Yeah.
He bowled well in. Did he play in New Zealand? Or was he injured by then? I think he might have been injured. I think he might have been injured for New Zealand. But we bowled well in New Zealand. I can't think. Wokes went down to New Zealand, didn't he? And he bowled okay.
Yeah, he did well in New Zealand.
But we won that series 2-1. Okay, we lost in Pakistan 2-1. Once they figured out that we can't play spin anymore. Still can't play spin if you.
That's because we don't play spin in the county championship.
Well, no, of course not. Cast in, defended by Gill. Up to Stokes, the skipper. He's at cover and there's no run. 99 for 2.
Mog wants to know why his jingles are playing back at like 30% faster.
What?
Mog reckons his jingles are playing back at about 30% faster.
No idea. What, all of them? Or just the latest one?
I just think you're listening to them too fast, Mog.
Have you got to turn
just
up
slow
to
your
1.2
ears down a
speed?
bit.
Yeah, exactly. I just dump them from the Gmail into the machine, mate, and they play. Cast in. Oof. Wide and cut by Gill. Gets the toe end of the bat. Goes out across the old squares, which is quick. They get back for 2, I believe.
Who was that chasing? He looked like he was 55 years old. The
Josh Tong.
Wow.
Tong? Is it Tong or Tongue?
Tongue.
It's Tongue.
It is Tongue, yeah.
Yeah. But you can call him Tong if you want.
No, I think it's Tongue. But someone else was calling him Tong earlier, and I was like, huh?
Do people still eat tongue in this country? We used to have it as picnic food.
I don't know. I honestly don't know because I've never eaten it myself.
I do remember you used to get tongue used to be sliced, didn't
No,
you?
I didn't.
Sandwich. Yeah,
Yep.
I remember that. Full
shot.
and jabbed out to the offside. This probably will run across those old wickets.
Yep, that's going to go.
Tongue, yeah, definitely can't be asked to chase too hard.
No.
He's got a bowl.
He has got a bowl, but he's still got field.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
What's his general injury situation? Is it by any chance stress fracture of the lower spine?
Oh, that's a good question.
Russell Hibbard says, "Hi Annie, great win for Somerset last night."
It was. It absolutely was. I wasn't there, but I was keeping an eye on it, and at one point I didn't think we were going to do it.
And Yorkshire Boomer says, returning to cricket watching after a long break. You guys are wonderful. Thank you, Yorkshire Boomer.
Thank you indeed.
Aww.
Are you a boomer? And are you in Yorkshire?
Well,
I reckon.
One presumes
those
so.
two things. Yeah. I don't even know what boomers are, though. That's older, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my bracket.
It's a generation above us, yeah.
It's basically people between about 1946 and 1955, maybe 60 even.
So can't we just call them people from 1946?
No. Labels. Everybody's got to have labels.
Have a label.
Like labels.
Oh, everyone's got to have a label. We can't live without labels. That one's just dropped into the offside. Jarswell thinks about a run, but it's not theirs. Woke starts his 9th over. Yeah, the boomers, baby boom, isn't it? Everyone shagging like rabbits.
After the war.
Repopulating the world after the World War, yeah.
Yeah.
World War II, anyway.
Yep. So we're doing our bit.
Yeah.
Well done. Even though you didn't do anything to get you here.
Well, yeah. And you?
It's nice to see Wokes in the side again. I like it with Wokes then.
Well, you need someone who's got experience.
Yeah, exactly.
He seems to be bowling okay. That one swings away a little bit, but Jarswell doesn't play at it, and there's no run. I've got to say, they've been left quite well today. There are other sides that would have poked at a lot more balls, I think.
Yeah.
And would have created more edges, but they have been pretty disciplined.
And they do play their shots well. I mean, there's been some lovely drives, hasn't there?
Yeah, there has indeed. Tim Southey, Big Max.
Oh, yes. Yes, he's come to see his friend, obviously.
Yeah, well, have we got him teaching us something, haven't we?
I don't know.
Is he teaching them anything? I don't know.
Yeah. Now, speaking of generations, Annie, let's assume that 25 years is a reasonable period for a generation, right?
Okay.
That one again goes across Jarswell, and again he leaves it through the keeper, and there's no run.
And it's currently 2025.
Yeah.
So there's been one generation since the year 2000.
Yeah.
Who is the one person you would consider England's generational talent for 2000 to 2025? That's reframing Mog's question a little bit in terms that are easily understood. The one person.
For England?
Yeah.
Root.
Yeah, it have to be root. Oh, a big in swing. There's an appeal, but it's going down. No, not going to be out.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, I think. I mean, if you had one batting and one bowling, you'd go for Jimmy as well.
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah, exactly.
If you had one player that you had to play for your life or bat for your life, or whatever, it would be Root.
Yeah.
But if you needed someone to bowl for your life, it would obviously be Jimmy, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Although, I mean, if they were defending for me, maybe it'd be Alistair Cook.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, but I don't know. There's something solid about Root at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like Stokes to play for me, but
Yeah.
But he's too erratic.
yeah.
Driven out through the covers by Jaiswal. Full ball by Wokes. They'll get back for 2.
Yeah. But luckily, I don't have to have anyone who's going to play for my life or anything like that. So.
Well, yeah, unsurprisingly.
Who does, actually?
It never happens, does it? You know.
So how many people have you got today then?
There's
1,
quite
2,
a
3,
few.
4...
6 or 7?
6 of us at the moment.
Wow, it feels like old times.
5 or 6, yeah. So Grubby's here, Hendo's here, Bear's here,
Hey.
Gary's arrived, and there's me, so it's only 5 at the moment. Feels like
And
more
that-
though, because we're big.
Is Dave still here?
I think Dave's left, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah, he took the air out of the place as he left.
Yeah. Last ball
Lockie's
defended, no run.
Bernard Tildy says, my nan used to love tripe and elder. Elder, what's a tripe and elder?
The elder flower?
Ah. William Presley says England chose to bowl on a hot day. I've never eaten tongue, says Pirate Rachel. I've had lamb's hearts, though.
Oh, how can you? Those little cute jumpy lambs.
Yeah, well, you eat the lamb.
Come on, are you a vegan?
I bet you love a shoulder of lamb in winter.
Yeah.
No.
No?
Don't do lamb. No.
Do beef?
No.
Are you veggie?
Mr. P says, good afternoon, you motley
chicken.
crew. Nice to see Messy cheering on the bear.
So you do, well, you're a pescatarian. Do you do chicken?
I do chicken.
Yeah, those lovely fluffy pink, yellow things that grow up and get
lay
murdered.
eggs. Yeah, I know.
Cast in, jabbed into the offside by Shubman Gill. Goes out past cover, but they'll only get 1.
We've got an alternative suggestion for England's generational talent. If you extend the definition of England to include South Africa in KP.
Oh, no, fuck off.
Oh, no.
And Stephen Kelk says Flintoff because he hit me for 24 off 1 over in under 15 cricket. What more proof does anyone need?
Flintoff's a good show.
Yeah, not good enough for long enough.
No.
Horrific captain as well.
Unlucky.
Again, it's into the pads, and again there's an appeal, and again it's not going to be out. That one pitched outside leg, probably hit outside leg. Probably wasn't even going to hit the stumps, and there is no run.
Jaiswal's quite a player, isn't he?
He is.
I can see him having a long career.
I can see him having a long career. I think he might struggle a little bit on a damp squib of a day where it's overheads.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Well, yeah. That's true. Cass goes across Jai as well. He leaves it well through the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, he must have good memories of playing against England. He got 2. Has he got 2 double tons against us?
He certainly got 1. I don't
Certainly
know
got
about
1. He might have got one
Yeah.
just short of the second one, but he scored a shitload of runs. That was his debut series as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, a really, really impressive player.
Yeah.
Love watching him play.
I think these two are the key to the series for England, Jaiswal and Gill. Because if they do come off, it's going to make life really hard for England.
Well, it is. I mean, I'm not so worried about Gill.
What about Ron?
Oh, that's got... Oh,
he hit it.
Oh, he hit it. I thought it came off the boot. If it had come off the boot, it was plumb LW, but clearly it didn't, because no one's appealed. There is no run. Good delivery though. And it's a no ball.
That was
So
no
it wouldn't
ball.
matter. It's alright, bowl it again and get it right and hit the boot this time.
Yeah, but it was only a no ball because he was that far forward. I mean, sorry, it was only a good ball.
Well, I bet he wasn't that far over. Yeah.
Well played.
It was well played. Dug it out well. Cass. There's a cross skill. Jaiswal. He just knocks it out into the offside. Gets a single.
Farong says, is this the real Annie? The laughter count is well below the strike rate.
I'm so sorry.
White wine needed. It's too.
White wine is
That's another
needed,
no
you're
ball.
right.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, it is very hot today, Farong.
Yeah, we've got
I
two
can't,
fans.
I don't laugh as much in the sunshine. No, that's not true, actually.
Yesterday it felt like being in the south of France.
Oh,
Really
it was
did.
glorious.
It
It's
was
been
lovely.
glorious. Messi was a bit hot when I met him on Monday.
Oh, you're not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. He struggled in our glorious heat.
Cass in, Shivengil defends up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I appreciate the fact that there's a certain irony in that the Australian amongst you is the one who suffers most in the heat, but Australia is designed to deal with heat, so when it's hot I can just go inside and sit in the air conditioning. London houses are not very well equipped with air conditioning, unfortunately.
Not a lot of point to it, really.
No.
Well, more so each year, I'd imagine.
Maybe, but
But also, you can't, because houses are all so close together, you can't have endless external units going.
No, and not only that, when they're designed to, weirdly, they're designed to retain heat for the
Yeah.
cold. That one is an odd angle we're getting shown by the cameras. Maybe the camera behind the bowler has gone down, but into the ribs of Shivengil, just turns it around the corner and there is no run. Ooh, now that's interesting. It did hit his
Ooh,
boot
it
before
did
it
hit
got
his
to the
foot.
bat, and it
Wow.
would have been absolutely stone dead.
Yeah.
Yep. That would have been
I
out,
don't-
out, out.
It would have been. I don't think England realised it had hit the
No.
front boot. It doesn't really matter anyway, because obviously it was a no ball.
I
Yeah,
wonder
well-
if they would have appealed. I wonder if
Well,
they
I don't think they
reviewed.
did.
No.
Yeah, I think the camera directly behind the bowler's arm that they used to show us the ball is gone, and they're showing us a slightly different angle. It's a bit disconcerting. Last ball's defended out into the mid-wicket area, and there is no run. 112 for 2 after 31.
Colin Rosenthal says, I think Jaiswal may be a generational talent for England, but he's got some competition, including that 14-year-old lad who hit a ton in the IPL.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a big talent, but let's see how he
Yeah.
performs on
I mean, the
in
talent
long
of a
format,
25-year period is, that's big stuff.
Yeah.
It's got to be Kohli at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
In days gone by, you know who will be batting. Will he be dropping into the Brewdog? Kohli cam live would be amazing. Into the Brewdog. A tad hot rum and lime and soda for Annie. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Now, without the soda, without the lime. The rum and soda.
What do you got against lime?
I don't.
It's not good in alcohol.
Synthetic.
Wokes in, edged, but through third slip and all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. That's really fucking annoying.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, it was edged along the ground, I suppose, but yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't really in danger of being out, was it?
No.
Let's face it. Maybe slightly, but
well-
yeah, slight edge and then that.
So we also have a very important message from Brian in Brisbane who says beer's on the way. Bear has a message. We've already sent Grubby down with some very kind donation from Brian to get some supplies, but more would be appreciated.
Brian,
Always
you
welcome.
are a star.
They always there's a wicket pill for LBW. That's got to be close, but it's not going to be
Going down.
probably going down. Just.
Brian, I'll give you my address and you can send me that rum.
Well, it doesn't look like England are going to review that. I mean, it was kind of angling towards leg stump. If
Yeah,
it'd
they're
been one
not
of those,
reviewing it.
no,
He's
I mean,
walking away very...
if it had nibbled off the seam and straightened, you
Yeah.
could see probably a little bit high as well. but
It
it's
just
angled.
didn't look out.
No.
No, it didn't. I mean, the very best you'd hope for was clipping the top of leg slant.
Yeah, I don't even think it was close to that. And Stokes,
Yeah,
thought it was too
Stokes
high.
is saying high. I reckon you're right.
Ooh, bit of gas there. Gill faces up. That one leaves him outside his off stump, and he leaves it. It goes through the keeper, and there is no run.
It is moving a bit more after it goes past the batsman now, isn't it?
I imagine it's quite humid. It's generally quite
Yeah,
good
I
to
was
swing.
going to say, I bet the humidity's high. It is supposed to, so it's supposed to be a bit rainy tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then a bit cooler for the end of the Test match, I think.
Well, they're saying possible showers tomorrow. Day 2, 3 and 4 got possible
A
showers.
bit cooler though as well.
Yeah.
It's bloody Yorkshire. Of course it's going to fucking rain. Down a trap, beautiful
beauty.
shot by
Oh.
Gill.
What a
Drives
shot.
that straight past the bowler. All the way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, I mean, they've all played that shot really nicely. That's just well, they've obviously been coached very well.
Alright. We're having change at the end of this over, I think.
I believe
Are
so.
we?
Yeah.
What's happening?
I shall tell you in a second. That one's clipped
Oh,
sweetly.
that's
on
a
the
lovely
this time.
shot.
It's going to be another 4 runs. 2 in a row.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give. The 4.
After this over, it should be Grubby. Annie, you're staying on, and with Billy.
Oh, the Devon Axis. Oh, ho, ho.
Hey,
Yes. I'm coming down to Devon actually in a couple of weeks.
yeah?
I'm missing days 3, 4, and 5 of the next test. Yeah, a friend of mine's got a place down there near
Whereabouts?
near Woolacombe,
Oh yeah,
up round there.
that's a bit norther than me.
Yeah, he's got a sort of holiday home.
Nice,
We're going back to the
very nice.
90s. We're having a rave in his place.
Oh,
Oh, God.
Through the keeper and there's no run. He's loaded, so he's paying for it all. And we're gonna camp in a field next to his place.
Oh, that's going to be such a mess.
It is going to be messy.
Oh.
It's such a mess, messy mess.
Indeed. Right, that's the end of it.
Okay,
so
I
he's
shall catch you.
come in, hopefully. Billy is going to come back. Are you there, Billy? Oh, are you there, Billy? Billy. I don't even know if Billy's on there, actually. You're in for my position. No, Billy's not there.
Billy's not here. Who's? Oh, where is Billy?
I don't know. I don't know if you
Was
know
it-
who's on.
So is it just me and Grubby then?
Well, it is, but I'll stay
I
here
think
for
you've
the
got
time.
enough people there.
Yeah. You sit there. Oh no, Billy has just turned up. So do you want to come and sit here, actually?
Hey.
Come and sit here.
Oh, it's complicated business. Well, as they're getting ready, Josh Tongue is warming up, so we've got a change of bowling coming on. He'll be bowling to Jaiswal.
Hey up. How's
Hey
it
up.
going? Yeah, Tongue round the wicket to Jaiswal, who whips it into the leg side. Found a gap there at, well, sort of cow corner really. Going to get a couple.
It's not what you say actually when you're from Devon. You don't say "hey up" to the people. You say "all right, my lover."
All right, my lovely.
You say, "All right, my lover."
Yeah, certainly what James.
That's what you say.
It's certainly what James Blunt says. All right, my lover. He's got a
Then
lovely.
Start singing.
He's got a lovely pub, by the way, called the Fox and Pheasant in Chelsea. Well, it's in Fulham, where Chelsea Football Club is.
Do you go there a lot?
I've been there like 2 or 3 times. It's very
Is that a
pleasant.
lot?
It's very pleasant. This is defended off the back foot by Jaiswal, who wants a single to point but can't get one. Is Billy joining us? Is that right? Is someone going to let Billy in? Billy, there he is.
Hi, Grubby. Sorry, I was having a problem with my earphones.
With your grandfather, who's late for his lunch.
Hello, Billy.
He's been fed. Hi, Annie. How are you?
Yeah, good. Very nice to see you. I think I can see you vaguely.
He's in a cool, darkened room.
I'm like 40. I'm in front of all the books.
all the books.
You're not on my desert island.
Tongue round the wicket, and he bangs this one a bit short. Jaiswal up on his toes and steers it to wide third man for another single. Takes him to 49, and the score to 127 for 2. pretty even Stevens, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously the start was very much India's morning, wasn't it? And then just before lunch, that awful time to get out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't really had a chance to discuss that in all the excitement, Billy. We were on together, weren't we? And I think I would say that the young man, the debutant, a bit of a naive dismissal.
Yeah.
It was certainly soft. I just think he was outdone. It was clever tactics.
It was clever by England, for sure. Outside the off stump this time from tongue to the right-handed
Stokes
Gill.
wanted him, didn't he? Stokes really wanted him.
Yeah. And it was brilliant. 2 leg slips came in. He had a flirt at 1 or 2. Brilliant bit of fielding by Duckett at 3rd slip to stop him getting off the mark a couple of balls before. And then he had 1 flirt too many, which we've all done.
But yeah,
and
I mean,
he was
Robbie,
out.
as I say, surely that's the kind of thing England have been looking at in all the pre-match meetings and everything. I mean, they went to that straight away.
Yeah.
They didn't try anything else. It was an immediate ploy.
Completely.
So yeah, very, very good work behind the scenes.
And it can be uncomfortable having someone bowl at your leg stump like that from that angle. This is defended by Gill stoutly back at the track.
Yeah, have you had someone bowl at your leg stump like that fast?
I didn't usually stay that long at the crease. I was
No,
normally out caught long on or something before then. But
Just bringing the leg slip in is often the last chance saloon, really. I think in club cricket.
Yeah, whereas
or you put someone there who can't really run.
Yeah.
1 or 2.
Whereas here, it was, as you say, it was straight away the ploy, and it worked. So good for England. Unlucky for the young man. I'm sure he'll have plenty of other chances in Test cricket. This is short from tongue, and Gill pulls him down to long leg, where the as yet unbowled Shoaib Bashir does the fielding.
Yeah, when's he going to
he'll get his chance, don't worry. I mean, unless England absolutely rattle through India in the next half an hour or so, which can't see happening, he will have a chance at some point. They don't do that thing that they used to do always, it seems, when we were growing up, Annie, that you always give your spinner an over before lunch. That doesn't seem to happen these days.
No, it doesn't. It happens in county cricket.
Yeah.
It still happens in county cricket, and that's about the only time they come into play at the moment, because we play at such ridiculously early part of the season. Perhaps that will change in September.
But you do get a lot of spinning. I mean, particularly this year, it's been really dry. Big runs scored, spinners getting long spells. So it's almost a little bit like.
And they've come into play a little bit, but not in the same way that they would.
Annie, there are a couple of county games on in over the next couple of weeks, aren't there?
Yeah, there's one next week, I think, or the week after. I'm going to York.
Oh, are you? Oh, how lovely!
Yeah. I've never been to.
We'll hear more about that in a moment. Shubman Gill is going to face up to England's Chris Wokes, back in the Test team today. Here is Wokes, bowls the ball outside the off stump of Gill. He leans forward and lets it go through.
He's just getting a couple to shape away, as he always does, Chris Wokes. Gill's doing well to resist the temptation so far, but 27 off 30, it's a big innings for Shubman Gill. As captain, you'd have to say, Grubby, first dig, wants to make a statement.
Yeah, he looks so classy to me. I mean, there was one ball early in this innings where he just clipped it to mid-wicket, didn't get any runs. You think, oh God, he's got so much time. It just looks so effortless and elegant. So I like watching him bat. I like watching Jaiswal bat as well. But hopefully not for too long here. Anyway, he defends this one from the crease towards mid-off, and there is no run. So you're off to York, Annie, is that right?
Yeah, I'm going. I've never been to the ground in York before, and watching Yorkshire. I think it's Yorkshire Essex. First 2 days, so that'll be good. And that also covers County Cricket Day, which is on the 29th of June.
And do you have any official engagements in your capacity as editor and founder of County Cricket Matters, as this one's defended into the covers no runs?
No, I'm just going.
Just a jolly.
For a jolly, but
Good.
I will be taking up some of my magazines and some of my books.
Quite right.
To try and sell. I might have a little trolley around the ground.
Yeah. Have you got permission to sell on their ground?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, always do things properly.
Yeah, well, you are allowed to, sell a few bits and pieces every now and then.
Okay. Well, just checking.
I'm not asking them to sell it.
Sure. Chris Wokes, wide of the crease this time, fires it in towards the leg stump of Shubman Gill, who turns it up to wide mid-on. There's no run. And how are book sales going? I've been enjoying yours. Yours is a lovely book to dip in and out of.
Yeah, it's not one you
yeah.
have to necessarily read straight away, is it? Because they're all individual stories.
Yeah.
So I think it's going really well. I had really good responses from
Oh, good.
people, and
As
it's going
you
well.
should.
Yeah.
If any of our listeners haven't bought Annie's book
Yeah,
yet,
why haven't you?
Cricket Changed My Life. You can find it in all reputable sites, I'm sure.
Or order it.
Order it. This is left alone outside the off stump by Gill, through to the keeper. And you've got a lovely, I'm going to embarrass you on air now, you've just got a lovely empathetic way of writing that is
Thank you.
brings out the best in your subjects without sort of without delivering your own ego on the page. It's terrific, honestly terrific to read. So it's great stuff, and some really interesting people you managed to get. How long did it take? How long did it take you to put everything together and do all the interviews and the kind of the prep work?
About a year in total, I reckon.
It's a full ball from Wokes and driven gloriously by Shubman Gill. The very best of Shubman Gill for one of these.
He plays that shot so nicely. They all do.
Yeah. I mean, that was overpitched a bit, but he's foot forward, foot to the ball, full face of the bat.
Arm up.
Not too many moving parts, kept it simple. Nothing nicer. And Jaiswal played a couple like that earlier.
It's just a prod, really.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful piece of timing, and
Yeah.
it's the kind of shot that you're thinking, as a bowler, you're just like, God, he's obviously seeing it well. I always think, even when I'm bowling my village cricket medium paces,
Yeah.
if anyone hits an on drive off me, you're kind of like, this guy could be difficult to remove.
Yeah, and that was the end of Wokes' over. So this is Tongue coming in now. This is defended by Jaiswal towards mid-off. There's no one. Yeah, and you're thinking, right, I've got to pull my length back. There's no point continuing with that because I'm just going to get driven all day long. So it almost puts you off what might be one of your biggest weapons, which is that kind of late movement through the air, because you've been driven.
Annie, is it you on socials? Is it me?
I think it is. Obviously, because I haven't done any yet, and I always get behind, so it must be me.
I think our listeners will agree that it's quite nice to hear a published author talking about her work, and you'll forgive us if we didn't get to all your messages in the meantime. Up on his toes is Jaiswal and playing an extravagant kind of cut shot, which he does not connect with. It's through to the keeper.
He hasn't been going at the kind of strike rate that we usually associate with Yashasui Jaiswal. He's been slightly more sedate in his role as opener today. But you'd think if he gets past 50, he might start to properly motor and put some pressure back on England.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going at a decent run rate. They're not in a hurry.
I wouldn't be worried if I were him that
No.
it's what's he 49 off 93. That's not bad. It's over 50%. It's defended to backward point, this one, and there's no run.
It's a good test match inning so far, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
a proper one.
Yeah, and it's not like they're that sluggish. They're going at 4 and over.
Yep.
So a little under, but yeah, perfectly respectable, healthy run rate at what is now a slightly murkier Headingley. The clouds have rolled over a bit. Still high sunshine above those clouds, and no threat of rain, I don't think. Messi might correct me. This is down the leg side, and decent bit of work by Smith diving away.
I don't think there is supposed to be rain today,
Yeah.
but there possibly is tomorrow.
Do you like that, the way that Jaiswal just sort of rests his bat on his left shoulder, like he's one of the 7 dwarfs? You know, one of those little carry packs.
Everyone has ways in between balls to get in or out of rhythm. I saw an amazing video of Pujara the other day. I don't know if you saw it. It was floating around social media, where he literally lets the ball go and he watches it completely without blinking as it gets passed from keeper to slip, round the field and back to bowl, literally without moving. Some people like to switch off, others like to stay in the game.
How funny. I love that. Tongue round the wicket, tucked into the leg side by Jaiswal. And that is the run, the single, that brings him his 50. Should we give him a little jingle for that? Yeah, why not?
Half a 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 century.
50 for the classy Jaiswal. Lovely job. Are there any messages that you particularly want to read out there, Annie?
Yeah.
There you have
so
it.
I've got Leah. I've got a picture of James Blunt from the Balkan Wars. Become a patron supporter to see it, folks.
Oh.
Blimey, that was quick.
Tongue in again. This is driven by Gill. Start of a new over to backward point. And he's going to come back for a couple.
And Mog says, "I got your book, Annie." Thank you.
Beg your pardon, that was the end of the over. 35 have gone this innings. It's 135 for 2. Sorry, back to you, Annie.
Mog says, "I've got your book, Annie," so thank you.
Lovely. Well done, Mog.
And Eric J says, "Is there a chapter on Stanford?" No, there isn't.
Maybe in the
nothing
follow-up.
Much else, really.
Yeah.
Just having replays of yesterday, Jaiswal's 50, you have to say it's looked relatively fluent. At least his shots to the boundary have. He has just has a wonderful flow of the bat, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, 100%. As I said, I think both these two are both natural-born batsmen. Fluid, lots of time to play the shots. They look elegant, and they're great to watch. So I'll happily see them both score, let's say, 20 more, and then we get them out. That'll do me.
Yeah, a couple of quick wickets again would be, exciting. It would be good to see some good batting and then a couple of exciting wickets. That works for me.
You're seeing that on screen. Jaiswal averages just over 95 against England in tests. There's a good ball this across Jaiswal, but he watches it closely. It's Chris Wokes who started a new over.
He got that double 100. Were there 2 double 100s, or was it just the one?
He definitely got one. And it was
just the one.
It was a quick one, wasn't it?
I can remember. He was batting for a very long period of time in that series, though. England had no idea what to do.
So still 135 for 2. We're now in the 36th over. Jaiswal, who's just got his 50. 2 slips and a leg slip are in place. He's going back in his crease and playing this one square of the wicket on the offside and getting himself another single. Wokes wicketless so far, 0 for 41 into his 12th over.
Are either of you getting to any of the test matches?
I'm my dad is taking me, my brother and mum to the 4th day at Lord's.
Oh, lovely.
So that'll be pretty amazing. And I went with a friend, very kindly took me to the first day of the World Test Championship final, so I've had a couple of trips to Lord's so far.
You obviously weren't listening. You weren't listening earlier.
You,
just before he moves on, too modest. While he was there, he did make some pretty good contacts, did Billy. This is full and driven and beats the dive at mid-off. Shubman Gill, another beautifully timed, beautifully stroked one of these. So yeah, who was it you met, Billy? The new chief executive of West Indies Cricket, something like that?
Chris.
Yeah. Chris.
Very nice man.
Let's just call him Chris. Yeah, your best mate.
Chris.
Yeah.
No, very, very, very nice man. I have to say, I wouldn't be too against bringing Bashir on at this point. I know people are sometimes worried that it might give away the run rate, but I actually think the kind of captain Stokes is, he just wants wickets, and I'd be interested to see how these two play him.
Wokes bowls again, and Gill leans forward in defence, placed very comfortably to a point, and there is no run.
Also, they're not, they're scoring at quite a rate anyway, so it won't make a huge difference at the moment, will it? It might be worth mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah,
I always think it's good to get a spinner into the game as well, especially one like Bashir, who Stokes seems to inspire confidence in.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll definitely see him soon. We'll see him in this session. I mean, it would be disappointing. I remember going to the game at Headingley actually a few years ago when Adil Rashid was in the test side, and he didn't get a bowl in the whole game. Bad old days, really. Back in his crease goes Gill and plays a sort of 45-degree bat shot, which he times pretty well, almost reaches the boundary. Ollie Pope does the fielding out there, and they are back for 2.
It was injuries, wasn't it, that meant that Adil Rashid felt like he couldn't continue playing Test cricket? I mean, you'd have to say the right decision if that was the case, because his longevity in the white ball game has been amazing.
Well, he's England's best white ball bowler, isn't he? And probably has been for the best part of 10 years. So he's a legend in that form of the game. We'll really miss him when he goes. His Test career probably a bit disappointing overall, if you consider the talent that he's got. I don't know, you'd have to ask him what his reasons were at the time. This is a non-threatening delivery outside the off stump. A tumbling Smith takes it. That's the end of the over. 36 have gone, 142 for 2. Any messages or anything else you want to do?
I'm supposed to be doing that, aren't I?
You know,
Pirate Butcher says you couldn't pay me to see a photo of James Blunt.
All right. Well.
No, well, there you are. What can I say?
Yes.
We won't pay you.
But if you want to pay us some super chat not to do that,
Yes.
then
that would
do.
be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, have you had many super chats today?
We had a constant stream this morning. Yes.
Did you?
Have they dried up, Annie? Why would that
What
be?
happened to me? Why have they stopped coming?
I mean, a guaranteed way, as you know, everyone, to get your message read out is to super chat it.
Yeah,
And then
and it quite often seems to bring a wicket as well, so
Right.
that would be nice.
Josh Tong starts a new over. Jaiswal always looks like he's trying to bang that drive. I mean, he's got a thick inside edge and it rolls backward of square.
He was a bit cramped there, wasn't he?
Well, but he always looks like he's having a massive wind up at it, which I love to see as well. It's quite thrilling.
Something in the background in my opinion is Bear having a rant at something.
Oh right.
No, that never happens.
I don't know. There's general chitter chatter. Gary, Messrs.
Oh my God, they'll never stop.
Messrs. The Bear, Hendo. There's general background noise. If it does get too much, I'll tell them to wind their neck in because we can't have it interrupt. Oh, I see. Right, he's had a beer. Gill's forward in defence. This one loops up back to the bowler. There's no run.
I'm looking forward to coming to the studio when I can make it.
When are you coming to the studio?
Yeah,
When?
It'll be fun.
When are you coming?
I don't know.
Right.
I'm hoping to come to the Lord's Test, and I might try and get to come in then.
It's
It's
terrific. We've got exposed brickwork. You know, sort of a bit cool.
Oh, I love some exposed brickwork. Yeah.
Which just means
Get me
bricks.
there.
I don't know if it's not exposed. It's just bricks. Tongue bowls a full delivery and Gill forward in defence playing that to mid on and there's no run.
Solid.
Very solid.
They're just getting a little bit of shape into Shubman Gill. I think it slightly seems to be a tactic with a little bit of in swing. Saw Stokes have a decent go early and Josh Tongue there just seems to be trying to do a similar thing and maybe trapping LBW.
Do you think he might be deliberately going wide of the crease as well there, Tongue, just to accentuate that angle? I mean, that last ball looked like it was angled in rather than it swung.
Yeah, you could well be right. I mean, if England do get an LBW, they'll have to think very carefully about whether to review it.
Well, if it's on the
they
angle
did
like that, yeah.
Shocking review early doors off one of Josh
Yeah.
Tongue's.
Oh, and then recently,
that's where as a bowler you've really got to think. Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
There's no chance this is that.
I can see all three.
Yeah. Exactly.
So it's probably not going to be hitting, is it? Yeah, I think that was an absolute shock. The worst of Stokes' tenure, I would say. Gill faces up, just tries to play this one from the crease, no feet really, and it hurries him a little bit, but he slams it into the ground. It goes nowhere. There's no run. Yeah,
I've
and
got some messages coming in now, but no super chats yet.
oh right, because they also missed an LBW, which was stone dead LBW about half an hour ago, didn't they?
No, it was a no.
I know it was a no ball as well. Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't think they were even thinking about reviewing it before they knew it was a new ball.
No.
No ball. So, yeah. Good pace here, 90 miles an hour from Josh Tongue. Just the two slips though now, so a bit more of a conservative field. Doesn't quite time this. It just goes to the right hand of mid off from Gill, but he's able to get through for a single.
I have to say it's so nice to be able to watch Josh Tongue bowl again because he's had a decent layoff with injury, and you always think with a player like that who, burst on the scene might be a bit too much, but I'd argue it was part of it there. And then had that unfortunate layoff with injury, and now back inside. Hopefully, he can take some wickets. He looks in slightly better rhythm.
And he's getting a good pace up, isn't he, as well? So
yeah, he's a big muscular lad. Good to watch. Over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, steering this in very controlled fashion to wide third man for a single.
Are we having a change in a minute? Or
I think we will be. He moves to 53. That's the end of the over. If you did want to get if you wanted to get some
40.
If you wanted
okay, I've got some messages. So Brian in Brisbane says David Brooks was on earlier, so no chance to get in any messages. Yep.
I managed. Don't you worry about that.
Stephen Kelk says the dulcet tones of the bear reverberate gently through the green room. What a lovely image.
Shouting.
And Frank says, does GC Brewery Studio need a weather gnome?
Who's saying
Need
that?
a weather gnome?
Is that person asking?
Gorilla Cricket. Do we need a weather gnome?
Well, we've got Messy Jez, who's our sort of weather
but
cave
he's not
dweller.
there always, is he?
It doesn't matter where he is. He always knows the weather. He always takes the weather with him.
And Stephen Kelk says India are rebuilding nicely, but a couple of wickets before tea would change the whole complexion of the game. Yep.
Wise words, although a little earnest.
And Leah says, so the bear is out of beer. When he goes to take a piss, can we please describe that as the beer is out of... Good.
Yes, you may.
And Matley says, nice crowded house reference there, Grubber. Yes, I
At least somebody...
I picked up on that.
At least someone appreciates my work.
I did pick up on it, I just ignored it. And we do have a super chat in a minute.
Oh, amazing. Woke starts new over. This swings, but it swings across the bows of Jaiswal, who watches it onto the bat. That lovely full swing of the bat through the covers, and it's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, the super chat is from Jay.
Yeah.
And he says, me ma and da read Annie's book on the loo, or read Annie's book on the loo. They are making great progress due to IBS. Thanks, Jay.
Super chat game. Super chat game. Super chat game.
Splendid as always, Jay. Wokes is in once more to Jaiswal, who steers this to back. 49 for 2 now.
Sorry, Grubby.
No, you go for it.
49 for 2. Just a point on Jaiswal and the weighing of the bowler. I really think Chris Wokes in particular needs to be bowling around the wicket to him. Whenever we've gone across him, we're always giving him too much width, and he loves slashing it through the covers and through backward point. And I don't understand why we're not going around the wicket and trying to tuck him up a little bit.
I think you should be coach, Billy.
Billy knows the game inside out.
Yeah.
I would agree, and I think the only...
You should be talking directly to them.
We brought in the off Hayden, but this one's nowhere near him. Short, wide, and slammed through point. Beautiful cut shot from Jaiswal for another one of these. Yeah, the only time he's looked really uncomfortable is when the ball has arrived at him just on his hip almost. You know, it gets a bit big on him in the hip region. So you might...
That, in a nutshell, is precisely what I mean. It's a short, wide ball that he's just going to put to the fence.
Anyway, he's very good. He's very cool. He's doing that Seven Dwarfs thing with his bat on his shoulder again, which I like.
Yeah, with his little tied up, little bag tied up.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Makes me want to watch.
Which one of the Seven Dwarfs would Jaiswal be, I wonder?
Dopey.
This is full on the pad. It takes him on the pad, actually, and rebounds out towards the covers, and Jaiswal goes for a walk as if to say, I've missed out on some runs through the leg side there.
Yeah, so Wokes has now moved around the wicket for that delivery, and that's what I mean. Just bowling him on the pads, tuck him up a little bit.
Yeah. You called it, and 2 balls later, they did it.
Yeah,
That's how it works.
I think they were listening to
you're 2 balls ahead.
Billy.
McCullum's got an earpiece on.
Yeah, I reckon so. I'll tell him to stop trying to look so cool all the time. And smile every now and again, maybe.
Round the wicket, as per Billy's instructions. However, short and wide, which is the exact opposite of Billy's instructions. And it is another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That run rate's gone above 4 now. Not that run rates are everything, but it is an indicator of how comfortably India are moving in the main.
Yeah, Bashir's coming on soon.
He will have to, won't he? Yeah, he will.
Oh, sorry, Billy.
No. I agree with you. I was about to say exactly the same thing. May as well have a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
So 3
I
fours
don't know
in
what
this over.
Spinners usually prefer to bowl at Headingley.
No. I find it very difficult to tell which end is which on the telly anyway. That's Tony's area. This one is turned into square leg region by Jaiswal for another run. So an expensive one, that from Wokes, 13 from it. He's got figures of none for 60 from 13. The score has moved on to 158 for 2. Annie.
I have messages. Matley says, surely Billy is too young to know about that Kiwi ban. And Stephen Helk says, my cliche was interrupted as being, interpreted, as being sincere. I feel dirty now. That's your fault, Robbie. You've upset him.
Don't worry, Kel, because you can carry on being...
LBW reviews. I think Stokes' eyes are gone. He shouldn't be captain anymore. Yet, yes, he gets one right every now and again, but as the adage goes, even a broken clock can be found to feck off. Matley says, I grew up there, so it's ingrained in me. The Kiwi band, obviously. And Lucky 6 says, those tandem loos are great.
What an enduring image that's just conjured up in my mind. Unless that's a thing, tandem loos, that's not a thing, is it?
It would be really lovely if they were both reading my book together with their IBS.
Oh, I see. Yeah, a whole community brought together by a terrible affliction and reading your book. Jaiswal is down on his haunches here. A ball that cramped him for room a little bit from Josh Tongue, who started this new over. And the ball is through to keeper Smith.
Yeah, he managed to avoid it quite well.
Again, once or twice he's taken evasive action like that, and once or twice he's looked almost as an afterthought, sort of flick it over the keeper's head and hasn't managed to do it. So I'd definitely be going a bit shorter and maybe at the body to Jaiswal. I think the exploring 4th, 5th stump is not really working. In comes Tongue again, and this is defended into the offside by Jaiswal. No run. I do like the India tops. Adidas, always a winner.
Do you like Adidas, do you?
I've got a pair of Adidas tennis runners. Yeah, Daddidas I call them.
Liverpool are coming back to being sponsored by Adidas, Robbie.
Oh, nice.
Are they?
Nice.
Yeah, they are. Which is very exciting.
I was running my mates the other day.
I agree with you. They always make the best tops.
Yeah, that's just quality. Defended on his toes by Jaiswal back to the ball. Yeah, I was running my mates the other day as a Liverpool fan. He made me watch, this is before the Wirtz deal went through, he made me watch the Wirtz sort of sizzle reel. I was like, no, he is good, yeah. He wants to be at 120 million, doesn't he?
We've just signed Kirkes as well this morning.
Yeah.
So there we go.
I think you might be a Liverpool fan.
It's an exciting time to be a Liverpool fan. I very much am, man.
Yeah.
It was the we that gave it away, wasn't it?
No, I reckon, yeah. Something about the excitement.
Josh Tongue over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, who saw that short ball coming, ducked, and it went not so much down the arse as over his. KL Rahul's cool, isn't he, with his hair?
Isn't it lovely, flowing locks?
Yeah. We are seeing a replay, although it caught someone out in the green room. Is Tony here? Replay of KL Rahul getting out, caught root bowl cast earlier on. A relatively floaty catch to first slip. Pretty easy one as first slip catches go. And Rooty
with
pounced
his flowing locks.
Yeah, I love KL. That's misdirected down the arse as well by Tongue. Nothing doing there. Hendo's plucking himself a peach beer out of the fridge. And
what, a peach beer? What's that?
There's a brand called Jubel, Jubel, which you can buy in Sainsbury's, Billy.
But you can find them in Wetherspoons as well.
There you go. My wife likes it as well, and I told Hendo that, and he thought that meant I was taking the piss out of him, but I wasn't. I was just confirming that my wife also likes that very light fruity beer. Nothing else.
I don't like fruity beer.
Why not?
I don't like fruit and beer together.
Okay, I understand. Up on his toes is Jaiswal to backward point. A shy at the stumps from the man there. And they're through for a single. 39 overs have gone.
No.
And 159 for 2 is the score.
I know I'm a Somerset fan, but
I'll just,
I don't actually like ciders.
Keep talking, Annie, while everyone else comes in, and I'll see everyone later. Thanks for your company. It's
okay,
been lovely.
bye. I'm off as well, I think. I'll do these,
I think we all are.
I'll do these quick messages. Muttley says, they're talking to each other, so I won't bother talking to.
Won't bother talking, Annie. That's not right.
About the messages because they're all talking to each other.
Oh, how dare they exclude us like that?
So, your messages, I'm assuming.
Yes, and is there anywhere particular I should think of starting?
You can start where you like.
You did do the £5 super chat from Jay Grover, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
And I did the Kieran Roseblade as well.
Okay, thank you very
Hendo,
much.
nice to see you.
Thank you, and you, Annie. See you soon. We've had an hour since lunch. They've scored 67 runs for no wickets.
You don't need
The
fruity beer.
Hendersons together.
Absolutely.
You're fruity enough, Annie.
I'm fruity enough. You enjoy your peach beer.
I will.
Yes, I'm on some Pearl River beer from the shop around the corner, which is a specialist Oriental supermarket. Although I read my Edward Said a few years ago, and I'm pretty sure Oriental is not an appropriate word, but Chinese goods, and this is from the Pearl River Delta, Hong Kong one side, Macau on the other, and it's a very decent drop, but it's also hard to believe that it's buy one. So I'm rather enjoying that. But I'm glad to be on the mic as well. I'm not so glad to be commentating on England when they're very much under the cosh here. But
you buy one Naylor, you get 2 Hendos free.
Yeah, oh, very good. The Hendersons are indeed all here. And this is for the benefit of Mr. Tung, who is bowling at the moment. Has Bashir bowled yet?
No.
Oh, we've got to have him in here because these two are just scoring at will. The Jaiswal has 67 from 112, and I think he scored about a run a ball in the last 20 minutes or so. And Shubman Gill has 40 from 44. The successful bowlers for England are Bryden Carse, 1 for 40, and Ben Stokes, 1 for 21. But Wokes and Carse have already got through a bit of bowling there, 13 from Wokes, 11 from Carse. So I think Shoaib's going to need to get into the attack quite soon, as we're seeing some hands-on treatment to Shubman Gill.
I think Wokes must have gone for something like 38 in that last spell of his.
Yeah, he was pitching it up, and he was getting some swing, but it was swinging straight into the middle of the bat. And these two are good. I will say that. They are good. What's he, 23 Jaiswal, 25 Shubman Gill?
Certainly, Shubman Gill is 25. I'm not 100% sure about Jaiswal.
I think the Jaiswal is 23. Extraordinary backstory. I shan't go through it again because I'm sure many listeners are aware of him arriving on the Maidan at the age of 10 years old, subsequently being adopted by his coach. He grew up the hard way, as more Indian cricketers do these days. There used to be the Brahmins, didn't they, who were the caste who filled a lot of the batting ranks, certainly, but India is now drawing on its billions of population. I am getting what I wanted to see. And it is round the wicket, right arm is Bashir to the left-handed Jaiswal, who cuts a ball. There was nothing wrong with that ball whatsoever, but Jaiswal just rocked back and hit it hard to the backward point boundary. What can you do about that, Jez?
I don't know. I'm worried that I may have worn the wrong T-shirt today. Though I wore my "We Get On Air" because of the Bear T-shirt. I wonder if I should have worn my "Shit Gets Wicket" T-shirt.
Yeah, well, he's a bit better than that, is Bashir. He gets plenty of overs. When you've got control like that, I mean, he's cut that, and it was actually over-pitched. There's a slip and a leg slip. This is a similar ball, and Jaiswal attempts to do the boundary followed by the single, but England, to their credit, have the man in tight enough to save one at extra cover, and there is no run.
Turn with that second ball, we pulled back a little bit. That's moderately encouraging if it does that more than once.
Jaiswal on 71 and Bashir's in, and this one goes on a little with the arm, but Bashir's got so much time to play that he goes onto the back foot, just punches it to mid-on, who I don't think he should be conceding one there. I think he should be tight on the single, but he's 3/4 of the way back for the miss hit, and so they take the single. India 164 for 2 are in the 40th over. England's 2 successes coming right up against the lunch interval. which gave some hope. But normal business has been resumed since lunch, with India's batters very much on top. Slightly different field for the right-handed Shubman Gill, because there is a slip, but rather than a leg slip, it's more of a backward short leg for Bashir. It's in now over the wicket to the right-hander, and this is just defended, and there is no run.
I don't really understand that long on or deep mid on for, especially because he's turning it away from the left hand. You want him trying to hit over that area.
Yeah, and you want to encourage them to hit the ball in the air as well. This is defended, and there is no run. I watched a little bit of 2020 on the telly recently, and you see how many miss-hits there are. I mean, some of them do go for 6, which I think is a problem with the short boundaries. But a miss-hit in a test match shouldn't go for 6, because the boundary should be long enough. As he goes back, does Shubman Gill, and plays that kind of shot which must irritate bowlers, because he waited just long enough to get it to the left hand of extra cover, and they're through for a single. It's the end of Bashir's first over, 6 from it. That tremendous 4 off the first ball. India 165, I should say, for 2. And we have your tubers.
Stephen Coke says something. I'm torn about actually reading this out, because it could prove to be dangerous. He says, Gary, tell us all something left field, speculative yet intellectual, that we haven't heard before.
Well, that is a dangerous invitation. I may come back with something in my second spell.
Yeah, okay.
Or I may not, Jez.
Chinmay Sama says, this is the first time I'm seeing such a brown outfield at an English ground. Is it due to climate change? Well, I mean, yes and no. Who knows? But it's been a very dry 6 weeks.
I mean, the summer of '76 was famous for outfields being completely dry, and there have been other dry summers, but yes, the dry summers come more frequently and they come earlier. And just speak to the insurance companies if you want to know if climate change is real or not. Speak to them, because they know.
My insurance premium was increased by 250% this year.
They're also employing any number of climate scientists, because they really want to get this right, and I think they'll be the ones to make a difference. So this is short from Tung, and it's just short arm jabbed down to deep backward square, where I think it's Bryden Cast does the fielding, and they're through for a single. He has a bit of a look of young Jimmy Anderson about him, Josh Tung, on the way back to his mark.
Oh, I would say a bit more hefty than...
a bit heftier. It's 6'4" rather than 6'2".
But also, I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, really. England have gone to the short pitch delivery.
Have they gone to the bouncer attack?
Yeah, well, look, no slips. All the slips have come out. 3 men, a fine leg, a long leg, and a deep square. Certainly there was for the first ball.
Yeah. It's aesthetically displeasing, but it does seem to work more often than it should. And it is short, but it only gets up to about hip height. And he almost offers to play the leg glance there, just a Jazz Whale, but he has seen what's happened to his opening partner, and he refused the shot. They are talking about a possible review here, but the very Vincent van Gogh looking Ben Stokes is not so interested. He pulled that kind of face that Stokes is very good at.
I mean, if they hadn't wasted that ridiculous one earlier today, they might have had a look at that. I think it's probably come off the rib, the side of the rib.
I think Ben Stokes is about 10 years older than Jamie Smith. He looks old enough to be his father.
Yes. Yeah.
Jamie Smith looks very young, and Ben Stokes these days is showing the age. This is played off the hip, but there's a man at deepish backward square who I think is Harry Brook, and there is no run. It is Harry Brook, and there is no run. Black armbands for the victims of the appalling tragedy with the Ahmedabad flight that was going into Gatwick. 53 Brits on that flight as well, lest we forget. Although you wouldn't believe it if you looked at the popular press, who were not really interested in the British victims of that appalling crash. You can make up your own reasons why. As Shubman Gill, or the Jaiswal, just goes back to this one and slightly showing some discomfort, as Virender Sehwag would occasionally display, with the ball at the armpit, and there is no run.
so you kind of feel this is an admission of defeat a little bit.
Well, the problem is it does bring wickets, though.
Well, it does sometimes.
We've seen it
but
happen.
We have.
I don't like it.
It doesn't always.
It doesn't always. No plan ever does, but it does seem to work. Tongues in again. It's just short, and again, there's some discomfort from Jaiswal. That one did get up. He played it in front of his face, and England may have missed a trick there by not having a silly point because he wasn't able to control that, and it did drop before the man in the Jonty Rhodes position at backwards point came round and did the fielding. And it's just a conversation there between Jaiswal and Shubman Gill. He certainly wasn't in control of that one, Hendo.
It wasn't too bad. I don't think. I mean, the notion of a silly point to quick bowlers is rarely used position, isn't it? But I think there's an argument for it.
He uppercuts this one. That may have gone a whole way. He hits a lot of sixes, does Jaiswal, and that's another to be added to his collection. I think he's well into the 40s in sixes in test matches, which ain't bad for a man who's 23 years old. He uppercut that. These days they do not try and keep the ball down, and it sailed over the point fence. He goes to 78. India are 172 for 2. And have we got a jingle? Yeah, we have.
Thing is, it's very hard to keep those. When a ball's at that height, it's hard to keep it down. So you might as well go through with it, and give it a bit extra. But as you say, I mean, also these guys have played that shot over and over and over again in the IPL.
There's some real whip in those wrists, getting that ball up and over the point fence.
A couple of people saying that their YouTube feed's cutting in and out occasionally. I think that's an issue with YouTube. It's fine for me, and our website feed is fine.
Bashir's into Gill, and this is a little uppish. Goes through a vacant gully area, and there's a bit of a half-hearted chase again from Joss Tongue, who doesn't look the most athletic of fielders. He can't get to the ball. It goes down to third man, gets a tap on the shoulder from Harry Brook, but might be better getting a bit of a rocket from his captain, to be honest, because England are leaking runs here. 4 more to Shubman Gill. He has 46. Just a thickish outside edge, Hendo.
Yep.
Carney's a weird sight chasing the ball because it's like a massive truck that very, very slowly gets going and then it's hard to stop.
I'll tell you who he reminds me of as this ball is defended. He reminds me of sort of late period Harry Maguire running for Manchester United, where you're thinking the legs are going, the feet are going, but he doesn't seem to be covering any ground.
Yeah.
We'll get back to some of the tubers. Can I call them potatoes or tubers?
No,
I
you
probably
may
can't.
not.
As Bashir's in again, this is defended, no run.
Except, of course, for Spud, who's in New Zealand.
Do you know, I love the Shubman Gill forward defensive. It's a thing of beauty, actually.
Textbook.
It's textbook, and it's also there's a little bit of almost flamboyance at the end of it.
A little bit of a camp finish to it.
It's been taken over by Jeffrey Boycott.
This is defended, no run.
It is gorgeous.
But it's this thing in all sports, and maybe it's in life as well, because you kind of see it in paintings as well. Here's my left field point coming across, is that if you have balance, you can do so much, and balance seems to be innate rather than acquired. I'm sure you can improve it, but people like Shubman Gill and the Jaiswal here, they have that balance. This is just pushed up to Ben Stokes, who is, for once, saving one at mid-on.
Joe Root springs to mind too.
Yeah, there's just loads. You know, Viv Richards used to hit the ball hard, but he hit it with such balance, which is why he could punch it through mid-wicket from outside the off-stump. And here's Bashir again, and that's just a beautiful shot. There is a man out deep, it's Bryden Carse, but really, if you can score one with a shot like that, why would you bother scoring 4? So lovely.
Well, you get castigated if you were in a T20 and you got one when you should have got.
Well, that's why we watch Test cricket.
Muttley wants to know which of the gorillas makes the most silly points. There's a very high count amongst many of us. On a per diem basis or in total? Geez, if you were on our WhatsApp, you would be able to count that. But there's a lot of competition, I've got to say. Jim Osana says KL Rahul has played 60 tests at an average below 34. Do you think that such a long run is undeserved?
He's played at wicketkeeper in some of those. This is a less elegant stroke there from Shubman Gill on strike after that single. It was a short arm jab to Ben Stokes, who fields it at short mid wicket.
I think the other thing is KL Rahul has fought back after periods of poor form to prove that he actually has what it takes.
He has moved around the order a bit as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's always...
He's been the kind of fill-in man, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I think he deserves more than that, actually. I think he's I've always loved watching him, whatever format that's in.
I'll come onto it in a minute. It's Josh Tunga's in, it's short, and it's jabbed hard into the ground by Shubman Gill.
Wow.
He gets it to the right hand of Ben Stokes. It's shooting fish in a barrel at the moment, and that is indeed the 50 for Shubman.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went 50 runs.
But you're talking about KL Rahul.
Yeah, go on.
And it seems surprising to me that this is in his 33rd test, only his 850 to go with 500 for Shubman Gill. I know he did get dropped, I think, for a while, but he's not quite the prolific scorer that you would expect from one of the princes of Indian cricket. Now anointed because he's captain. Shubman Gill's in again, and that's horrible delivery down the leg side. 86 miles an hour. That's a lot of wasted energy on a hot day.
Well, that's actually what I was going to say when you were mocking poor old Josh for his running after the ball. It was the first ball after he'd just bowled an over where he'd had to put so much back into each delivery to get it short and up at the chin. He deserved a ball just to recover.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did. They are professional cricketers. They've got nothing else to do all day, Hendo. Well, to be fair, probably some advertising and stuff like that. But Josh Tung's in again, and this is short, and I could have hit that for runs down to long leg, and that's what Shubman Gill does. He gets a single. The thing about the bouncer attack is it has to be well directed. It's got to be under the armpit. It's got to cramp them for room. And just bowling short the way Tung is here, it's just too easy for the Indian batters just to decide how they're going to place it. And in particular, it's too easy for them to get the hands above the ball. So as you see here, the bat is coming down on the ball and the wrists are coming over. So the ball is not going to go in the air. When they will hit the ball in the air, they'll be choosing to do that, and they'll hit it for 6 the way Jaswal did earlier. But he's on strike. He's been denied strike since that 6, I think. And Tung's in, 5th ball of his 11th over. It's short, and he just rocks back Robin Smith style and lets that go through to the keeper.
That's what I like to see from a batsman. That's the way to avoid a bouncer. The best way, most effective way.
Yeah,
it looks dangerous because it passes in front of the nose,
well,
but you know.
Try telling Brian Close 1976 Old Trafford.
Actually, I have watched that fairly recently, a little bit of it, and it is beyond astonishing.
Yeah,
it really is.
Holding
without a helmet.
And Daniel were very, very quick that evening. This is cut viciously by Jaiswal, but there's a man out there. It's Bashir at deep point, and they take the easiest of singles. The game is drifting. India 183 for 2. They'll be happy with a bit of drift. 43 overs gone. We're not yet at the halfway mark of the day. We're not going to get 90 overs in today, are we?
Bashir's on, you never know.
We actually are past the halfway part of the day.
Yeah, we're not in terms of overs, only at 43.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
We're well past the halfway part of the day.
Yeah.
And the reason why the spinner doesn't make any difference is the time's wasted in between overs and in the over.
And they got 14 overs in the first hour, and then they slowed down. Balance was inept, not innate, says Dave.
Oh, very good. You've added an extra L to that one, yes.
And Leah says, you can call me a potato, Gary. I'm German after all. And when your body position goes to below 50% potato by weight, they take away your citizenship.
Yes, indeed. Well, here is Bashir, and this is very full. And he goes back to Jaiswal, and he aims a drive, but he's got so much time because his decision-making and his balance are so good. It just allowed him to bail out of the drive and just play a push shot. There's lots of batters would have tried to turn that to leg and got a leading edge, but not this man. And gets a little bit of an inside edge to the next one from Bashir, who's targeting the stumps as an off spinner to a left-hander should, bowling round the wicket. The camera's picking out KL Rahul with his Bollywood mullet there. Bashir again. In, comes down the wicket, does Jaiswal.
Let's bowl.
Sorry about that.
Yes. I was wondering if I'd missed something.
Sam Cook. Well, we're bringing on the rubbish substitute.
Oh, I see.
Coming on for the rubbish, basically. Not he's rubbish. But,
Bashir's in. This is down the leg side, and again, Jaiswal gets himself into a position that wasn't ideal, but his hands are so good. He watches the ball so well that he gets himself out of trouble. It's been a pretty good over this. 4 decent balls from Bashir, but Jaiswal hasn't been troubled by them, and that's the difficulty when you're bowling in England in the first innings on a good pitch. This is clattered by Jaiswal, but again, he hasn't really got much timing. It's fielded by the man at wideish mid-off. So 5 dots in a row. Preying on the lad's, well, he's not really a lad anymore, Jaiswal, but he's still a young player. Preying on the patience. Jaiswal, to his credit, just taking a breath there. Just let Bashir wait for the next delivery. What's going to happen as he comes into Bashir and he gives it a full-on forward defensive. So that's good play from the youngster, but it's good play from the English youngster as well, a maiden.
cricketers?
I was. Or
if you prefer this.
He's got the face of a fat man who's just climbed the stairs. Gary Balance.
Or
he's got the face of a fat man who's just climbed the stairs. Gary Balance.
What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, that works well, not just for the Zimbabwean England ex-England player, who I think now is qualified back for Zimbabwe, but it also works for me. So there's plenty of stairs here in Ladywell.
Try the goods lift. Although I would warn people to be a little bit wary of the gate not being shut.
So the bouncer attack continues, but with a different bowler, because it's Bryden Cast who's in and bowls this very full. And Shubman Gill goes deep in his crease, and in a T20 he'd be lifting that over the mid-on, long-on boundary, but in a test match he's happy to just punch it up, and they're through for 3. 186 for 2. The run rate 4.21.
Well, I mean, the only hope I can see for England is for them to hit the ball so much that it becomes ragged enough for them to shine one side and get a bit of reverse.
Yeah. If you put the opposition in England, you really do need some wobble seam or reverse swing in the afternoon, because you're in for a lot of hard yakka otherwise. No slip. There's a man at sort of backward point, probably catching for the square cut, as he just goes back in his crease, does Jaiswal again. He just waits for the ball. He's one of the best waiters for a ball at the crease that I've seen in recent years. He just touches it off his hip, goes through for a single. He goes to 80. India 187 for 2. Is 187 still an Australian devil number?
It never has.
Just
been.
87.
Never has
it's
been.
87. Is
Yeah,
multiples
87.
thereof.
Yeah, but I mean, there's always been this thing. Because there's such a thing in England around 111,
yeah,
there was an assumption that the
Yeah, it's 13 less than 100 was the rationale for it. Shubman Gill goes back there, slightly crabbed at that one, but there's so much time off this pitch that he's able just to lay bat on it. Ben Stokes smiling. He has a lot of energy in the field, does Ben Stokes. We have seen his head go down once or twice, and I think subsequently we found out there was some issues at home. Was when his family home was burgled, yeah. But aside from that, Ben Stokes, he keeps the energy high. It's good to see.
He needs to trim his beard a bit.
He does. Does old Vincent van Gogh. Goes straight through him. And Shubman Gill has been not at his absolute best in the last 5 minutes. They're looking to see whether there was an inside edge. Are they going to appeal it? It went through the gate. He was neither forward nor backwards.
I wouldn't be too surprised if it hit the stumps.
Well, I wonder what the Chris Gaffney was pointing at there. He almost as if he suggested that it had flicked them on the way through.
There was probably a sound, because all of the players are thinking, well, what happened? Look like they're saying, well, what happened there? Well, we'll see it now. Hendo, what's happened?
Well, let's have a look. It's come off the top of the pad. It's gone nowhere near the bails.
It's flicked the pad.
And it's far too high for an LBW shout, so I don't know what that's all about at all.
Bit of wobble seam, and it did move back in off the seam. So it was a decent delivery from Bryden Carse, as he's in again, and this is short, and it's that short arm jab that goes to the deeper of 2 square legs. You don't often see that, do you, Hendo? The deeper of 2 square legs, and Gill is through for a single. He goes to 56. Every time I see Gill, I think of the ineffective estate agent, is it, in The Simpsons, who was Gill? I
very rarely watched The Simpsons, I have to say. I think it's probably quite funny, but I just hate cartoons, really.
Oh, I love animation. I wrote an essay for my MA just up the road here at Goldsmiths that was on The Simpsons in 1991, not long after it started. As he's in again, is cast. That's touched, or was attempted to be flicked down the leg side with the leg glance, but it went through to the keeper. 45 gone. It is the midpoint of the day in terms of overs, not that we'll see them all, and it's a Desi Haynes 188 for 2.
An existential question: if Germans are 50% potatoes, what percentage of gorillas is donuts? Asked Chris the Quart. Well, it's more since you came in, Chris, bringing a whole lot of donuts.
Surely the question is, how much of a donut is part gorilla?
Ooh. It depends which way you're going, really, doesn't it?
Shall I tell you a quick donut story? Is that
only you could have a donut story.
When my boy Jesper, my elder boy, left his internship out there at Sutton, Cheam, I think it was. Each of the interns over the years, they take the donut challenge, which is the big donut company. Can't remember.
Dunkin' Donuts?
No, not Dunkin' Donuts. One of those
Krispy Kremes?
Krispy Kreme challenge, and they have to eat as many as they can in the lunch break. So Shoaib Bashir is in, and this is defended no run. So I think the record was 12. The other up on the list there. He did 17.
Oh Jesus, that's gross.
Yeah.
Were you proud of him, or disturbed?
I wasn't surprised because I had fed him as a baby. So, and here is Shubman defending this ball from Bashir, and there is no.
So you sound very much like Samit Patel's dad.
I mean, you know, a Krispy Kreme donut is a fine thing, but
the big bloody things.
I couldn't eat more than one.
Yeah.
In an hour. 17.
As Bashir is in again, and this is rocked back. It wasn't that short, actually, because the pitch is so slow. It's what hurts a spinner, because he could go back, could Gill, and just dab it backward of point, and they're through for a single. And all of these singles don't help because it's a right and left hand combo, so the field's being moved around, bowlers going over and round the wicket, trying to find different angles. Fielders can't settle, bowlers can't settle, but it's to the credit of the Indians because they're hitting boundaries from the boundary balls and they're hitting singles from lots of the other ones. Bashir's in again, and this is defended by Jaiswal, who's left-handed to the off-spinner. Maybe he's just sitting in the game a bit here. He's played a lot of dot balls for Bashir.
We're due a change in a couple of balls.
Yeah, we are.
If the bear has woken up.
Time flies by when you're the driver of the show, as the ball-by-baller is. So a little Campbellwick Green reference for you there. As this is hit hard from Jaiswal. He decided he didn't want to be hemmed down. The ball was given the tiniest bit of air. Jaiswal just rocked back in the crease and clubbed it over the bowler's head for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And I mean, he does seem to have 2 or 3 shots for every ball, Jaiswal, and that's why I think he is, dare I say it, a generational talent. He is that good.
Muttley says if he wasn't on a diet, he'd attempt to break that record.
This ball is, again, it's a foolish ball to Jaiswal, and he just goes back and he plays it with such delicacy to the vacant third-man boundary, and Josh Tung, he Harry Maguire's after it, and they're through for 2. It's the end of the over. India are 195 for 2, and England are in desperate need of a wicket.
Why get really annoyed about what's happening out there if you're an England fan? Why not dip into your pockets and help us out with a bit of this?
We'll
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Yes, indeed. You can help us by going to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Now, Bear, I don't know if we've had any $10 contributions. Can you not make so much noise with those headphones, like you say to me? But have you been adding them to the glory roll if they have been coming through?
Patrons? Yeah, if they come through. I don't know. Lots of super chats, but they don't go on a glory roll.
Well, no, I know that. But I'm just saying, we have had one or two patrons. I think I saw someone upgraded from $30 to $40 the other day, which is fantastic.
They'll probably be already on now.
Carson, yeah, probably. But I would hate to think they weren't. Left alone outside the off stump by Shubman Gill.
I'm employing the ice thing.
Oh, I see, yeah. You're putting the ice, the neck ice on, not the neck oil. You've got a neck oil, haven't you? Is that a neck oil?
Yeah.
It is a neck oil. A neck oil, the neck.
Oh, is that
neck brace.
Gamma Ray?
Oh, I thought it was neck oil.
It's heavy gravity.
Oh, right, okay. Is there any other sort? I suppose there is.
Well, there's gravity.
Depends where you are.
Yeah. Cars, 1 for 45. Short. Oh, now where's that gone? He tried to pull it behind square and it actually went in front. Did he toe end that ever so slightly? There are two men on the single. One, I would say, dead square. One, perhaps 5 to 6 yards away. They're definitely looking for that. Look at that. 2 double hundreds against England, Jaiswal, in that series when I guess he was making his
debut,
yeah.
Was
incredible stuff.
I'm doing this.
He's on 86, but it's Gill facing as Carter's in. Short, just raises the front leg and touches it into the onside. And, I know that I'm going to discuss this with Grubby anyway, but, Grubby's argument was that England, we shouldn't have been surprised that England put India into bat because this is what they do. But you can't have, and we all know that games can change very quickly. As Cars is in again, short and pulled once more to that square leg. But it's keeping them interested. Duckett is the squarer of the two. Stokes is more round towards mid-wicket. There's a bit of a bigger gap than I said between the two of them, but they're both keen on the shot that might just be popped up to them there. But this was going to be the danger, wasn't it? If India get, I was going to say 550, England are out of it, but we know that's not necessarily
It's not
true.
necessarily the case.
Well, equally, we might have batted first and been all out for 150 and we'd have been pissed off then. So.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have been. Outside the off stump, not full, short, and rising. I don't think... I think this has been a pretty wonderful track to bat on. There was a brief period mid-morning, I think, where the ball really did start to do a thing or two. And England didn't actually get wickets then. When they got the wickets, it was really as a result of two slightly iffy shots, I would say.
Yeah, there's been a bit through the air, I'd say.
Yeah, but it's. I would say that's true. But in the very early stages this morning, the movement that was there was quite early. It wasn't sort of the Jimmy Anderson late inducker. This is left alone outside the off stump. Again, there's a little bit of a hint of movement, but it's not enough. And the point you made earlier, I think, is also they didn't bowl a good enough line.
No,
that's true.
They can leave it alone, can't they?
Yeah.
And the thing is, you're always under pressure if the opposite. That's why you bat first, isn't it? Scoreboard pressure does mean something. Oh, that's better.
But they've decided as a group that by and large this is how they want to do it. They want to chase, you get whatever, and we'll just chase in the fourth innings.
Well, yeah, but that to me shows a lack of flexibility, and that's kind of always been my criticism of Bazball, if you want to call it that.
I don't.
You don't want to call it that.
No.
What do you want to call it? Stokey Cullen ball?
Zippity doodah.
Zipping around the corners ball. Now, England have gone into desperation mode. They've asked for the shape of the ball to be tested, passed through the handcuffs.
The handcuffs of doom.
The handcuffs of doom, indeed. Bashir continuing round the wicket to Jaiswal on 86. Gill has 57. 4 overs for 18. There is a hint of turn, but nothing significant. Onto the front foot goes Jaiswal, defends. I don't think anything that is going to really discomfort a left-hander of this class, and who's probably seen quite a bit of spin in his young life. Bashir, again, a leg gully and an orthodox slip. This is pushed up to a straightish mid-wicket, and there is no run.
He's bowled some good balls, Bashir. When he's bowled his good ones, like the one that pitches on leg and threatens to turn, it's been defended relatively comfortably.
Yep.
But, he's in the game, and he's gone just over 4s, so they've not totally whacked him out of the attack.
Well, no, and especially as I think...
Josh Tung's gone for 4s.
Well, he's gone for a few, but also...
Oh, yeah.
The other thing is that, well, when they last put up the run rate this afternoon, and I haven't actually checked it myself, it was at about 5.2 and over.
4.12.
Yeah. Yeah,
well, he's pulled it back a little bit then, presumably.
Bashir, keep bowling your best ball. Keep bowling your best ball. You're in the game. One might turn a bit more or not as much as people think, and then suddenly you've got a wicket. Jaiswal's got a problem here, isn't he?
Well, he's shaking his hand. Was it the reverberations of ball through bat or something?
Yeah,
it's curious.
Cramp. Bashir rocketing one at 50 odd miles an hour.
What's he having put on it? A sort of a cold
compress? Maybe he's just got cramp.
He's got Bear's ice pack that he's sporting on his head. He's got it on his right forearm. Bear looking a little bit like, I'm going to say, Ina Sharples from the 1960s.
It's giving me a headache now.
He's got brain freeze.
I'm just trying to get cool. I'm just fucking boiling here.
Well, we're just looking at a medley of Jaiswal's rather glorious, elegant, well-timed strokes. And one or two of them with a little bit extra as well.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah, the 6 hit over point, that was a real flourish, wasn't it? And a shot, I think someone made the point, he's probably played that shot very frequently in the IPL.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
A few times in tests, actually.
Yeah.
And I think these guys, they can almost sense how hard they have to actually hit it.
Yeah.
And
also that was the ball to do it to.
Yeah.
But relatively risk-free. All they need to do is get under this a bit, flick it, and it's gone.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pace on it, to start with. Raoul made 42, caught root bowled Cass. Suderson caught Smith, bowled Wokes.
I was thinking of getting one of those ones where you put the ice in it. It looks like a sort of shower cap.
Well, he's been brought out. I was going to say he's been brought out a banana as well, but it's not. It's
Shubman
who's having the banana. He's getting some massage now, around about the elbow, isn't it? It seems to me.
And then he has a bit of a bite of his banana. I think it is cramp. I know we do some.
You sure
messages.
that's not a euphemism?
Well. Nishan Deshpande says only Stokes is the bowler. I presume you mean Stokes is the only one who's going to get wicket.
Stokes was the bowler for the Sudarsan wicket.
Yeah.
Lockie 6 says smaller mammals are better suited to warm conditions. We're large mammals, unfortunately, here.
Gorillas.
Eric J says the elephant in the room. Well, actually, it's the gorillas. Richard Peel says get Rooty on. Shit gets wickets.
Well, it worked for Aidan Markram last week, didn't it?
Yeah, it did indeed.
Had a pretty good game overall, didn't he?
Did he get 3 wickets in the end? I think as on top of his 100.
What a great game that was as well, by the way. Oh, what an absolute! Sorry to be all evangelical.
Gooey.
But I did get gooey about that game.
Yeah, it was
a great game.
What a great advert for Test cricket and all that, and Australia got beat.
Yeah, and that makes me wonder, if it had been the other way around and Australia had come back like that, would we have seen it in such a dewy-eyed manner? No,
probably not.
I'd still say it was a great game, but I wouldn't feel as gooey about it.
No, it was good that the South has won. Stephen Kelk says it's incredible that they can't see what's in front of them. I don't know. Are Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith twins? Asked Chimney Sama. No.
Jeez. One's ginger.
Yeah.
And one's dark-haired. Well, it's not impossible, is it? I mean,
true.
Scorchurst Tactics says, bet they're missing Anderson now. Yeah, we are, but you can't bowl forever.
Bashir bowls forced to mid-wicket. It's his bottom hand, isn't it? No, it's his top hand that's bothering him. Left-hander. He's gone away again towards square leg, shaking it out once more. Faces up to Bashir round the wicket. Gets that long leg well forward and defends it on leg stump.
It's very poor if you're getting cramp. Not even got to 100 and he's getting cramp. Not even been out there 2 sessions.
I got cramp in my toe on Wednesday evening, standing still watching Sparks perform at the Hammersmith Apollo.
I think that was probably the electricals through the floor, wasn't it?
Towards the stage, so that the further back you are, the higher you are, so you can see the stage more readily.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit like Brixton Academy.
Too short. Crashed off the back foot. I think there's a man out there. There is. It's Tongue. And they get just the one. Is that the last ball? No, there's still one to go. So Bashir gets a go at the right-handed Gill.
Well, Scorchurst Tactics says, good toss to lose. Well, yeah, it was, but I mean, if India had won, they'd have probably batted anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where they should just put their toss decision in a sealed envelope, and if they both say the same thing, then don't bother with the toss.
Outside the off stump, turn and bounce, and left by Gill, who might have been a little surprised by how much it did of both those things, but it wasn't really endangering the off stump.
Gave it a bit of air, didn't he?
Yeah, but look at that. That's gone a fair way, hasn't it?
What do you think about my idea? You walk out to the middle, the umpire's got a sealed envelope with both captains' preference should they win the toss. You take out the 2 bits of paper, you go, oh, you want to bat? Oh, you want to bowl? Right, let's get on with it. No need for a toss.
Do you not think there's something about the tradition of the toss?
So you've walked out to the middle, you've effectively done the same little ceremony. You went... Can you stop?
I'm generally not keen on ceremony, but I a toss is a toss. You know, there's that moment as you wait to find out.
But if both teams want to do the same thing,
it doesn't matter though.
Or because
they might change their mind in that moment.
Do you think?
Could do.
Unlikely, but
NASA
could happen. Indeed, Bethel's been on the field. I'm not
rather
sure
cool in his sunnies.
Not sure who he's been out there for. Just the 2 slips now. We've decided to dispense with the short ball approach. Not that it helps because this is outside off stump. Jaiswal waits for it and cuts it with great timing, a lot of power.
He's going to get another double time.
And good placement. And it's one of these.
Oh, Yorkshire Boomer, who's been in touch with us lately, says that's the match that rekindled my interest after over 30 years. I presume that's the World Test Championship
last week,
final.
yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Good. Excellent.
Is that the guy who wrote it with that very sweet message last week?
Yes.
Ah.
30 years.
So happy that your interest has been rekindled, and long may that continue. I'm glad you're with us today and hopefully enjoying this game as well.
That's a long time to lose interest in something. Anyway, Cass continuing. 1 for 49. 2 slips and a leg slip. Aims a drive at this one, perhaps getting a little bit carried away. He's beaten by it and he's in trouble. I mean, this is probably the only way that England are going to get him out.
It looks like he's cramped really badly there.
He's in real pain, isn't he?
It's weird that he should cramp. I mean, you're a professional batsman, surely.
Well, yeah.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, how many batsmen have we seen get double tons or whatever? Why are you cramping on the first day of a series? I mean,
I love that your first reaction is to go, fucking hell, mate, you're shit.
Oh, no, it's not that he's shit. I just find it weird. I mean, that he should be cramping.
Well, get cramp, isn't it? Something to do with salt?
It's to do with fluid and salts. Not Andy Saltzman, but salts. Those salts.
I mean, as soon as he played that shot, he dropped the bat, didn't he?
Yeah. It's horrible.
He's got trigger finger. That's what I had. He's got trigger finger. Look at it.
His ring finger on his right hand is bent up towards the palm.
Yeah. That's what I had.
You can do a little signal to him.
That's why I had to hold few weeks ago.
I'll tell you what, at the end of this day, if we're over short, we better not be getting fined because these fucking idiots keep pulling on people to do
Well, what's he
stuff.
supposed to do?
Well, yeah, but I mean, the point is we shouldn't be fined if this is the case.
Oh, no, we shouldn't be fined. No.
No. That's my point.
Well, yeah, but it's not fines, is it? It's lost
Well,
points.
lost points. Well, exactly. But either way.
Well, I mean, unless those stoppages are being adhered to and timed by an official.
I think they are. To be
Are
fair.
they?
I assume so.
You would assume so.
Yeah.
But this
fine.
is cricket.
Yes.
So,
of course.
I must say that isn't Virender Sehwag, is it? It looks like him.
No,
What, the physio?
The physio, yeah.
No.
Who's the physio? Anyone know?
That would be good, Dolly. It's not Virender.
No,
He's got more hair than Virender.
I was going to say probably Virender's probably almost completely bald by now.
One of my favourite batsmen of all time.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, you know, for all the brilliance of Sachin Tendulkar,
Sehwag was much more fun.
strangely, I enjoyed watching Sehwag more.
I enjoy watching Sehwag more. I enjoy watching Dravid more. I enjoy watching VVS Lakshman more. Not to say I didn't enjoy watching Tendulkar, but I'm just going to put it out there. Bit boring.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. I mean, Sehwag didn't always hang around for very long. But he was, I mean, in terms of timing, he was a really sweet timer of the ball, wasn't he, Sehwag?
The only Indian for ages to have scored a 100, and he got... and the other man who got in on the act is playing in this game, of course.
Karen.
That was his last test, didn't
Pregnant
it?
fifth former.
No, he's played since then.
He's played, yeah.
He played. He got dropped, but then he did play a few games against Australia, 3 or 4, I think it was, or maybe 2 or 3. Anyway, 200 is up, 200 for 2. Jaiswal 91. He'll want to hang out there for another 9 runs at the very least, and he's looking to turn that on the onside. Played a little bit early, and just for a moment, Cars in his follow-through would have widened his eyes in the expectation of that coming back into his welcoming hands, but it dropped short in the end.
Yorkshire Boomer. So in touch, she says, life got in the way. What a terrible confession from a Yorkshire woman, eh? Well, life gets in the way of a lot of things, unfortunately.
Yeah. Round the wicket now, Cars. 2 slips and a leg slip. Wide of the off stump. Crunched away again. I'm afraid that this is really quite poor fare from England. And this also is another point about putting India into bat on what looks like a pretty good surface, a lovely day, or a better day to be batting than in the field, put it that way. The England's attack, if it's not, well, I'm not saying at its best, but close to its best, it's going to be a struggle. Strokes through, beats the man, Stokes an extra cover. It's 4 more, he's on 99. Is he going to be another of these guys who just torments England for 15 years?
Get in the queue, son. Stokes got a hand to that.
He did.
But he hit it so well, as he has done many of those shots through the covers. They're all gathered on the balcony, all the Indian lads.
99 for 143 deliveries.
Still suffering. He's still shaking his right hand or right arm.
To be honest, he looks like he could play with his bottom hand only and still get 150.
Play with his bottom.
Cars in, bowls, dabbed into the offside. That'll do. The arms are aloft. The hat is off. The leap is warned. And, well, he is extremely pleased with himself. I think
that's a lovely celebration.
I think we can say that. And it is indeed one of these.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
5th Test 100.
3 against England.
3 against England.
No, that's really well played. And that was a really lovely touching celebration, I thought. He's so delighted.
Yeah, but when you've seen it for the 25th time,
I may not enjoy it so
you
much.
might not enjoy it then.
Yeah,
but that was cracking. What was the verb you used? He warned the jump.
He did. He warned the jump. He did the full Warner. Something more edifying about seeing Jaiswal do it than.
Well, that's
little
because
Davey
we all
Warner.
know what Warner is.
Indeed,
Begins with
indeed.
C and ends in T.
Is it cute?
Yes. Well, that doesn't end
spelt
T.
with a Y and an O.
Yeah.
Onto the front foot. He's all he's done is put himself back to work, Jaiswal, because that run has been taken off the final ball of the over, and he's now got to face Bashir. So if his arm is really giving him that much jip, he really needs to go up the other end and rest it for a while. Bashir in right onto the front foot. Almost every ball he seems to be, taking the time out to have a little bit of a wander and maybe take one or other hand off the handle of the bat.
Yeah. Maybe the extra adrenaline that you got from warnering that jump
We're
might help with the injury.
We're getting some trolling from some Indians. I love it.
Onto the front foot goes Jaiswal. Defence trolling. We're saying
Nishan Rampasar to England's bowling is rubbish. Well, you could say that. Sagnit Datta says, I thought England were the favourites before the series. They're bowling today. They are truly fucked in this series.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Early days, my friends.
Yes, and this wicket may not be suited to bowling, to be fair.
Bashir has defended again. I think what you can say is that England made a very, 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 very poor decision this
At
morning.
the toss, yeah.
Yeah. They are very, very bad tossers. Let's have a look. What have we got on the offside? We've got a man at backward point, extra cover. There's a mid-wicket.
There's a man out on the fence.
I presume there's a man out on the fence, yes. Onto the front foot again. Defended. This morning as I was driving over. If India win the toss, they're going to be 340 for 2 by the end of
that
play.
was the number you had in your head?
That's what I had. That's the nightmare I had in my head.
They're not too far off.
Not too far off.
Did you ever go on the GPL?
No.
Oh.
I never have. Bashir in bowls. Slightly better ball. Brings him forward once again. Defended. And it is indeed 209 for 2. Jaiswal 100 off 150. Gill, who hasn't seemed to have faced a ball for about 3 or 4 overs, is on 57 from 72.
I would just, before you get to the messages bit, I'd just like to say that I think Bashir's bowling all right, actually.
Yeah, I think he is too.
Round the wicket to that left-hander, he's not firing it, and he's giving it a little bit of air, and it's pitching on middle and leg or leg stump, and giving it the opportunity of one of these is going to spin, 1 or 2 are going to spin, some others may not as much, but he's keeping it respectfully defended by Jaiswal, but he's in the game,
yeah.
So he should settle into a decent length spell here, I think.
And that's definitely something he's learnt, Grubby, because he doesn't bowl it as flat as he used to and as short as he used to. He's learnt to give it a little bit of a. Now, if you watch his seam position, a lot of it's on the diagonal, like Nathan Lyon. It's on a lot on the overspin, not so much on the side spin. I do think he's learning in the game.
Oh, of course he is. Yeah, he's still young,
and he gets good flight, and he gets it down from a great height. So I mean,
he might be even better in 10 years' time.
Well, yeah, don't he?
I probably won't be here to see that, but anyway, never mind. In comes, the only man who can put a stop to it, Ben Stokes.
Captain Fantastic.
What, to your life?
No, I can do that myself. I don't need it.
Ben Stokes. It'd be terrible if Ben Stokes murdered you. I'd hate that.
Yeah, I wonder what sort of situation that might arise in.
Well, if you get pissed in Nottingham.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Was it Nottingham? It was Bristol, wasn't it? No, it was Nottingham.
Bristol.
Stokes. It was Bristol. Stokes 1 for 21. Well, it's cloudy-ish. It's humid. It's hot. But it's doing absolutely nothing for England at the moment.
No.
Pushed up to mid-off. And they take a single. Gill has finally...
And he looks like he's now going, fucking, what's going on here?
Oh, my goodness. This is the only way...
It's a hot, humid day. It's cramp, I tell you.
Well, yeah, but, these guys, the Indian batsmen...
come from a continent where it gets up to 45
degrees
with 90% humidity.
Whatever that means.
Yeah, exactly. It means hot and humid.
It means that the bear has to have at least 3 ice packs around his head. 2 slips And, well, everyone else is pretty much scattered to the four corners of the world. 210 for 2. I mean, it's bad enough it being as hot as it is in here, but to see England looking bereft of ideas, bereft of skills as much as anything. This is pushed wide, maybe hoping to tempt an indiscretion, but Jaiswal ignores that. Delivers a withering look. Says, I know what you're up to. I will not be tempted.
Do you know what? It's nearly my 9th anniversary of Guerrilla. I think it's Monday, 23rd of June. Wow. It was the day after the referendum. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And my first stint on air was with you two, lovely boys.
Life was all right till then, wasn't it? Not until you came in.
Thank you.
Short, but really not bouncing very much, even though Jaiswal swayed out of the way of it. It didn't really need to. It passed sort of more breast level than chin or nose level.
But you can't say breast music rather than chin music because that's just not the done thing.
Breast music.
Anyway, I tend to blame David Cameron for everything, but you blame me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
We opened the show with "If You Leave Me Now" by 10cc.
Why?
Yes, we did.
Was it
10cc?
Why? Chicago.
Chicago, yeah, not 10cc.
Stokes round the wicket. It's found the edge, but it goes to ground. It's 5 runs. It's 5 fucking runs. I've rarely seen that. I really haven't seen that, I don't think, in all the years that I've been watching.
All you can do is smile as they are.
Well, the slip dived across, parried it, and parried it into the helmet behind the wicketkeeper.
Does it go on a batsman?
It's got to be 5 runs, hasn't it? Has it not gone? Has it not been given?
It doesn't look like it.
What?
But it should be.
Look, they're getting the 5. I think Gaffney said as much.
Surely.
Well, they have to. It's the rule.
That's why. Well, I thought so.
It's the rule. It's clanged the 2 helmets that are there.
It's 2 helmets. That's 10 runs.
Yeah. Root knows it as well. He's the one who's parried it ultimately into said helmet. Jesus
well,
Christ.
that kind of sums up the day. Now, the umpires aren't sure, though. Is there going to be some bizarre argument that it's hit the bowler's marker and therefore it's run into the helmets? Well, no, surely not, because it was going into the helmets anyway. I don't think that's diverted it at all.
No. It went straight over that. It should be 5 runs, but I haven't seen the umpire signal.
Has to be.
What on earth is going on? Have they changed the laws?
Don't know. Maybe because it was dribbling into them.
Gaffney, get back. I mean, the 3rd umpire's chair where you belong.
Can you not deflect it into the helmets?
I don't know.
No, that's...
Well,
what's going off out there.
Well, someone who's listening to more learned friends than us on a commentary somewhere can tell us what that's all about then, left alone this latest delivery.
It's 5 extras. It's gone onto the score.
It's gone onto the score.
Yeah, hasn't it? 5 extras.
So. Yeah, it looks like it was 210, wasn't it? 215 now for 2.
5 extras.
5
Thank you.
extras.
And Benedict Beaumonge on Sky, I presume it's Benedict, is showing his score. I've never had to record a 5-hit helmet before. Shut up, you nerd.
Benedict Beaumont, like that.
He was at school with my missus, or at the other Ask school, the boys' school.
Haberdashers.
That's the one.
Isn't that
the one up in Radlett?
Yeah.
I know.
Nearby.
Stokes finds the edge again, but this time the slip manages not to parry into the helmets. It's Harry Brook this time. And, well, Stokes looks a little bit sort of unhappy with things, although he covers it with a big grin.
Yeah, he's got big crow's feet on his eyes, hasn't he, these days?
It's a lot of heat. You're out there in the heat a lot, aren't you?
When they showed that catch that he took, the famous catch he took, Broad Voges, wasn't it? And the covering the face and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And and Stokes looks so young. I mean, it was 2015, but he looks so young.
Well, it's tea, and maybe that's why he was grinning, because there may be a nice cake waiting for him.
Ooh, nice scone.
25.3 overs in that session, not quite so good, only 12.64 the over rate there.
Well, there's a lot of stoppages for cramp.
A lot of stoppages, yeah, for cramp, that is absolutely true, and for helmet laws. Jaiswal's getting applause from everybody, and well done to him.
Indeed, well done to India. I mean, they've got themselves off an absolute flyer here, haven't they? Some last messages. Dan DeCrossi says, yeah, Bumrah Pfeiffer, Indian vlogger, says, yeah, Siraj is also dangerous. Next pace. New pace Pradesh is also express bowler. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure that, there's... well, we'll see. I mean, scoreboard pressure also counts. If India get 500, England are always going to be behind it. I mean, they won't slow down, but it's always tricky to chase 500.
I mean, England, conceded 500 against who won the game. So
with a day to spare, wasn't it? In the end?
No, it was on the final afternoon, wasn't it? Yeah, I
what,
think so.
Bairstow? Was
Bairstow,
that the final afternoon? Okay.
Pretty sure it was.
But
maybe wrong.
Just after lunch in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, Wokes 13 overs, none for 60. Cast 14 overs, 1 for 58. Tongue, unimpressive, 11 overs, none for 45. Stokes 7 overs, 1 for 22. Bashir, the pick, 6 overs for 19.
Yeah, he's bowled all right.
And you wouldn't expect there to be much for him on the first day of a test match on what looks like a very good batting wicket.
Yeah. Which England decided to bowl on.
England decided to bowl on. And another thing that did worry me before the series, I spoke about it during one of the matches that we were looking at, that with this dry weather, are these pitches going to break up more readily? And if they do, Jadeja is a pretty darn good spinner.
Well, he is.
And England will either have to bat twice in a row or last, whatever you say.
Yeah.
So, trouble.
Could be brewing. I did say 4-1.
China.
We can lose the first one and win 4-0 on the rest
yeah,
of the series.
I noticed that you said that in the Bishop and Bear that you expected us to lose the first. But there you go. We shall be back in about to watch India get to 400 for 2 by the close.
Oh, God.
But until then, we will leave you with another reminder to help us out.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money. That's what I want. /Gorilla Cricket. We need money. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want. Or just buy a t-shirt.
Is how hard working his dad was in doing that.
Have
and you
more
realise
children?
behind every have more children.
Yeah.
But it was that image. It was somehow I so often see the now, what is he, 70 something, Roland Butcher.
Yeah.
Of various cricket things, not least of which in the Lord's Media Centre. And every time I see him now, I'm going to see a 3-year-old boy on a quay waving goodbye to his mum and dad as the boat disappears on a slightly choppy seas as well, from the description, I think, from the book. And I will look at him in a different light.
Yeah, I mean, it was very common, wasn't it? There were a lot of West Indians that parents went to.
Hello, I'm James Gray from Tennis Unfiltered. It's just me today, and I'm here to tell you that we've teamed up with HSBC because they're sponsoring the HSBC Championships at the Queen's Club this summer. You're probably familiar with championships, although this is the first time that they're sponsoring the event. The event at Queen's is one of the biggest warm-ups, and this year it's even bigger because you've got men and women competing at the famous public masters. And what a list of men and women as well. Carlos Alcaraz, Jack Draper, Taylor Fritz, Madison Keys, Emma Raducanu and more. It's going to be a heck of a championships to celebrate the return of women's Queens for the first time since 1973. And thanks again to our partners, HSBC, who are proud to sponsor the Journeys Cricket.
Here we are, a couple of pints.
Great. Neck oil, yeah?
As requested. So, what did you get up to this weekend?
Well, funny story actually. I befriended this panda, discovered he had a beautiful singing voice, taught him how to harmonise. We got a record deal, went on tour, went platinum in Basingstoke, then broke up due to creative differences.
Right. So that's why there's a panda giving you the finger from across the street then?
That's right, brother.
Stick your neck out. Beavertown, never normal. Visit drinkaware.co.uk. Enjoy Beavertown beer responsibly.
It's sports season, and with Sonos Home Cinema, you're not just watching the game, you're living it. Because with sound this real, you'll feel every game-changing moment. Add a soundbar to hear the dramatic details, a subwoofer to absorb the rumble of every play, and speakers to surround you in the action. Visit Sonos.com and bring the power of stadium sound home.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear, and we've got a very special guest today, an author who has written literally the history of England. He's moving on to that. He's of India, Indian spin bowling. He's written about spellbinding spells. He's a man who knows his Indian cricket upside down and inside out. It is, of course, Ajit from Armchair. Oh no, sorry. It is, of course. It is, of course, Anindo Dutta. Hello, Anindo. How are you?
I'm well, Johnny. Thank you.
Other than complaining, already complaining that there weren't enough people on the show. It's always one guest.
Yeah.
I don't know where that.
You obviously wanted Ajit, and I'm a poor substitute.
Well, then we tried to. Well, we got an armchair and we've got a sofa slouch or something.
He pulled out at the last minute.
Yes. Anyway, what can we get you to drink?
I don't know. It's gin and tonic would be fine. It's the middle of the afternoon for me.
Well, we could certainly give you a gin and tonic. Fever Tree.
Although since I've been in India, there's a gin I've fallen in love with.
Oh, tell us about it.
It's called Samsara Pink. It's made in India. It's fantastic. I mean, I used to be a Bombay Sapphire man for many years, and the Samsara Pink is just an amazing gin.
Well, next time
if you can get it, you should try it. Next time I'm there, I'll get a bottle. Yeah.
I've never been a fan of gin. I don't get gin.
You're obviously not English.
Well, I like. Maybe I'm Scottish. I like whiskey. I don't know.
I'll drink gin with you. Maybe that's the day I finally get a train to the studio. Right. Oh, anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. We'll start very quickly, chaps. Obviously, the other voice you heard was our landlord, the bear. We'll start chatting about, very quickly, a quick well done to South Africa. And then, of course, we've got looming in front of us 5 magnificent tests against twice WTC final losers, India. But who are hoping to start the next cycle. Okay, here's my first question, chaps. Suddenly, it seems out of nowhere, everyone's talking about the cycle. I don't remember it being called the cycle for the last 2 World Test Championships. Suddenly, the phrase is everywhere. Has it always been there? Or since the start of the World Test Championship?
No, but maybe it's a sign that actually it's starting to have, I mean, like all these things, they start off as a little bit of a joke, don't they? I mean, I do think there's a lot of things that they need to do to make it more of a thing. But the fact that we had actually a great final, and it's the 3rd one we've had, and people are starting to get the idea that we're going to have a Test Championship final,
You got to start somewhere, right? And it grows, so I think it becomes relevant. And I think it becomes relevant at the end of one cycle and the beginning of the other, because you have the final and everyone goes, oh, that was magnificent, that was great, what a centrepiece, da-da-da-da-da. And then the next one starts immediately. And it's a big start, and England always have a big start against someone big. I mean, the last time we started against Australia in the Ashes, and we got shit points out of that, even though it was a 2-2 draw. So, you know, the start of the cycle is also quite important. You know, you get a decent first run at the first series you have, it can kick on from there, and so people are into it. That's my view, anyway. And
what do you think?
I agree. I think it's a bit like, you know, people took a long time to warm up to the concept of T20, to franchise cricket, all of that. And it's a matter of it happening a few times for more and more people to get engaged with it and know that it's for real and it's going to stay. So, you know, the fact that it is a 2-year cycle is now an established fact, and that's not going to change because, you know, they've just announced for whatever 2031 up to 2031. So which means that there are going to be 3 more cycles. So now that it's a fact of life, everybody started to talk about the cycle. And to Bear's point, you know, the moment you have a great final like we just did, a great test match which happened to be a final. You know, that then that brings a lot of enthusiasm in people, I think, and they start looking at the next one. And of course, you know, Bear, to your point about England. Well, it's the best chance England has had in 3 cycles to start off with a huge number of points set off the table.
Well, yeah, I think so. Well, we'll get onto that later in the pod, I suppose. But yeah, I do think that.
We should. I mean, okay. So let's start, if we can, just by quickly nodding back to the World Test Championship final. We talked a lot with Richard in the pub just before the World Test Championship final, and we talked about the fact that South Africa had only played 12 games to get there. England had played 24 in the cycle. Australia had played 19. I didn't count out India's, but you know, the fact that they'd got there. However, not only did they get there, they were just brilliant against what did all of a sudden start to look like an ageing Australian team. And I don't think there's anybody who will walk away from either watching it on the telly or having been at what seemed a very well attended Lords, not thinking, well done South Africa, and it's good for the game. Is that kind of how you felt? Yeah,
you know, it is a fact that they played half the games as any of the big 3, if you like. It is the fact that they had weaker opposition in that 2-year cycle, and they did win a lot in those series to get up to the points. But what I think also helped them in the final is having it in conditions which favored bowling, because bowling is their strength.
Yeah.
And you know, Australia, of course, has equally good batting and bowling, if you like, but probably slightly better bowling. But the fact that South Africa's bowlers were able to, I mean, Rabada particularly was able to get the kind of dominance that he did very early on in the test, I think had a lot to do with how they eventually performed. And as we know, in all cases in such conditions, you just need that 1 or 2 batters to really stand up and play an extraordinary innings,
had it
which Markram did.
Yeah. And Bavuma in the second innings as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and Bavuma in the second innings. You know, I know I was abusing him the first evening because he was just standing there getting slapped left, right, and center. But then, you know, the second day, he did change his whole approach right from the beginning. So maybe it was a strategy again. And what do I know? He's won the World Test Championships.
Well, he has. Yeah. I think Australia's. I mean, Messi says, "Oh, Australia's batting's fine." I don't think it is fine.
I'll be honest with you.
I think there's a problem at the
They
opening.
certainly haven't
They
sorted
have a
out
huge
their
problem
number three.
opening.
They got a huge problem opening. Kawaja's done. Labuschagne ain't an opener, right? And they got the same problem.
Labuschagne shouldn't be in the team at the moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's an argument for that. I mean, everyone says he's a great, but I don't think he's great. You know, he's a wannabe Steve Smith who isn't as good as Steve Smith, right? And that's quite clear. You got Travis Head, who normally stands up, but once he didn't in a final, which is good for everyone else. And other than that, you know, I mean...
But that's only because it wasn't India on the other side.
Well, maybe, but yeah, it's true.
It's true, it was India both times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but...
Oval and
but, I mean... You know, Australia have got big problems in their batting, I think. They've got a lot of people who are pretty old and a lot of people who aren't performing now. There's nothing to say that they won't stand up and perform when it comes to the Ashes next winter, which, you know, that's time for another podcast. But, you know, there's weaknesses all over that Australian batting order for me. And they were exploited by South African bowling. Who bowled really, Rabada was amazing. And Lugi indeed, he finally stood up, you know, in the second innings when he took those 3 wickets, which was really important. You got Smith, LBW.
Any fast bowler in the world injured more often than Jeffrey Archer, it's not Bumrah, it's illegal.
Yes, I mean, he does spend a lot of time injured too. He's got a beautiful wife, I'll tell you that though. Jesus. Anyway.
We are then. Select him on that basis. I looked at our viewing figures on day 3, which was really the day when South Africa were marching not quite to victory. And it was fantastic. And I looked at the geography of those, and we had an awful lot of happy South Africans who finding us from all around the world, which was very encouraging. We should move on. Because we've got a fabulous 5-test. I won't say peak summer series because obviously peak summer's reserved for the more important issue of the 100. But we've got a fabulous 5-test series against India. I found out, Anindo, something that you'll definitely know already, that what I hadn't appreciated was since India first played a test in 1932, yeah, not 1832, 1932. They didn't win a test match away from home until 1968. Is that right?
67, yes. 67 in New Zealand.
Oh, yeah. Ajit Wadekar made 80. Prasanna took 6 for 94.
Yeah.
And Dunedin.
They won. That was the first away series that they won.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it took a while.
So they often don't travel well. But what has absolutely fascinated me, looking at the Indian team, let alone, you know, let's not worry about England for a minute, is all of the names that aren't there.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's bomb.
I'm looking at the squad now, and I'm thinking, who do they pick?
Well, listen to this. Okay, listen to this. If you were to pick a team...
No, of course not.
To potentially be world beaters, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Hardik Pandya, Sirikumar Yadav, Mohammad Shami, Shreyas Iyer, Axar Patel, Ravi Ashwin. You put all of them in it, then I found that another bunch of names are regularly featured. All I did is I went back over the squads for the last India Test series, and I think possibly the Champions Trophy, and I just looked at them. Then with Ashidar Khan, Ishan Kishan, Sanju Samson, Ravi Bishnoi, Chakravarti, Devendra Chahal.
Yeah, some of those aren't test players.
Those wouldn't,
but
those top names.
We're mixing formats here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably one. But Rohit, Kohli. When was the last time Pandya paid a test? Mohammad Shami, for example. They're
so Shami's injured.
We're back.
We're back, indeed, and it's maybe talking about Mohammad Shami. He's not in this side, but England are certainly getting lathered, Grubby.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. India's certainly on top at the moment, 200 odd for 2, and Jaiswal and Gill looking $1 million, as they tend to do. They're both highly talented, beautiful and elegant batsmen to watch.
Bit cramping up from the Jaiswal and the...
A bit of cramping up, yeah, which England would have looked at and thought, well, you know, if we can't get him the conventional way, well, maybe we'll get him off the field another way. Listen, it's early in the Test match. We had 2 sessions of it, and we'll see how we go. But India's certainly on top right now, yeah.
Yeah, he does have the ton up, does Jaiswal. He's with his captain at the other end. He looks a cool customer, doesn't he?
Very
Shubman
cool.
Gill. And he is married, I think, to Tendulkar's daughter. Is he married to her?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That makes me feel quite old. All right, Messers.
Oh, dear. So, I'm just thinking, yes, India on top at the moment. They scored 120-something in that session. But this is in the context of a game where it looks like being a fairly high-scoring game. If they want to do well, they're going to need to score considerably more than 500 in their first innings.
Session by session.
So, it may not prove to be that huge a thing, given the fact that this wicket doesn't look like it's going to be anything other than friendly to the batsman.
Yeah, and there's a compromise at number 8. They're playing Shardul Thakur at 8, who's either a batsman who bowls or a bowler who bats. He has batted well in England.
He's bits and pieces play. I think at international level, he's a doughty competitor.
I think we can expect not much from 9-10 Jack, though.
Yep, probably not. Yep.
We have 2 wickets at score. Here's Shoaib Bashir, right arm over the wicket, and is defended by Gill. I can tell because he's the right-hander. And I realise I've got my hat on back to front, which, apart from making me look even more of an idiot, means I've got the sun in my eyes. So I'm going to take it off in a moment. You may need to cover some dead air for me, Grubby. As this is defended, there is no run.
Yeah, back to Bashir, who's chewing a bit of gum there, running his fingers through his hair. He looks fine. He looks cool. He's got his captain's confidence behind him, and he's bowled all right, I think.
Yeah, he has, but England needs some penetration, as this is short outside off stump, and he can hit that wherever he likes, and therefore he hits it to the point boundary for one of these.
2 + 2 is a member.
When I say he's bowled all right, I think I like that line, particularly when he bowls the left hand. He comes around the wicket and he sort of drifts it into leg stump, Midland leg, and then the ball can threaten to spin, and it will spin in varying degrees. Now, he's been played fairly comfortably, but that keeps him in the game. He keeps bowling there.
Gill on 62. This is punched up to mid-on, who is conceding the single, and India go to 220 for 2, almost into Richie Benaud territory. The thing about these two batsmen on this pitch is that even sort of normal batsmen, you might say, or normal kind of test match batsmen have got time to play the ball.
Yeah.
These two are at elite level, and they have time on quick wickets, so they've got an eternity to play the ball on this wicket.
And grown up playing spin.
Yeah. As this is, there's an example. That one's rushed on with the arm, but Jaiswal can get back. It's his first ball after lunch, and he still gets pretty much the middle of the bat onto it, goes down to backward point, and they walk a single.
Yeah, you've got to be so precise. In fact, Bashir's first ball of this spell of this game was a perfectly respectable line-length delivery, which it was Jaiswal, I think, he just rocked back and whacked it. He didn't do a lot wrong at all with the ball. But keep bowling your best ball, and you're in the game.
But he's got 3 shots for every ball as Jaiswal, and Gill's not far behind as he defends this one. Back to Bashir. England are underway. 52 overs gone in the innings. 221 for 2. We have your tubers.
We do indeed. Got to go. Thanks for the commentary, says Stephen Kelt.
Bye, Kelkers.
Scorched Earth Tactics says, what's become of Potts? To which Leo says he's become a kettle. Kieran Raceblade says, hang on, if Gary can talk through literally every other situation, why can't he manage to continue talking while turning his head around? We found his weakness. And Scorched Earth Tactics just reckons that Potts got stoked. One of the things I was getting to say about Bashir is that I think he's bowled reasonably well, but he hasn't been threatening at all in his bowling. But he seems to have this knack of taking wickets when you least expect him to. Either with a really good ball out of nowhere or with a piece of really shit bowling.
He does toss them up, and he does bowl top spinners, which can bring wickets, but we've got something of a surprise.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, and very much off his long run there. He was labouring a little to the crease because he does take a while to rev up these days. He's like an old Maserati, you might say. Got a bit of rust under the bonnet, we know that. And but once he gets going, he's still a hell of a sight, as Ben Stokes. But there's just the one wide slip. There's men out in the deep. I don't like it where there's 2 kind of drinks carriers who are in full white, so it appears to be 3 fielders at backward square. But
Get
there is
your bibs
actually
on,
only
lads.
one. Yeah, it's in again from wide and round the wicket, and Jaiswal just defends this to the covers. There is no run. So the captain taking responsibility. They always say to come back after a break with your best 2 bowlers. So he knows he's given a lot of work to Carse, Tung and Wokes. So, but he's good. He's got a wicket.
The thing about Ben Stokes, one of the many things about him as a cricketer, he's a man for all seasons. So he can bowl those containing spells. He can bowl that short pitch stuff that England like sometimes. So he can vary it to whatever the situation requires.
This is bowled him. Whoa. There you are.
Fuck me.
It was a loose drive by Jaiswal. I think a lack of concentration there, but Ben Stokes is on the money. It went with a little bit of swing into the left-hander through the gate, stump splattered. A magnificent 101 from Jaiswal, but England are in the game. Top of off stump.
Very rare. Normally I give someone the big one and they get clattered for 4.
Yeah.
But there we are. Yeah, I mean, just classic. Top of off stump, round the wicket, left-hander missed it. Bang.
Yeah. So it's
great innings, though. Fantastic innings.
Great innings from Jaiswal. He's taken his helmet off. He looks about 14 years old, but he's got talent to burn. But England have just got a little bit of a lever in this.
Policemen and MPs these days,
Policemen and
MPs.
MPs.
All looking about that age.
But not guerrilla commentators.
No, certainly not. Messers, what you got for us?
Taxi drivers too. Still waiting for Stokes to tear both hamstrings, fracture his back, and be out of the series on day 1 of the test.
It's always round the corner. Always round the corner. Yep.
Are any of the Indian bowlers genuinely potent? Yes, Stokes is good, but will he get injured? Says Kieran.
Was the original question there? Are any of the Indian all-rounders any good?
No, England bowlers.
Oh, England.
And then he says, excellent timing by me.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, I think Stokes is the best bowler on the England team, and I've seen nothing to disabuse me of that.
No, I think that's fair, and I think you could say that about quite a few England teams. It was a lovely ball. It was a wobble seam, and it offered to leave the left-hander, and he might have edged it had it not moved that little bit, but it actually beat the outside edge. I thought it went through the gate at first.
No.
It was a bit of a loose drive, but he has been troubled by cramp. He maybe just relaxed a little bit over the tea break, but his job is done. He made 100.
I think it did do a bit, by the way.
Yeah, it did. Off the wobble seam.
Yeah.
And for a bit of respite, we're going to have this man.
Well, when I find him, here he is.
Rishabh Pant will stand up behind the stumps. Rishabh Pant, when he bats, the stumps fall down. Oh, Rishabh Pant.
So left-hander replaces left-hander. Stokes stays around the wicket and pants forward with his usual intent there. Very positive defensive stroke, goes to mid-on, and there is no run. He's dancing like a tiller girl now to get the muscles moving.
Now, there's an indication of age. I wonder how many of our audience understand what a tiller girl is.
Martin Kellner, who's very, very good on Talk Sport in the Insomniacs Hour between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. on Fridays and Saturday nights, often says one for the kids there.
One for the we always do that. Yeah. Kellner's quite good on fighting talk when he's on there as well.
He's just very funny. 2 slips as Pant comes down the track.
What a shot!
I love it.
What a shot! Ben Stokes is laughing his head off at the audacity of Rishabh Pant. 2 steps down the line, hammered it back over the bowler's head. Have some.
Have you met me before?
That went like a tracer bullet.
That is why Rishabh Pant is the most popular.
I love him, man.
Cricketer in Australia who's not Australian.
1, 2, 3, and then a blast. There was nothing wrong with the ball. He made it into a bit of a half volley. It was just a length ball outside off stump, but it was the full swing of the bat.
Second ball he received?
I think it was. I mean, he would have looked a bit foolish if he'd missed it, but of course he didn't miss it, and outcomes matter. What's happening next is that he just gets a ball on the leg stump and he tickles it into the leg side, and the man who's just come out has pinched the strike off his captain, but that's the chutzpah of Rishabh Pant, and he and Ben Stokes are having a good old laugh here. They were the IPL, I'm sure.
Close the competition for Prosecco moment of the day, because that's it.
Yep.
Second ball, bang over Stokes' head, and Stokes laughing his head off at it. That was awesome.
Kieran Roseblood says, Missy, what about a bowler that has previously gone unseen? What was that in relation to? I can't
It's
remember.
probably the Indian bowlers, and there is one with whom I'm not that familiar, batting at 11. I can't remember his name.
Oh, right.
But the others are Siraj and
Krishna.
Jadeja and Thakur and Bumrah, so we know all of those.
If Stokes is the Maserati of cricket, who is the ill-conceived Cybertruck of cricket? Says Barrett Bradshaw.
Paul Nixon?
Paul Nixon, old Nico, maybe.
You want a grubby little, annoying and yet somehow weirdly effective cricketer.
No, you want something that's been built up to bugger and turns out to be an absolute bust.
Okay, go on. Who would that be then?
Well, Zach Crawley's the Hummer, which is big and demands attention, but often seems not to work very well. So he'd be the
that's
Hummer.
that. Although I think he's still a better performer than the Cybertruck.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't been withdrawn that often.
Yes.
I mean, you've got to say someone like Sean Marsh actually is a bit like that, because
Yeah.
they promise so much and we've withdrawn them to be retooled so often.
Jofra. Bashir is in again, and Rishabh Pant treats him with immense respect, waiting in an age for the ball to land and then just pushing it back to the bowler, who fields off his own bowling. In his 8th over, he's gone none for 25. I think he has bowled relatively well, but it's a tough gig bowling on the first day in a test match in England. He's in again, and this is again defended by Rishabh Pant. He's got a slip and a leg slip. Ben Stokes does back his bowlers in all circumstances. That's one of the many strong attributes of his captain. He gets far, far more out of spinners than any English captain since probably Brearley. This is defended. There is no run.
He has treated these first 3 deliveries with respect.
He has.
You're right. Although it has looked like he could have smoked an entire Cuban
coming.
cigar in the time it's taken him to play the shot.
It's coming. The launch back over the bowler's
It's
head is coming. Bashir knows it.
Here
Pant
we go.
knows it. Stokes knows it. He lets this one go, and it wasn't so far away. But hands on head, Jamie Smith collects the first ball he's collected in quite a while. You do have to concentrate quite hard behind the stumps against the modern bat, because sometimes you might not field a ball for 15 minutes. If Ben Duckett's on strike, you might not field a ball all day. But here's Bashir again, and again he just lets that go. Does Rishabh Pant, having a look at the off spinner. Some applause from Ben Stokes there. Blonde tinted, slightly longer hair. I think he has had the transplant, has he? Is he Ben Stokes?
I wouldn't know.
Not sure.
He looks weather beaten though.
He does look weather beaten.
I love him to death, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I'm the same. As this ball is let go again by Rishabh Pant, and there's a slight air of disappointment there in Bashir, because he tossed that a little wider, trying to tempt Pant, but he let it go, and it's the end of a maiden.
I've got to say that call of Jofra Archer may be harsh, but actually very accurate in terms of the Cybertruck of Test cricket.
Yeah.
We've yet to discover for sure. Ravi Natarajan says, is Yorkshire the birthplace of the Yorker deliveries? Your thoughts?
I don't think anybody knows the derivation of the Yorker.
I've got a feeling it was something to do with that. It might be some corruption of Yorkshire, or the word Yorkshire, or someone who played for Yorkshire. Yeah, I believe so.
We kind of need Susie Dent rather than...
Yeah. Or Wikipedia.
Leah nominates Priti Shaw.
Oh, yeah, very good.
And she also says Sean Marsh was amazing. He was so committed to being shit at Test cricket that he even failed on decks where basically everyone else made hay, even the tails.
There's Mike Gatting and Jeffrey Boycott just been picked out by the cameras. Gill gets one slightly mishit down to long leg where Bashir does the fielding. It was short, and he sort of jabbed the short arm pull. He's looked less comfortable playing the short ball than any other ball, Shubman Gill, and that's probably why Ben Stokes is persisting with it. But Jeffrey's had his health difficulties, but he looked very well there. He was, of course, talking. If you think I talk too much, God, don't share a media centre with Jeffrey Boycott, I'll tell you that.
No, unlikely to happen. No, I love the way he talked about his illness in years gone by. When well, that was me cancer, and I had me cancer, and he's like, all right, yeah, let's confront things head on, Jeff.
Yeah.
Like you did Dennis Lilly, except when you didn't really fancy it.
Yeah, it was West Indies he didn't fancy.
That's
wasn't
true,
it? Stokes is round the wicket to Rishabh Pant, who is waiting on the back foot and just tucks it to the absent short mid-wicket and therefore takes the single. India 228 for 3. Ben Stokes has 2 for 29 out of 228 for 3.
I love what Rishabh Pant did with that second ball.
Yeah,
because
me too.
having done that, now everybody knows that it could happen, but he's just done nothing and said that. I think that's brilliant. That's not like the Pant of old.
Picked up 2 singles off the other 9. Yeah.
And then played out a maiden.
Yeah, he's vice-captain. He's vice-captain. He's got to show some responsibility. As Stokes is in again over the wicket to the right-handed Gill, and Shubman Gill just defends and does that thing I don't like where they raise a hand because, I mean, it probably did call as well, but I don't like the non-striker having to look at his partner instead of look at the ball or look at the field and stuff.
So as long as there's a call,
as long as there's call, it's all right.
Yeah, because Rooty does it all the time with his bat.
I know, he irritates me.
But
because he takes 3 steps and then raises the bat. So you're running,
he's
or you're
doing
not running.
it while he's saying no.
Yeah.
Joe Root impersonation there. Yeah.
Here is Gill. He's got 64 number of squares on a chessboard, I think. Yeah. As Ben Stokes in black and white is in, and this is clipped short arm jab, except he did sort of time that. He still hasn't really timed many of them. Goes down to Shoaib Bashir, who is the Josh Tongue of this session. The ball is following him around.
When Steve Davis, the gingerhead 6-time snooker world champion rather than the ex-Somerset batsman and wicketkeeper, when he lost the 1985 World Final, famously, Dennis Taylor on the final black.
Yeah, I remember.
And David Vine said, "Can you believe what you've just seen?" He said, "Yeah, I've just seen it in black and white." And that was an amazing comeback. Obviously, he went back to his dressing room and cried, but that was a good line.
Steve Davis, not short of wit and charm, is Steve Davis in his later years. He wasn't when he was a player. This ball's through to Jamie Smith, and there is no run. People didn't like him because he was unromantic. He didn't drink. He didn't smoke. He wasn't the kind of snooker player that we've become used to, the Bill Werbenicks and the Alex Higgins.
But that was the thing.
He was a decent bloke.
They all existed at the same time, and he was like when he won his first world title in '81 and '82, he lost 10-1, I think, to Tony Knowles in the first round.
Yeah.
And somebody backstage, all the players went to Barry Hearn. That might have been Alex Higgins. Barry, your robot's broken.
Yeah, indeed. But he came back.
Oh yeah,
and this is on the hip of Rishabh Pant. If you're going to bowl that line and that length, you've got to have a short leg to a man who's only faced 11 previous deliveries. But there's no short leg. It's the end of the over, and we'll have your tubers.
Steve Bruce says, "What a wonderful panel. I'm sat in my garden, in my deck chair, listening to your beautiful voices. I'm feeling a bit grubby after my heavy lunch of doner and chips. Sounds pretty good to me, Steve."
Yeah, you mentioned doner and chips earlier. Made me feel hungry.
Kieran wants to know if Boycott's still on TMS. No, he's been relieved of duties.
Pensioned off.
Eased aside.
Yeah, Steve Bruce says, if there was one past player you could bring back to play for the next few years at their peak, just to see them again, who would you pick?
VVS Latchman.
Gary Sobers.
David Gower. That was easy.
And this is just tickled off the pads by Shubman Gill. Are they going to get 2? They would. They take an easy 2 down to vacant long leg as deep square runs round. And Shubman Gill, 67 from 83, barely seems to have played a shot in anger for an hour and a half, and he's 67 off 83.
Yeah.
That was a really good question, though, Steve, I've got to say.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, let's send us yours in. If you're out
SK Warne as well, obviously.
Yeah, I know, but you gave you one, that's it.
Yeah, no, but VVS.
Came to mind.
This ball is defended and there is no run. I mean, VVS, I wrote an appreciation of him about 15 years ago, and at that time I said he was the last of a line of batsmen. You don't see batters like VVS anymore because they're all power hitters. They've all played T20. VVS was just a delight.
Pure.
As this is tossed up well outside off stump, and decent bit of fielding by by Zach Crawley in there at short extra. You don't often see him away from the slips, but the big man was there and did well.
Goofy fourth former.
Goofy fourth former.
That's what he always reminds me of.
Is Hurricane Higgins still alive?
No.
Oh, that's all right then. I can read the next tweet.
This ball is just tucked off the pads to short mid-wicket. He is still much loved, though, I'll say that, so be careful.
Well, Neymar Butland says Hurricane Higgins was my coke dealer.
Well, Jimmy White grew up in Tooting and was well known.
Topsham Road.
Yeah, he was well known for being a lad about town. Let's put it that way. This ball is defended and there is no run.
Oh, you're not telling tales out of school, guys. His second autobiography, which is called Second Wind, is all about his cocaine addiction for over 20 years. Yeah,
he was. He also had the ragamuffins charm, which allowed him to get away with much more.
I love him.
Yeah, this ball is slightly quicker through the air, but it's defended by Gill. As Hendo pointed out, he has an extremely pleasing defensive technique. It's the end of the over, 56 gone, 231 for 3.
Leah says, mine would be Graham Smith, because I hate myself and I need a reason to claw my eyes out for 30 hours straight.
Well, whatever works for you, Leah.
Self-loathing is likely to change the outlook on a lot of things.
He made 2 double hundreds in England. I mean, I think I was in Sweden at
2003,
the time.
yeah.
Oh, God, imagine watching a Graham Smith double hundred.
Just shoving it leg side every ball.
Yeah.
Shove.
Set up like the bowling was coming from mid-wicket.
I mean, listen, he scores runs like that, so fair play, the results speak for themselves, but not for me.
A bit different to Jaiswal, though. Or indeed Rishabh Pant, although he's a little bit more like Rishabh Pant. This is down the leg side and it bounces a couple of times. We can commend Jamie Smith because we haven't been talking about Jamie Smith, and one of the reasons we don't talk so much about Jamie Smith is that his footwork is so good that he seldom looks spectacular as a keeper, but he is pretty damn good as a keeper. Jamie Smith.
And you made that catch down the leg side earlier look relatively easy. You did have to dive; it's quite low down.
Yeah,
and did it with no fuss. Listen, he's not Ben Folkes. Even he would say that. Ben Folkes is an absolute genius behind the sticks, and Smith is perfectly okay.
He's a long way off Jack Russell, Ben Stokes, but Ben Folkes. There was a little bit of was it Chris Cairns to Chris Reed there? That was a big looping delivery from Ben Stokes. That was his revenge for being hit for 6 over his head, and Rishabh Pant enjoyed that as much as
a lovely
Ben
contest.
Stokes here, because it went up in the air, and for a while Rishabh Pant was thinking it was going to get him in the scone, but the ball was so slow that it dropped, and he just about kept it out in the end. And even the umpire there, I'm not sure, is it Gaffers there, Chris Gaffers? Yeah. He is also going, ooh.
Do you think Stokes meant that? Because it looked it looked like an accident to start with.
No, he gave it the cut his fingers across.
Yeah, but he didn't mean to toss it up that much.
Maybe.
That was a lovely. I enjoyed that moment.
So he's back over the wicket now to Shubman Gill. Again, I think he ran fingers over the seam there, but he gets it down to Shoaib Bashir, the Josh Tung of this session, doing all the fielding. And they're through for a single, 233 for 3. And there's a lot of... there's often a lot of good spirit in test matches these days because they've played with each other in franchises. And franchise cricket... we know that there's lots of social contact between the players of different franchises. So it's not just your own franchise, it's the others as well. And so many of the players are now mates. And it can get a bit fruity out in the middle, but there's not the genuine nastiness there used to be, or very little, I should say. Ben Stokes round the wicket to the left-handed Pant, and of course he bowls a bouncer after the previous one. And of course Rishabh Pant was on his knees almost before the ball was delivered. And it goes through to Jamie Smith, 233 for 3. The run rate over 4, even now.
Yeah, it's not to say we don't like a bit of nastiness, though. Well,
no.
I can speak personally.
Yeah,
the famous.
You want a bit of edge.
The famous Carey Bairstow incident at Lords.
Yeah,
which I have a view on it, but for the drama it created, I loved it.
It was foolishness on Bairstow's part, and then anger as a result of realising his own foolishness. Here's Ben Stokes slightly wide on the crease to get some angle into the left-hander who knew it was coming, and Pant just tucks it off the hip, goes out to square leg, and they walk a single, 2-3-4 for 3. In some ways, it's a bit of a shame it's not 2-3-4 for 5 from the England perspective and from number sequences there. Neil Sloan with his online encyclopedia of number sequences If ever you can't get to sleep, line up Neil Sloane's videos on Number File. Just the most beautiful stuff on sequences and numbers, and presented with such aplomb by the Australian professor, who's well into his 80s now. And such delightful stuff. You can keep your weather forecast. Let's have some number theory videos. That one goes through to Jamie Smith, and it's the end of the over. 57 gone. India 2-3-4 for 3.
What I like is nobody has to tell everybody that Gary's weird. He does it all by himself.
The older you get, Jez, as you know.
Yeah. Kieran's one-off player that he bring back has to be Jack Callis. So underappreciated. And you could watch him bat, then watch him bowl. You get more bang for your buck that way.
God.
Jack Callis, seriously, you said Sobers, didn't you?
Yes.
As yours. Jack Callis could lay claim to being the best cricketer there's ever been.
He's a very fine player, but you do not want to watch him make 180 odd at the Oval like I did in 2012.
He might not do it. He might not do it in the most spectacular or aesthetically pleasing way. He's an incredible player.
He's an incredible player, but he's also incredibly boring. Here is Bashir. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Pant, who just block drives this through the vacant mid-on. They could afford to have mid-on up, I think, but he pushed that fielder back with that shot over Ben Stokes' head, and he goes through for a single. Any more cricketers to bring back?
A Fitz Stokes is from the same mould as Fintoff, and both of them, says Eric J. The Grim Reaper coming for the Australians.
I did write a piece a few years ago. You'll find it at The Guardian about players I would like to bring back. And it won't surprise you, Jez, as Shoaib is full on the off stump, just turned into the leg side by Gill. I think the player I ended up that I'd never seen, I wanted to see. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Well,
maybe that's too
Bradman,
hard.
I presume.
No, not Bradman. No, but you're in that kind of area. As Shoaib tosses this up outside off stump, and it's hit hard, but Zach Crawley doesn't field in it.
Is it Eddie Painter?
No, it's not Eddie Painter either.
Jack Hobbs?
No, you've had your 3, and it's a bit of an unfair question. SF Barnes.
All right.
How did he do it? How did he do it? Because although Bradman is a statistical anomaly, so is SF Barnes. So how did he do it? This is punched to through the vacant mid-on by Shubman Gill, who is accumulating without much alarm, and he goes to 69.
Well, in that context, the most extraordinary person is Titch Freeman.
Titch Freeman, 3,000 wickets, I think, for Kent.
I mean, it's just madness.
Only played 1 or 2 tests, though.
Yeah.
5'1".
Yeah.
But SF Barnes bowled what referred to as medium pace spin. So he bowled big spinning deliveries at 75 miles an hour, and apparently was near unplayable. As 189 test wickets in about 23 tests is a pretty good example.
Derek Underwood would have been similar to
that. I saw a bit of Underwood though. He wasn't, don't think, that quick, but this ball is outside off stump.
He could be quite quick. Lockie Six has an excellent answer. He says, I'd bring back Richard Hadley because he gave Australia the fear. Yeah, I mean, that was really the last time Australians feared the New Zealanders, was when Hadley was playing.
Yeah, what a fine player. Who's tremendous to I really enjoyed watching Hadley live. As this ball is through to the keeper, it's the end of the over, 236 for 3. Are we due a change?
We are.
I think I'm staying here, though. I think I'm going over to do the...
Yeah, well, I can see Hendo's ass by the fridge. I don't know if that means it's ready to come sit here or not.
Yeah, they are. You don't get that on TMS, do you?
I can see Hendo's ass by the fridge, but I'm not sure whether Hendo's there with it. It's very flexible, Hendo's ass.
Okay.
Famously.
So I shall be back with you in half an hour, and we'll see who comes on with Gary.
I'm leaving, I think.
Who's doing ball by ball? Is it
Bear's on.
The Bear. It's the Bear and Hendo. It's the...
right.
It's the long servers here, then. Yeah. It's Ben Stokes off his full run. He's running in what's he running in there? 35 yards? Hendo's on his way in. I'll just do this bit of ball by ball before handing over, as this is sort of, it was outside off stump, and he sort of just knocked that one on the head. Did Shubman Gill, gets it down to third man. He moves to 70. India 237 for 3, and Rishabh Pant, after that flurry of aggression, Has not gone into his shell. He's just playing sensibly now. He's got 9 from 19. So are you on the ball by ball, or is it the?
It's Tony, I believe.
It's Tony. There he is. Hello, Tony.
Here I am.
Are you in sync?
And there is a large gentleman in a floppy hat carrying 4 beers, which he's delivering to his mates. Stokes is going to be around the wicket. Oh, that jags back to the left-handed Pant. Stokes puts both hands on his mouth in a ooh, that was close gesture. Hendo, sorry.
You're a long way ahead of us, Tony.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ahead of you in so many ways. It must be said.
Mystic Tony.
Well, sorry about that.
It was a lovely ball. It was a lovely ball. Do you think it's a bit of reverse?
Yes, it has started moving a lot more, and it's been Ben Stokes that has got the action on the ball far more than anyone else. He's made those 2 crucial breakthroughs today. He's going to be in again from the football stand end, and that one moves the other way this time. Just fades away from that Pant. Taken on the tumble by Smith.
This is what it must. This is what it must be like being Chris Philp or something, being always just behind your command of the subject, because you're about half a second in front, Tony. But please continue.
Well, that should give you the perfect opportunity. The second I finish speaking, you are seeing it, and your commentator, you're making your comments real time.
You could be like Echo, Ben Stokes gets that arm over the perpendicular. He's bowling from kind of 11 o'clock, and that does make any kind of wobble seam, any kind of reverse. It seems to give it that little bit more potency.
Well, it certainly does, and it is he who has showed more potency than most today. That did swing away again, and reaches for that a little bit.
Yeah.
Zabs it down towards the third man.
Little bit of
jogs a single.
Little bit of Flintoff to Gilchrist in that. Right arm round the wicket to a left-handed wicket keeper, and movement away from the bat.
Well, possibly.
Just what I was thinking. I don't know about you, Henry.
I was thinking more when I was off air and people were talking about Flintoff, and no, they weren't talking about Flintoff. They were talking about Stokes' slower ball that nearly did Pant, and it was one of those. Wasn't one of those Flintoff to Callis? He produced one of those, didn't he?
Yeah, it's Chris Cairns to Chris Reed.
Yeah, but there was one from in that incredible spell that he bowled to Callis, if I remember rightly.
Worked away off his legs down towards long leg this time. Actually, it's the same fielder who hasn't moved, but it's a right-hander this time rather than a left-hander. So that's one of the joys of cricket in a way. You can be fielding in precisely the same positions, but depending on who's batting, it's 2 totally different positions. But you don't have to go anywhere. I mean, where's the logic in that?
It's quantum cricket. It's quantum cricket. You're in 2 places at once.
You're simultaneously not simultaneously, because it does depend who's batting. Almost simultaneously. Right.
Schrodinger's fielder.
I misled you. I think it's the Kirkstall Lane end with a big Carnegie pavilion behind him that Ben Stokes is coming in from. Around the wicket he comes to the left-handed Pant, who lunges forward, and there is no run. That over.
I think I may be on the.
You are, I think.
I don't think I'm trusted to read the tubers, and I think that's a good decision.
Is Tony a ventriloquist, says Eric J. I don't know. I think you need to implement some push-to-talk solution for Hendo, or ban him from having a beer on air. Why? Why?
Well, whether Tony's a ventriloquist or not, I'm not sure, but there's plenty of gottles of gear in here. Boom, boom!
Well, I've got my big brown one between my legs.
Cobra.
As people have been asking. Is that a big cobra you've got between your legs, or are you just pleased to see me?
I've heard of a trouser snake, but that's literally more than we need to know about.
I think we had
dear.
I think we had the trouser snake joke last week, actually.
Dear, Panto season's still a few months away, gentlemen.
Right.
Have you not heard of the summer Panto?
Rishabh Pant over the wicket has a slip and a leg slip, and he's driven nicely by Shubman Gilbert straight out to short cover. There's no run.
Speaking of Panto, we should mention the slightly meandering test, which may come to life on the 5th day between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. I think.
Well, it's advanced a bit further today than I expected it to, I have to say, yeah.
I think the Bangla boys are 155 ahead with 3 wickets in hand, with 7 wickets in hand.
Bit of flight, nurdles it round the corner, takes a single. So where has it got to today?
I think that they're 145 for 3 Bangladesh in their second innings, which gives them a lead of 155. Only 1 day left, so it may well drift a little bit because they probably won't go mad to try and get a declaration 270 ahead or something.
There was a crazy game, wasn't there, recently, Bangladesh v Pakistan, where it looked for all the world as if it was going to be a draw, and then Pakistan just fell away. It might have just been before last year's England tests.
Defended by Pant to Pope, who's at mid-off. There was no run. Bit of flight, Gary. Bit of flight there.
Bit of flight, yeah. But he has been given it some flight. He's been varying his pace well, varying his trajectory, and he's bowled well.
Yeah, plenty of air on that. A little bit inside edgy from Pant, but he defends effectively enough into the onside this time. Again, there is no run. How good was the young Jaswell? First innings in England, remember. It's not a bad way to start your England career. Your career in England, rather.
I've waxed lyrical enough, Hendo. I'll give them to you.
Turned away round the corner by Pant. He jogs another single. It all seems a little bit nudge, nurdle, stroll at the moment for India.
Possibly, but I think that that last over from Stokes, I mean, there was a huge variety in there. I mean, almost every ball he was trying to do something different, and, which makes it interesting to watch. There's not a lot there for Bashir, but he's doing a good job. I mean, if there's been a criticism of him, that it's that he's been inclined to go for a too high a rate.
He wheels again.
He's doing very well.
There. Bashir dives, it's beaten him. But the sweeper down there is
to be
cast. Is that? But he does his job. They take a single, and after 60, it's 242 for 3. Remembering that at tea it was 215 for 2. Great start for England. Pretty much early doors after tea. That wicket of Jaiswal. He'd been suffering though, hadn't he, Jaiswal? Just before tea, he had a cramp in his hand and he was looking very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And maybe that played a factor. But anyway,
it might have done, but I also think that it was. I thought it was a really good ball from Stokes, to be honest.
Oh, it was, and it was that bit of movement.
Yep, angled in, and yeah, he's going to be hot. That might have been playing on his mind a bit.
Defended. Or was that a replay?
No.
No, I thought it was. It was defended off Stokes comfortably enough.
Nothing on YouTube at the moment.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Jaiswal, he has lived up to his potential in the first innings of the series, which does give pause to see what may be coming next, because he's got every shot in the book and he's now got the confidence to play them. So England could be in for a tough time unless they get him early.
Well, I think they will have a chance to do that. I mean, I think this was
Stokes in. That one moves as well, and it nips away from Gill, who nods back at Stokes appreciatively. He recognised that the ball, the older ball now, what is it? In its 61st over, definitely is moving a wee bit. Up until today, poor old Shubbers, I think he'd averaged in 3 tests under 15 in England.
Yeah, well, his actual record ain't great. 33 tests, 5 50s and 300s, I think. Because he's been the prince for so long that you think he's got a record like Jaiswal, but he hasn't. So he's due to get the outputs that his talent demands.
Defended into the offside, no run confidently, big long legs as Shubbers.
I think it's also it's the way that formats merge into each other as well, because he's got a fantastic average in ODIs of around about 60, and we've seen him play a lot of good knocks in that form of the game, and the more that T20 is seen, I think we've noticed that the ODI test formats seem to come closer together in terms of how you play your innings a little bit.
Well, there's only one slip at the moment here as well.
That one moves again a little bit. Didn't get up that high. Gill rather jabs at it just outside of his off stump, pushes it to gully. and there was no run. Well, you talk about IPL and Shubman Gill. He, hang on, that's a replay from earlier, isn't it? And well, so was that. He's orange cap winner in the IPL with Shubman Gill in 2023. Second highest aggregate in a season at 890 runs.
Yeah, but
IPL history.
My point was more about how well he's done in ODIs, and I think you could make the argument that an ODI, the kind of innings you build in an ODI, is almost more akin to a test than a T20 these days.
Short down leg, steered round the corner on the bounce. Down to Shoaib Bashir, who's at long leg.
He's fielded almost every ball. Shoaib Bashir. It's amazing.
Sometimes it happens in the field, doesn't it?
It does, because it was following Josh Tung in the afternoon session. It's following Shoaib Bashir today in the post-tea session.
That's been interesting how, England did jump on the opportunity to bat. All of the Headingley stats point to inserting the opposition and batting second being a good way to go.
But when you say the stats, I mean, are you talking about complete over the course of history, or are you talking about the last few years? Because I would argue
I think I'm talking the last 10 or 15 years. Round the wicket comes Stokes. No, I would have to double check that. But I'm pretty sure most of the wise journalists were sort of saying it's backed up as being a back second wicket
do you
it
think
flattens out.
Do you think
much more?
There's an element though of perhaps that Headingley is very rarely the first test of a series. It's pretty unusual to see it there. I mean, it tends to be Lords or Edgbaston or occasionally Trent Bridge. But I also wonder, is it because Headingley's weather is quite often miserable early on? Maybe.
Well, it's Yorkshire.
Well, it is Yorkshire. That's what I mean, and it isn't. London in terms, or the southeast in terms of weather, is it?
Yeah, but we used to, when we were growing up, if it was cloudy at Headingley, watch out, Gary Gilmore's going to take 6 for 14. I'm not sure that happens as often as it used to.
No, I don't think it does. I think it's become a better place to bat than it ever was.
Actually, had going back to our friend Shubman, he also had a very good IPL this year. So I think you're right. You're absolutely right. We've often mused about it. The narrowing of the gap between the formats in terms of multi-format players being highly valued. But India definitely has a pathway that allows ODIs and performance in ODIs to help you to stand up and be put into the test team, as this one is defended with a big front foot forward by new Indian captain Shubman Gill, and so far he has worn that mantle quite well, I think. Were they to finish 3 down by the end of the day, his post-match interview would be quite a satisfied one. 2 steps forward, looking to drive, but fielded at short cover, no run.
Yeah, England are just getting a bit on top here. They're bowling lots of dot balls. Bashir now has a leg slip and a slip. They're attacking a little bit. It's a leg slip and a slip to Shubman Gill. He has 74 from 105. Pant has gone back into playing normal cricket, 11 from 27.
Defended by Gill, back to the bowler, no run.
And you just get the feel here that India might want to, take a bit of a hit back over the bowler's head here and miscue it. It could go up in the air, because there's just a sense here that India want to move this on a bit faster than it is moving on.
Forward comes Gill, defends, and again fielded, gets a round of applause. Ben Stokes is wearing a somewhat sweaty but England cap.
Yeah. What I was going to say about Bashir is that he does leak runs, but given the number of wickets he's taken, if he was keeping the runs down as well as getting those wickets, the second coming of Graham Swan.
No, I totally agree with that. I've not criticised him at all, really. The Bear has been on his case quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think, for a 21-year-old off-spinner, he's done a brilliant job.
Yep, and he gives this plenty of air, but there was an attacking stroke.
That's been coming.
Launched him Did that manage to go all the way? I think on the bounce. I think it was 4 runs, clipped actually, but clipped with power by Shubman Gill away through mid wicket for 4 runs. Super shot.
Yeah, there was just something about the way the play was progressing. You felt that they wanted to just release the pressure a little bit, and the captain took it upon himself.
England have got that man short at very short mid-on, and it's defended to him, in fact, by Gill. Bashir gets through his overs quickly. It's 2:47 for 3, just that 1 wicket to fall after tea, although it was the big one of Jaiswal. And we can hopefully someone's woken up and will be messaging us.
Well, not really. There seems to be a little bit of byplay and banter going on between Kieran, Eric J and Nitin, which I don't think is necessary to get involved with. Indian vlogger says sun is shining for India.
Well, it is. It absolutely is so far.
And I've often enjoyed a pint in the byplay and banter. So
it does. Do you know what? It does sound like a pub. It's the alliterative bees.
Yes,
which all the best pubs have. I might point
there is
out.
a station on the just after Ladywell. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Short and pulled, kept low by Rishabh Pant, but he didn't really get hold of it at all, and it just rather apologetically dribbled to mid wicket, and they Sturry.
I think if you're
an easy single.
Getting a train out of Victoria and you're trying to get to Ladywell, well, as I found yesterday, you've got to change at Peckham Rye or whatever. But the train the stop before Gillingham is the Bat and Ball, which does sound more like a pub than a railway station. But the Bat and Ball.
There you are. You see, then the alliterative bees.
Yeah.
These just work alliteratively really, really well because it's the hard sound, Gary. You know this.
Applosive.
Man of letters.
Applosive. And I think Kent, has got a lot to do with cricket because I think W.G. Grace was a Kent person, wasn't he?
Stokes in? No, he was from Gloucester.
Yes, he was.
Down the leg side, down the arse.
Yeah.
But as they say, and it was taken on the tumble by Jamie Smith. He's not done, I don't think, certainly what I've been able to see today. I've had to be out today, hence sadly not with you in the studio. But from what I've seen, Jamie Smith has looked tidy.
He has. But I think there were matches between the Kentish men and the men of Kent, which is one side of the Medway or the other, isn't it?
It is.
And I think you were talking recently about the men with no arms playing against the men with no legs, and that is in a volume called Cricket's Strangest Matches, which I've read, and it was
that does swing. Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, it's all right.
Just defended again by Gill into the onside.
Yeah, please.
No run.
Please do interrupt because you're that little bit ahead of us, so I'm thinking I can finish the point and I can't. They're from the match was played, I think, at Greenwich Hospital, which is now where the University of Greenwich is, and the Charles Court Music School. Down there on the front of Gloucester. It was war veterans from, I think, Napoleonic Wars or Crimea or something, and they'd set up a match between the men without arms against the men without legs, soundtracked, I'm sure, by Men Without Hats.
I literally was trying to think they did sound like bands. That one is, again, a bit down the arse. We keep seeing close-ups of Paul Rifle. Is it that, I think they're saying, and he's being told by umpire Gaffney, that Stokes has exceeded his short ball limit, I think, if I'm right.
I think the bounce
that's the sort of the tic-tac symbol of bending your arm and tapping your own shoulder, which if you were at racing, I'm sure I'm sure Grubby would be able to tell you what that means.
I think it's half a double carpet, so that's 16.5 to 1, I think.
Half a double carpet.
Yeah. I think double carpet's 33 to 1, and that's both arms.
In comes Stokes, again that's down leg, and this is just beautifully played, quite dismissively, I think, by Shubman Gill. And Ben Stokes, well, you don't need a lip reader
to
see what he said there.
And one more four than the four before. That's what fours are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, he got the line a bit wrong, didn't he?
I think he was inviting the batsman to get out for naught, because I think he was saying duck it. I think that's what he was saying.
Very good. But if you're going to bowl down that, I mean, it's an interesting the way that Shubman Gill chose to play that.
Well, he's been bowling for 50 minutes with Bashir at the other end, so I think a little fatigue is understandable.
Full on the drive, straight to short cover. Joe Roots, the man stationed there. There's no run. No, I was more thinking possibly a Pant-like figure, although a Pant-like figure that would have been on his off stump. But someone more of that mindset might well have tried to launch themselves at that ball. But Shubman Gill's approach is just wait, just tease it round the corner, which probably ended up with the same result.
Yeah, I mean, it's a much underutilised shot, actually. The leg glance. I mean, I suppose with the pace of Stokes and the fact that the long leg was quite square rather than fine, it raced away.
Yeah, it's a safe shot with no leg slip, for sure.
That was a good ball, defended stoutly in front of his off stump by Shubman Gill. Can he, will he, might he get himself certainly debut ton as captain, be his first ton in England.
Looks like a no ball.
From India.
It is a no ball.
It was a no ball, yeah.
It was a no ball, but I'll just
253 for 3.
Whatever anyone else is.
What was it? Was it no ball? Because I'm not bowling another one. I'm not sure.
Right, it's the end of the over. Nitin has. Commentators are polite and humble, and they have a lot of knowledge. I salute. I hope you mean us, or just commentators in general.
Well, I'm not often accused of humility.
That said you three on the other hand.
Yeah, I'm not often accused of humility, so that's a new one on me.
Leah says, "Can we please change down the arse to down the seat of Rishabh's pants?"
Very clever. There is a sort of a kind of a slight shimmery hue over Headingley.
I thought you meant in the studio. There's not much chance of that.
There's no shimmery hues in the studio that I'm aware of today.
Mayank is with us and says, England grounds have a great ability to look big, but then only have 18,500 capacity. That's like a medium-sized stand in India.
He's probably right. In Wilds, Bashir defended by Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, they tend not to go too high at our stands.
Well, the new ones at Lord's go quite high now.
Yeah, they do. And there's one at the Oval that's quite high.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
That was left alone watchfully by Pant, slapping into the gloves.
But not at Trent Bridge, for example. It's beautiful ground.
Ratcliffe Road End is reasonably high if you go right up the top, I think. And also, actually, where you used to have the library at the Oval in the pavilion was
defended.
Decent height.
Well, I'm I'm something of a traditionalist. I love grounds that are cricket grounds.
Yeah.
And I don't mind if they're built up and they're developed, providing they don't become so stadium-like as to become enormous looking.
Yeah, I mean, Edgbaston's...
Lords, I think, has done a wonderful job of building itself up while still retaining its very Lord's essence, defended again into the offside run.
Despite, the considerable shenanigans behind the scenes to do with Lord's redevelopment, it's certainly what emerges from all the argy-bargy is something that's quite good. Edgbaston's very concrete, but I think it works as a cricket ground, but it's utilitarian rather than aesthetically pleasing.
The slip and the short mid-off both in place, but neither are needed. It goes to backward point.
Yeah,
I think that's
by Rishabh Pant.
To me, the disappointment is in grounds in Australia, which have. The first time I went to Brisbane, it was an old style, slightly hickledy-pickledy, but had character. Now it's just an enormous bowl.
Yeah, the AFL grounds, aren't they, really?
And Adelaide has lost a fair bit of character.
Towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. That half a second makes a difference. I can tell you from a technical point of view, though, as this is my first remote piece of commentary, it's the end of the over 253 for 3. The first time I've done this remotely and not been in the studio, you do hear the jingles. Whatever the new setup from the studio, as the remotee, as opposed to the one serving the remotee, as it were, you can hear them crystal clear.
Well, I
has no idea why.
I shall look forward to that tomorrow morning, because I'm coming in on the Zoom tomorrow morning, because in the afternoon I have to chase to London's National Theatre for the matinee of London Road, which I'm going to see. It's going to be very, very hot on the tube on the way in, but the National Theatre is beautifully appointed with its con, so I'll be all right.
Yes, it is. Right, change of bowling, chaps.
Oh, well, he hasn't
an
bowled for a
interesting one
while,
too.
has he? Hasn't bowled. He had a spell after lunch and he was quite expensive, but he hasn't been seen since. But coming back into the attack is this man.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went into the team.
Talking of jingles, Funky on the Dance Floor says Pirate Badshaw, I am happy for the day. There you go.
Have we had no super chats today? Not only have we not had any
We
super
had
chats,
loads
but we
this
haven't.
morning. We
Oh,
had
did we?
an early flurry.
Because
Yeah.
usually we're constantly appealing for super chats.
Well, I think we're so tired and hot. Yeah. I'm asleep.
Well, Chris Wokes is going to be. He shouldn't be that tired and hot. He'll certainly be hot, but he may not be that tired.
No, I'm having that.
He's got more grey about him these days.
Yes, I was thinking that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm noticing here, which maybe more information than our listeners require, but these vinyl chairs, which I'm not going to complain about, are fine. But if you put your arms down on them in this heat, you have to kind of unstick them to lift them off. Which it's like being in the
sort of
front seat of an old car on a hot day, where you would stick to the seat.
It's the depth of them that I still haven't got that.
It reminds me of my first Austin 1300.
Wokes in over the wicket, short and cut. Cut square, cut for 4. There's a man chasing round after it. He's got no chance whatever of getting there. It was a super shot. It was Crawley. He's got long legs, but they weren't long enough. Terrific shot, 4 runs.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the phone.
You know what? I always feel just a little bit like Ronnie Corbett when I'm sat in those chairs because they're just so deep.
They are.
Yeah, the difference though was that Ronnie Corbett was funny. Actually, I'm not sure that's true.
Into the offside. I love Ronnie Corbett. I love the two Ronnie.
Do you have any stories involving the producer failing to provide enough funding for the escapade to take place? Though that's the question, Tony.
No, I don't.
Ah, well, you're not Ronnie Corbett then.
Do you know, when I was a kid, that bit where Ronnie Corbett sits down and does that.
I know, you turn over.
Oh, drove me mad
You
with
turn over.
irritation.
Right. Wokes full driven straight to mid off, no run.
I mean, I was trying to explain to someone the other day that there's kind of a backlash, obviously in the United States, but to some extent in this country, drag performers. They don't want drag queens reading stories in schools. Drag was never off the telly when we were growing up. The two Ronnies were constantly in drag. Dick Emery was always in drag. Any number, light entertainment revolved around drag. It was
Wokes
all the time.
Defended by Shubman Gill, who's not in drag at all. Pushed into the onside.
And these manufactured Daily Mail outrage about stuff. Well, if it's going to poison our children that much, then why were we all laughing along to national treasures, Ronnie Barker and Ronnie Corbett, who spent about half their time in drag? Even Morecambe and Wise would be in drag, I'm pretty sure of that.
I mean, listen,
Danny LaRue?
I'm not a big fan of drag, but I wasn't actually a big fan of the two Ronnies doing. But I mean, there is, and you could talk about Dick Emery. It was kind of sketch humour.
What drag does is it allows transgression. You see, you can say and do things in drag that you can't do if you're just dressed normally. So it was a way of being able to do the double entendres and all of that.
Wokes around the wicket, forward comes Pant.
Well,
the ball to deep back the point, goes single.
There is going to be a change, but I would argue that you could set against that the likes of Larry Grayson and Frankie Howard to a certain extent.
Yeah, but they were camp comedians. They weren't drag comedians. And
no, but if you're talking about the double entendres, and I think in that sense, definitely.
If you get some Larry Grayson early 70s stand-up on YouTube, he's a technician. He's an absolute master of stand-up, and I tell you what, you must have some cojones to do that act in Northern Working Men's Clubs.
You want to go back to Max Miller, don't you?
Yeah, oh, you do.
Possibly the
Kenny?
original founder.
Kenny?
That was taken on the tumble. It had been worked away down to mid-on.
I'll leave you.
They don't run.
I'll leave you with this. If you want the original double entendre, there's a bloke from Stratford upon Avon in the late 1500s who was pretty good at the double entendre. So it goes at least that far back.
The upstart pro himself. 2:59.43 after 65. I think we should have Chris Woke's alter ego, Chris Woke, with a bit of luck.
I'll just do some. One of the things I'll do is this.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
This is from Zippy Tuna. He sent us $2. Sorry, I was sleeping. No need to apologise, but the more the merrier. Eric J, before I go, does say Dick Emery was very good at Aston Villa. Made me laugh anyway. And the Gorillas should commentate in drag tomorrow. Well, that's all right because I'm not in.
It has to be something cool, and I think I'd have to reveal too much body in the heat of our studio that anyone on YouTube might be forced to turn off. Have we been joined by someone who's going to commentate that last ball?
Well, hopefully, but I'm trying to get out. Why doesn't someone just sit down?
That was cut away into the cover. There was no run. Still Bashir, and as soon as the person is ready, just pick up the baton. Bashir skips in over the wicket to the right-handed Gill.
I'm here, Tone.
That one as well.
I'm here.
No run.
I was just waiting. I was waiting for things to be vacated, and then Hendo got annoyed. Anyway, Gill's.
You wanted his chair.
No, just because no one was speaking, but we were waiting for him. It doesn't matter. Everything's good. Cheers, guys. Gaz is off. Thank you very much for your work today. This is outside the off stump from Shoaib Bashir, and Gill chops it backward of square on the offside. He's going to get 2, I think. So he's going to move on to 89. He's played very serenely today, Shubman Gill. And by the way, hello, Tone. How are you?
All right, Tone.
I'm not too bad. And now I've got a bone to pick with the bear when I get a moment.
Oh no!
The first thing I read on the chat this morning was something about. Clearly, my name had been taken in vain for a bunch of people to be defending me. I thought, what am I being defended from?
Shoaib Bashir is in, and Gill is down the wicket, drives this, fielded nicely by the big lad. Goofy fourth former Zach Crawley diving away to his right, so he can't get a run. It's unusual not to see you live in the flesh, Tone.
Yeah.
You sound quite bubbly in my headphones. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Robot-y.
This is defended coming forward by Shubman Gill. There's no run. Listeners, can you tell us if Tony indeed sounded bubbly to you, or whether it's just?
Well, he hadn't
me?
up till now. Are you sure you just unplug and replug your headphones or something?
I mean, do you mean?
Yeah, your headphones are coming in and out.
Daleki. Here comes Shoaib with a slip and a leg slip in place, but again, it's the tall lad, Zach Crawley, who dives away to his right to do the fielding there from a stiff forward defensive from Shubman Gill, who remains on 89. Pant has 14, and the India score is 262 for 3 after 66. Is Tone supposed to be doing socials, or is it?
No, it's me.
Why don't you do a bit of that then?
I don't know why you put me on socials.
I didn't. It's been a fascinating day's cricket. We saw a fantastic Test match last week, Tone. That was the last time I saw you, and we were here in the studio for the first day of that Australia-South Africa game, which ended up being, I was going to say thrilling, but I suppose it ended up being a fairly comfortable win. But I thought it was a terrific game of Test cricket.
I think it was a terrific occasion, terrific game of Test cricket. I think the Australians were gracious in defeat. I think everyone who wasn't Australia kind of wanted South Africa to win. And I think Bavuma making his captaincy throughout and his statesman-like qualities were superb.
He seems to have grown into that role, doesn't he?
He's grown into that role. He hasn't grown in any other way, but he's definitely grown into that role.
Well, I said
it was a superb occasion, and we loved it.
He thrust that mace head high, and it was still a good head shorter than Marco Jansen.
Yes, everybody's favourite cricketing picture, I think, at the moment is
beautiful.
Bavuma and Jansen side by side.
So the highlighted Chris Woke's going to come back into the attack here. The sun is out. It's been sort of muggy and greyish, probably quite
hot at Headingley, but the sun is properly out now there, up in Leeds. And here comes Birmingham's finest, Chris Wokes. He bowls a full delivery on Midland leg, and it's tucked into the leg side comfortably by Rishabh Pant, who gets a single. Nice to see Wokes back in the Test side. I know he's not everyone's cup of tea or long-term plan, and it's an outside chance, I suspect, that he'll make that starting 11 for the first Ashes Test, but there's a lot of cricket to be played until before then, and he is proven and very, very good in English conditions.
Well, yeah, everyone trots out those statistics, don't they, of just how different his home and away averages are. They are still true, although we had a decent tour of New Zealand, I think.
Yeah.
Right, I don't need to double check that.
And which is we do have a pink ball game in the Ashes, don't we?
Yeah, Adelaide, I think.
Adelaide, yeah. Nice delivery this. Angled in from wider of the crease and threatening just to move away from the right-handed gill. He's forward in defence, played it nicely.
Annoyingly, Adelaide, if it started on time, would actually start at 11 or 11:30 because it's half an hour ahead of Sydney. And so, it, one of the less painful times to start. But instead, it's going to start at like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
This is fucking hideous.
Yeah, that his performance in New Zealand did bring that overseas average down a bit, but still 137 wickets at home in 34 tests. I'll just wait.
As he comes into bowl with a... that one moves extravagantly through the air and further off the seam, and Smith cannot prevent that going past him. So I think it's the first bye he's conceded in this innings.
Yeah, but it really swung.
It really
quite
did.
A lot and quite late, didn't it?
Yeah.
So 34 tests at home, 137 wickets at 22. That's obviously before today.
Yeah.
Away, 23 tests, 44 wickets at 49.
Yeah.
Wokesy.
That's a
Wokes,
big, that is a big difference. No wonder people highlight it.
You're still quite bubbly in my ears there, Tony.
Yeah,
I don't know
you
why
sound
it
like
is.
you're underwater,
Anyway, Wokes coming round the wicket this time to Pant, who allows this one to pass through. Do you know what? Rishabh Pant is definitely one of my favourite cricketers. I've said this before. He's just
he's fun.
He's fucking box office. He's so watchable at all times. He came to the crease, he had one ball, had a little look, second ball, stepped down the wicket, banged it back over Stokes' head. The pair of them had a big old laugh about that. Then he played out a maiden to Sher Bashir, where it looked like he had all the time in the world. He was like, I'm not just going to wait for the next thing to happen. And there's always something happening, even when no runs are being scored. Once more, he allows this one to pass through outside the off stump, goes for a bit of an old man stroll towards square leg. And it's another no ball for the love of Jeff. It's annoying. How many no balls have England bowled today? I'm going to say, pardon? 9?
5.
5? Is that all?
Yeah, feels like more.
It does feel like more. It's so avoidable. Just don't do it. Is there really so much of an advantage by those extra couple of inches? Just drag your run up back. Anyway, he's round the wicket again. Pant comes forward in defence. There's no run. 265 for 3. We're into the 67th over of this innings. That run rate has just dipped below 4 for the first time in a long time. So England, in a very sort of measured fashion, putting the squeeze on a little bit, Bear.
A
little bit. It's all relative,
well,
isn't
they
it?
have slowed down a bit since T, haven't they? Since they lost Jaiswal.
And another ball just outside the off stump, which is dabbed to backward point into a small gap where Pant can take a comfortable single.
I mean, traditionally, if you put someone in, you expect to bowl them out for 250, and they're 265 for 3. So things not looking good.
Well, it's still so early in the game.
Well,
of course,
it is.
You'd rather be in India's position right now, but a lot can happen. And if you're an England fan, I don't think there's any need to panic.
No.
Tony. Oh, hello.
Super chat.
Zippy Tuna says, Pant is amazing, just wish he played for my team.
Yeah, I'd love him on my team as well. Always reminds me of that "We only wish you were English" to Shane Warne at the end of 2005.
What were you going to harangue me about, by the way, Tone? I didn't say anything about you this morning.
Well, somebody must have done. Maybe it was Hendo. I think it was just something about rotors.
Oh, that was Hendo.
Oh, was
me.
it? Oh, well,
Yeah,
I'll
don't
take it
fucking
back.
blame me, man.
Definitely.
Oh, sorry. Well, all right.
Definitely sounds like an on-air discussion.
It's usually you.
Bashir round the wicket, Pant back and cutting this one backward of square. He's found a gap there, but good bit of fielding there by the muscular Josh Tongue, whose fielding was called into question earlier on.
He's not the most adept
No,
in the field.
he's not the quickest, he's not the most mobile.
He is a fast bowler.
But he made a good bit of ground there. He dived away to his right. He got a big right paw to it, and he saved a couple of runs.
I mean, another thing you've got to say about Chris Wokes to a certain extent is his last red ball game. Well, he played one championship game in May where
Yep.
he did okay. Actually, he took 6 wickets in the game, I think. For,
Well bowled by
against
Rishabh Butcher,
Australia.
because he saw Rishabh Pant coming towards him, dragged it back a little bit, and did him a bit in the flight, therefore. And Rishabh just about managed to knock it into the offside. No run.
But before that, his last red ball game had been in Wellington in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And that was back last December.
Yeah. There is a short mid-off in place. Not quite an off Hayden. Anyway, Rishabh is back in his crease and punching this to long on for a single. Yeah, that's the thing, I suppose, isn't it? It's hard to get a lot of red ball cricket in if you are a Chris Wokes. I mean, maybe.
Well, true, because you've got to protect him to a certain extent as well once you get to that venerable age, and you're a quicker bowler and an all-rounder in a way as well.
Yeah, would you consider him an all-rounder? I mean, I think he's an excellent batsman, by the way. Would you consider him a genuine all-rounder?
Who?
Wokes.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Bashir bowls to Gill, who is back to a foolish delivery, actually, but just steering it through point to take the single that takes him to 90 runs.
He's got a test ton, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, he got 130 on at Lords.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I mean, you do. He is a genuine all-rounder. He's not a bad bat.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm the first to say I think he's got an excellent technique.
I think his test average is around about 23, 27, something like that. Shouldn't too bad.
A few years ago, I remember advocating him to be
three?
number 6, not number 3. I said he wouldn't let anyone down at 6. That's what I'm saying. Punt, forward in defence.
26 is his batting average in Test.
No
His
run.
highest was that 137 at Lords against India in 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that nearly over? Is that up to me?
No, one more. He's gone for a big one here. It's gone up in the air. It's over the man's head. It's going to drop safely. It was Zach Crawley running back from that short mid-wicket position, but he really mistimed that did Rishabh. It came off a big old top edge. Looked a lazy old shot. It's been a weird innings, I think, from Rishabh. He's looked aggressive at times. He's looked a bit lethargic at times. He's looked like he's got loads of time. And this is like, all right, now I'll go for it. He's not really in a rhythm. And that was perilously close as far as he was concerned.
And there was a ball before you came on, Grubby, that Ben Stokes had just put down, just faded down leg. And Shubman Gill just eased it down to fine leg before. It was a leg glance.
Yeah.
And
gorgeous.
We were making the point that you just felt that Rishabh Pant would have attempted to launch that into the Western Terrace. And it just shows that Pant likes to put bat to ball and go for the ball.
Except
it can be really aggressive.
Then
Gill was much more gentle in his approach.
He played out a very deliberate maiden to Sherbashir Bashir straight after hitting. I mean, it's been it's like, of course, you're not going to hit every ball for 4, but that was like he said, right, I'm just going to do this now. I don't know. He's in a funny mood, I would say. But anyway, could make for entertaining cricket. Here he is now facing Chris Wokes with a wide slip in place, just the one slip, probably a second slip. And this is met with the full face of the bat and fielded at extra cover.
He did say, didn't he, when he returned after the, whatever it was he had,
car crash,
reconstruction, skin grafts, thigh grafts, goodness knows what else, months of rehabilitation. He said his first game back just felt like making his debut all over again.
Yeah, I mean, horrific. You can go.
In fact, there's 2 members of the team who have gone through something not dissimilar.
Yeah.
Because we've got Karen Nair yet to come, who's had his own traumas.
Round the wicket comes Wokes. Look like he just feathered that through to the keeper because Pant looked back guiltily, but he hadn't. He just missed it. It was It was a sort of a weird ball. It was almost like a slower ball bouncer outside the off stump, or a slower ball shorter ball. And he always didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah,
he just sort of
putting his hands out.
hung his bat out to dry, didn't he? And yeah, he actually missed it by quite a way. But the way he looked back when I first saw it, I thought,
pardon me.
All right. It's lovely broadcasting.
I've got a strange sort of bubbly noise in my headphones. Oh no, it's the bear burping.
Wokes round the wicket to Punt, who deliberately this time just steers it expertly down to a fine third man to the left of that one slip, who's Harry Brook, and it goes for one of these.
England need one of those wickets really now. That they got those two just before lunch, which sort of seemed a bit against the run of play when India looked so well set. Then they got that wicket that the dismissal of Jaiswal just at the right time, just after tea, before the batsman got settled. It really now is the time for at least another one. Oh my word!
Oh, this one, you are ahead of us, Tony, by about a quarter of a second, because this is a full and swinging delivery from Chris Wokes outside the off stump of Rishabh Pant, and it nearly cleaned him up. That's a clever piece of bowling. Is that reverse swing possibly? Who knows? He let it go. Didn't play a shot, and it's not quite a boarding house scrape of butter, but it's very close to the off stump. Wow, dramatic moment. But he survives, Rishabh.
A good leave.
Just confirming that Tony is a quarter of a second ahead of us. A nice looking shot here, but for no runs outside the off stump, driven by Punt to cover point where it's fielded. He has 24 now, Punt. Gill has 90. And India, as a team, have 275 for 3. And
I've also made a note to keep any oohs, ahs, and oohs.
It's hard though, isn't it? It is hard.
At least quarter of a second.
What I don't understand is how you're ahead of us. That never happens.
And your headphones have suddenly cleared up. What have you done?
I listened to technical support, turned them out, off and turned them on again.
That's what I told you to do about 20 minutes ago.
Wokes, another ball that ducks in, and Punt is equal to it, defending it into the offside, and there is no run, and that's the end of the over. And Bear.
We have again.
Yeah, who?
Oh! Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat!
It's our friend Zippy Tuna. I love that name.
Zippy Tuna?
Zippy Tuna.
It's not Mark Zip, is it?
I don't know, actually. Is it?
Go on, Zippo.
No, I don't think so, because Mark Zip just comes on his own name, I think.
Come on, Zippy Tuna.
Anyway, he says, imagine coming back from that kind of crash to still be a world-class athlete. I pulled 3 muscles taken out of the trash this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing we all do. Pirate Badshot gives us $2 and says, apparently yellowfin tuna can swim at 75 kilometres an hour.
How come they keep getting caught and eaten then?
Well, because they go after the bait. Right. They're looking for some food.
Suckers for the chump.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it just the yellowfin ones?
Maybe they're the quickest. Tuna are quick, I know them. Quick and large. And the first one
and tasty, if you like fish.
Well, I do like a bit of tuna.
They're meaty. It's a very meaty fish.
It's a very meaty fish.
So they tell me.
And the first one that gets sold in the Japanese markets at the beginning of the year gets auctioned off, and if it's a big one, it goes for like £500,000 and shit like that.
I always like putting a bit of soy sauce on tuna, giving it a bit of sort of just an oriental flavour and some ginger. Really makes tuna.
You're a classy bloke, Tone. I've always said it.
With a bit of wasabi.
Bit of wasabi, you could do that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. All of that.
Yeah.
I would say the same could apply to a turkey steak if you don't eat fish like me.
Okay.
It's not my fault, mate.
You eat an animal on 2 legs, but you won't eat fish.
I can't eat it. I've got an anaphylactic reaction.
Oh right, okay. I'll let you off then.
Thank you. I was just being fussy.
Thought you were. Who else have we got? Lockie 6 says, declare now and have them 5 down by stumps. Zippy Tuna subscribes to Tuna Facts.
Good, all of them? Because some of them were a bit dubious.
And he also says, I'm every bit the athlete I was before the injuries.
Yes. Will I ever play the piano again? Yes, you will.
I literally was about to say I'm every bit the pianist I was before I took the piano away.
That's good, because I couldn't play before. Hey, in case you didn't know the punchline, which anyone under the age of about 50
We used to stand
won't.
around the piano at Christmas, wishing someone could play.
Lovely.
Is that the right one?
What are you trying to do, Bear? What we should do, I mean, I was busily this morning, even
Yeah.
though I wasn't on air,
Yeah.
I will have to tell you, I was busily promoting our latest
Oh, yeah.
Bishop and Bear podcast with the fabulous Hendo, who was on air, which is
Uh-huh.
a very good listen. Hendo was saying, I was listening to it. You didn't even mention the fact that the team was already out, that England had done it. I said, well, no, when we recorded it, it hadn't, it wasn't.
Oh, I see.
Can't help that. Can't go back in time. I suppose we can actually.
Yeah.
We could have recorded over it. But yes, that is out. If you're a patron, of course, you get that before anyone else does.
And what number episode is it now, Tony? You're up to
95.
Oh, hello! I feel a big centenary coming on.
Well, it's interesting you should say that, because
It
we
is.
are thinking either about what extra special guests we could get on, or the other alternative is to do it as a sort of a guerrilla party. And have lots of people into the pub, in and out.
Wow.
as it were.
Maybe we should do it in a pub and do it as a podcast or something.
Well, the other thing I genuinely thought was whether we actually went to the real Bishop and Bear and see if they'd let us do it there.
At Paddington.
In Paddington.
The Mad
yeah,
Bishop and
yeah.
Bear it's called, isn't it?
It is called the Mad Bishop and Bear, but
Yeah.
we tend not to talk about the mad bit over here. But
Why not?
Well, because you're
He
the
was
mad
The
one,
only
I'm
reason he was
fine.
mad, apparently, the reason he was mad was the Bishop of Paddington. He sold. It was the church that owned the land.
Yeah.
Where they built Paddington Station. And he
Yeah.
basically, being a good Christian man and not a businessman, effectively just gave it away. And literally everyone said, "You're fucking mad, mate." Because
He was a man of God.
Because he sold
Yeah,
because he sold the land that became Paddington Station
Yeah.
for next to nothing. And that's why he was the Mad Bishop. The Bear, of course, is rather more obvious.
You know the Catholic Church is fairly rich, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, indeed. There we go. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure, was he necessarily a Catholic bishop, though?
No,
I'm sure he was.
I'm just saying
I
that,
think he
you
was.
know, just because you're a man of God doesn't necessarily mean you have zero business acumen.
Well, no, I don't.
There must be some pretty good ones
Wow.
in the Catholic Church down the years, because they
Does
own
God exist? That's the question.
a lot.
But anyway,
a
that's
lot of
why he
land.
was mad.
Yeah, well, I think that's a good idea. Let's do it from the Mad Bishop and Bear. Has anyone approached them?
No, I can do, though, if we're serious about it.
Excellent. Right, we've been in a drinks break, by the way. We're back on now. Shoaib Bashir starts a new over to Shubman Gill, who is forward in defence. There is a slip and a leg slip. And the sun is out in Leeds. And indeed in Ladywell.
Well, and in Claygate.
Leeds and Ladywell, twinned since just now, when I made it up. Gill on 90, back in his crease and just turning that one very comfortably, a bit too short from Bashir, but he just turned it to square leg for a single. Everyone's still smiling though.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. When you look at Shoaib Bashir, you very rarely see him downcast or crestfallen. He always tends to
and that's
have a play with a smile on his chops.
Well, probably because he gets to play when he plays for England.
Yeah. It's part of what the eternally dull Graham Smith would call the environment. The environment that this England setup have built, and the environment that Stokes has built and McCullum built after this ball, Bashir to bowl it and whipped.
No.
And just fielded by Crawley at mid-wicket. Not a catch, despite what people said in the green room. No, still no. Yeah, the environment is one of you want to win, and we have a very set way. We want to win. But we enjoy it while we're doing it, you know. So this is defended by Pant to point. There's no run.
Well, Bashir went off from Somerset to Glamorgan, didn't he, to get more
Yeah.
cricket? He's played one red ball. No, he played 1, 2, 3, 4 championship games for them. Didn't take that many wickets. 2 for 127, his best figures against Gloucestershire.
Oh my God. That's the line I like to see in bowl, by the way, just there. It's tossed up to middle and leg. Rishabh
someone's head off there.
Rishabh Pant turned it to mid-wicket. It was buzzed in by Crawley, I think. Yeah, nearly took his head off. But I like that line from Bashir. Round the wicket to the left-hander, pitching on leg, middle and leg. Give it a chance to turn. If you get the length right, that's a really good line length for him. This is a bit more an off stump and defended quite comfortably by Rishabh.
Yeah, I mean, if you're bowling around, I mean, I'm left arm around the wickets, is essentially the opposite of what he's doing.
Yeah.
If that's, I mean, the ideal line on a turning wicket is to try and pitch it in at middle and leg, exactly that, and get it to turn. And if it's turning enough, you get a nice little edge and your slits come into play. It's the ultimate way of getting a batsman out.
Yeah,
spinner, really.
Yeah, and if you've got a nice bit of flight and dip and drift and all that stuff, then that just adds to it. But that spot, if you can land it on that good length.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Because if someone's trying to turn you into the leg side and it does turn, then you're going to get a leading edge. If not, if you get the right length and the right line and a bit of drift, then more often than not. Well, I mean, the thing is, if you attack a spinner, it's quite easy to hit them off that line and length. But you've got to be
you've got to have a chop to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, we've got a change here in the bowling, I think.
Well,
we've got another muscular lad coming in for England.
This guy.
This boy.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Interesting that Brian Cast hasn't bowled this afternoon.
He'll get his turn, I'm sure. Tongue has figures of none for 45. That's not going to get any better as he bowls a short ball, which is pulled down to Sher Bashir at long leg, and that's a run for Shubman Gill, who moves to 92, and India to 277 for 3.
Well, there's a lot of tuna talk. Lucky Six had a tuna sub last week, and Zippy Tuna says, I had a tuna sub from Subway last year, and I don't go to Subway anymore. Yeah, was it real tuna?
The tuna tubers.
I'm not sure that they use real actual meat in Subway.
It's never been a chain that I've enjoyed, Subway, or been drawn to.
I think they get too much. It looks good until you start to attack it, and then it's just too much of it.
Most of it's fake, I think.
Tongue round the wicket. It cramps Rishabh for a little bit of room as he looks to turn it on the leg side and thuds into his body somewhere, drops in front of him. No run.
I mean, he got a couple of wickets at Northants against India A, which of course was a pretty strong India A side. Got 2 for 91, which you think, 2 for 91 is not great. It was numbers 8 and 9.
Right.
Cochin and Kamboj were the 2 that he got, so they weren't exactly marquee wickets.
Yeah,
he actually did pretty well with the bat. He made 36 not out,
but it gave him a little run out and a blow on the track, as you might say in racing parlance. This is shoved down the leg side. He's got his radar wrong there, Tongue, and not for the first time today. Jamie Smith dives to his right to do the cleaning up.
but in the championship he's got a couple of fifers.
Yeah.
Which make a far more convincing case, I think, against Sussex and Durham, if I'm right.
Good work. Yeah, obviously he's in the England fold. You'd think that he'd be the one who misses out when Gus comes back. This is 2-leg-sidey and flicked down to the omnipresent at the moment Bashir, who does the fielding down at the left-handers. Long leg and another run.
Well, of course, Joffre's coming back next test.
Bullshit. He's never going to play another test again.
Yeah, he is.
Never going to happen, lads.
You're a betting man, Bear. What odds are you prepared to take or give that?
Apparently, he had a chat with.
That he does play.
He apparently had a chat with Stokesy and said, "What about Zimbabwe?" And Stokesy's like, "No, mate, no. We're keeping you under wraps." You just know it being Joffre, his hand will recur. That injury will recur. It's defended by Gill. So point and there's no run.
I don't see. Look, Josh Tongue's had a fucking stress fracture of the back. Everyone's had fucking stress fractures, and they all come back and play Test cricket. Why shouldn't go for it?
Yeah, I'll be delighted. I'll be delighted. I'll be delighted if I'm wrong.
I think you are going to be wrong.
Good.
I think he's going to play next Test, and
Good.
I'm really looking forward to it.
I look forward to it too.
Well, that's if he's
never going to happen.
Is he playing in the Sussex B team or whatever it is that's playing this week?
Oh, good luck whoever's playing Sussex Bs this week then. Oh, just my luck. This one's angled in to Gill from Tongue, and it's defended into the offside. There's no run.
I mean, yeah. I want him back. I want him back. I
know, we all do, Ben. Used to it.
Okay, I'm going to make you eat your words next week.
Do. I'd like that.
David Downey says, this may have been said already, but it was on this date in 1999 that Australia beat Pakistan very easily in the World Cup final.
That's not been said previously, no?
No, it hasn't. That's why I said it. Right, the end of this over? Yeah. No, now I suppose. Hendo, Tony, Bear.
Yep. Is it? Oh, I'm still.
It's been a pleasure, everyone.
Did this rota? Gave me 3 in a row.
Yeah.
I'll see you another time, everyone. It's been delightful.
You've given me 3 in a row too, because I'm
night.
on for the last 3.
Who's commentating this ball, just so I know?
That's defended back down the track, and there is no run. Hendo's supposed to be commentating. You're supposed to be doing socials.
I'm very happy doing that. But you can pick up until Hendo's settled.
That was only the first ball.
Chair.
Don't come in with your socials too early, you.
I won't be ahead with those.
Miles ahead. This is Paul. He's finally got hold of one punt. He's struggled a little bit. I think Bashir's bowled quite well to him. However, that has gone away to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
Yeah, one of these. Ooh, pardon me.
It's Nissan She.
Problem with these headset mics.
You what?
Problem with the headset mics. If you have a burp, you can't exactly move your mic away, can you?
It's a good job we don't have mics in other places.
I think I need another beer. It's the only way to cope. By the way, the computers are fucking massively overheating in this heat and can't really cope with it.
Actually, to show you gratitude, let's have some super chats to keep us going for the last hour. Down the wicket he comes. Is there anyone back? I think he's got enough on that. No, he hasn't.
But it's
bounced. It's bounced. It's bounced. Oh my goodness me! There was a man at mid-on, but it looked like was it long off?
Long on?
No. He ran across from long off behind the mid-on. So it landed between the two of them, I think. Yep, he didn't get hold of it.
He's actually right behind the bowler, isn't he?
Well, he might be. I did see Stokes using that in the Zimbabwe. Just hits him on the pad outside the line.
Outside the line. Good ball, though.
Yeah, decent from Bashir.
Can you grab me a beer? Yeah. Something cold.
283 for 3. Stokes actually thinks that he got bat onto pad. He might have done, but he was outside the line as well. So that's
mess.
Academic, as they say. Gill has 92. Will he become the second Indian to get to a century today?
Probably.
Yeah. Bashir in bowls. He's onto the back foot. Plays that out into the deep on the offside. Is that Duckett? I think. Oh no, it might have been Bethel. Who's been off? Bethel has been on quite a bit today.
There's one of these, isn't there? Bethel was on for, but I don't know who he was on for.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
We never found that
out. We didn't. But I think he's back on out there again. He may just be sort of replacing people who are popping in to be rehydrated, perhaps. Onto the front foot goes Pant. He stuns this ball completely dead. Actually, I think this was a better shout, unless it's just brushed the glove.
No, it didn't, but I still think it's outside the line.
I thought initially, but is it one of those that's just hit the pad?
Well, we're going to have a look now.
Well, we are.
That's outside the line.
Yeah.
Going on to hit the stumps, I reckon, though. Unless it goes over.
You have a super chat, though, when you get a moment.
Oh, yes.
Celebrate it with a jingle.
Seems to be cooling down a little bit.
Do you think so?
Well.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And it is from our friend Zippy Tuna, who $2 to say you don't get that kind of belching on TMS.
No, you certainly do not.
It is top quality belching.
Yeah, but they do have the handheld mics, don't they? That's the thing. They've got an advantage. They've got all the advantages.
We've got 6 of them. They just need fixing.
Tongue in from over the wicket, bowling to Gill, who presses forward in defence. We've talked at various intervals about his lovely forward defensive, and that was another of them. Ooh, now the umpire has come down the wicket. I think it's just a bit of loose grass. I don't think I thought for a moment he was investigating the line that Tongue was running down, but seemingly not. Tongue in again, too wide. I'm sorry, but that's just poor bowling, I'm afraid. And it's slashed at, finds a thick outside edge, flies down to third man for yet another 4 in that position.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That's money for old rope, that is. And it's poor. I think it's poor field placement. Do you really want that off Hayden? Is an off Hayden more valuable
than a gully?
Well, not so much even a gully or even a third man, just to save the boundaries. Anyway, Tongue again is in. There is one slip. That's better. This is forced up to mid-on. Oh, he's gone down the wicket. Some strides. Gill got rejected by Pant and then had to dive back as the throw came in. He's laughing about it now. He wouldn't have been had that been accurate. But he's come almost, well, possibly more than halfway.
He'd have got back.
That wasn't a very good throw, was it?
No.
He really had to put... he's actually done that really well to get... He's turned in a split second, hasn't he, to get back and then put the dive in.
Not what you want to be doing when you're on 97, is it really?
Not ideal. Not ideal. 288 for 3. Run rate slipped below 4 now. Tongue in again, very wide on the crease. They will get a single this time as he pushes to extra cover, who is set back a little bit, allowing the one almost. He moves to 98. Very good knock from him so far. I mean, I think that Pant has struggled a little bit. I think Bashir's bowled really well to him. He's drawn him forward. He's had him a little bit uncertain. And there is a tiny bit of turn, an occasional bounce for Bashir. But the fact that he's managed to get to 30, I think, shows you that it's quite an easy wicket to score runs on.
Yeah.
And I think there will be, unless England pick up a late 2 or 3 wickets tonight, round the wicket to Pant in behind that one. Defended, it was a little bit shorter. There's going to be some scrutiny
in the press.
I believe so.
Why did England bother to bat? Bowl first. I have to agree. I think it was a madness.
I won't go into the old adage of, you win the toss, bat. You win the toss. You think about it, then you bat. Which I've already done now.
Go into the adage.
I won't go into the adage. I'm just too.
There's 3 parts of that one, isn't it?
I can't remember.
Trevor Bailey, wasn't it?
Was it Trevor Bailey?
I think so.
Tongue into Pant, straight but full, and he's coming through for the single, and that's a little bit slow, I think, from Bethel at mid-on. He was running round his right hand, wasn't he, to get it onto his left, and that gave Pant the time he needed to get to the other end, but it was a little bit tight. So a couple of interesting pieces of running in that over. 290 for 3, Gill 98, Pant 31.
We have another super chat.
Yay!
Who's fastest finger on the jingle front?
YouTube Brian, super chat.
It's our friend Jay. By the way,
Jay?
Your namesake Grover the Jay has been very active in my garden in the last few days. But he sent us 2 wonderful English pounds saying, in envy for I have no beer.
Oh no.
Sean Tracy, whomever he is.
Who is he?
Says, is Tony zooming in via a dial-up modem? Also, what's on his ceiling? I'll have to hold the answer that in a minute.
Bashir to Pant, who defends on the offside. Just
the TV in my kitchen is above my eye line. That's why I keep looking up.
Yeah, and the reason it's a bit clunky is I think our computers are massively overheating, Nestlers. They can't handle the heat. And I've got cool pads under them, but when they get hot, the CPUs just clunk up.
Bashir and again left by Pant. And I think the way he reacted having left that, so it was indicative of his difficulty in picking up length a little bit today, because he was disappointed with himself and thought he should have done something more with it, but maybe bailed out of a more adventurous shot because he didn't feel he was quite there. There's a long on back, there's a deep square leg, and now the man on the 45 seems to have come around squarer. Round the wicket again to Pant, who plays a little paddle sweep, and it's well placed. Didn't get it, as well as he would have wanted. It was a bit of pad, but it's gone fine enough for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
So he's been, notwithstanding coming in and hitting Stokes' second ball, or his second ball from Stokes, straight back over his head. He's looked a bit scratchy, hasn't he, Pant? But he's on 35.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's been an odd innings, hasn't it?
It has. Bashir again in. He's down the wicket. That's gone high. Has it gone long? I think it has. I think he puts every sinew of his muscle and body into the shot, and that just seems to carry it over the boundary, even when you felt that he hadn't quite got to the pitch of it. 6 runs, 300 up. And of course, Pant can do damage if he starts to really get his confidence.
Where are we at with GPO? What are we on now? 300. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're right in the midst of it.
Oh. Bashir again. Oh, now throws it wide and flat. And that at least fooled Pant, who I don't think he was expecting that. But he is a man who doesn't necessarily get to the pitch of the ball, goes through with a shot, but throws everything at it. And that is normally enough. Bashir in again, looking around that leg stump line, trying to turn it back across the left-hander. He tickles it away, fielded on the 45. No run, but 10 runs off the over, so expensive by Bashir's standards today. Score after 74 overs, 300 for 3. Run rate back up above 4 again.
Lots of stuff, lots of people joining us. Pirate Badshah saying about Subway. Well, it's a well-known fact that Subway lost a case in the courts against the Irish taxman over whether their bread is legally classifiable as bread or confectionery. Bread is 0 rated for VAT. Discussion around whether Archer should be back. I don't think he was considered fit, but they are targeting the second test for him.
I think, as Bear said, there's a gap between the first and second tests, isn't there? So
there is.
He does have a chance.
One of the reasons why Bumrah looks set to play 1, 2, and 3, but possibly not, or 1 and 2 certainly.
I mean, I think if they're 2-0 up, he might play the third. It's difficult to say, isn't it? Tongue is in to Gill, looking for that 100. It's defended on the front foot. The man on the off Hayden, if you're wondering what the off Hayden is, because we do have people joining us newly on a regular basis. The off Hayden is the position that Matt Hayden used to field, just off.
No.
Was he wearing a great big cowboy hat while he was
That was a position that England accidentally put somebody out, wasn't it? Who caught Matthew Hayden in 2005 Ashes.
Okay, I stand corrected. Very wide on the crease. Driven. That's got to be it. That's the 100, is it not? Yes, indeed. It's a slightly more subdued celebration than shown by Jaiswal earlier. Perhaps befitting of the captain, who just punches the air a little bit, then takes his helmet off, raises his bat in the time-honoured fashion.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
It's either a sign of India and England playing each other a lot, or everyone likes to bat against England, because that's his 6th Test 100, but his 3rd against England, first in this country. And as we saw earlier, three of Jaiswal's 5 have come against England too. Wide, shorter, dabbed, easy single. Follow up the boundary with a single. That's the way to do it. He's I think he's signalling for a drink.
He's going to improve that average of about 15 or 14 points something, which he did have in his 3 previous tests in England.
Of course, only one played against England in those 3.
Ah, of course, because you're counting 2 World Test Series finals, aren't you?
Yep.
He scored tons in both of them.
What?
He scored tons in both of them.
No. He's.
No, he didn't. That was the point.
That was the point.
Oh.
His average was hitherto very poor.
But I was trying to say it's 3 tests in England.
Oh.
Only 2 of them
World
weren't
Test
against
champions,
England.
yes, right.
Round the wicket. He aims a pull at that one and he's missed it. Rishabh. Through to the keeper. This is a fantastically strong position for India to be in. 305 for 3. You know, they bat. Well, they'll hope to bat until tea tomorrow.
600.
It's not out of bounds, is it?
No.
Well,
Tiring
we got
attack.
300 in a day today.
Followed by Brummer coming in nice and fresh at the end of the day, knocking over the top 3. Yeah.
Tongue in, short, pulled, gets hold of this one, but not with great timing. It was swivel, really, from Pant. He goes into the 40s, 42 now. 306 for 3. I'm with the Bear on the question of Archer. I see no reason why he can't come back. It's become almost fashionable to say that he can't.
Exactly.
And then everyone who's saying that will be able to say, "I told you so." And I don't know. I mean, there is a risk, of course, isn't there?
There's always a risk, but if he wants to play,
Quite
and he's
right.
fit.
Tongue in, short, pulled! Is that in the air? Yes, but it's over Bashir at long leg. It was again another short arm jab from Gill. He might have been worried a little bit as we say goodbye to the Grubster, but it's gone all the way. Well, I put it down to these short boundaries.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit. Well, I probably
even if he'd been on the edge, I think it'd have gone over the top of him.
Yeah, I think it was there isn't a lot behind there, is there? There's 6 meters or so.
Yeah.
Although he's not actually on the edge, is he?
Right,
there,
yeah,
Bashir?
I know, but I think if he'd been on the edge, I think it's still gone over his head.
Well,
I mean, I'm sorry to say, but I don't really rate Josh.
2 years ago, but I think, as I was saying to Messi off air, he's had injury problems since then, and he came back against Zimbabwe. I thought he bowled reasonably well to start with.
That was Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it was Zimbabwe. But then those 2 games against India A were kind of instructive, weren't they?
Yeah.
That perhaps he wasn't quite ready, although, I think they're looking ahead to the Ashes. I think they see him as a man who might do something, but not on this evidence.
Not on this evidence. You can't just be quick. You've got to have some sort of control with the speed. Yeah.
But let's be fair to him. He hasn't played a hell of a lot of cricket in the last couple of years, so it can take time. And we saw Bryden Cast this morning and Wokes that it took them a while to find their range a little bit with the ball. Now there's going to be 4 more. I'm not sure whether he got bat on that or not. Down the leg side. Has it gone off the thigh pad?
No.
Yes, it has. It's 4 leg buys.
I think it was a foot.
Well, still a leg buy.
Pardon. Yes, it is, but it's not. It's doesn't matter.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Why hasn't Bryden Cast bowled?
Hasn't bowled for a while, has he?
No.
Could be waiting for the new ball, which is available in 4.5 overs.
Yeah, but they came on at 4 o'clock. That was 2 hours ago.
He has bowled since tea. I think Bashir bowls. I think he's overdoing that leg stump line a little bit. I think. Not enough turn for him there. This one is just jabbed to the man on the 45.
Dippy Tuna, by the way, suggests, Bear, that you dip those hot laptops in cold water.
Now, having said that, he's overdoing it. He throws this one wide outside the off stump, which is slapped by Pant, but it runs too quickly to Joe Root, who's set back quite deep at mid-off. Still can't get a single.
Now, very rarely do they get clunky, but I noticed a few years back, winning that heat wave a couple of years ago, they do get seriously clunky.
in hot weather.
In really hot weather, yeah, they just can't get cool enough, and therefore the sea.
Thing, I find the same thing about myself.
Oh dear, I've had about 8 hours sleep over the last 2 nights. It's horrible. Bashir in wide of the off-stump, chased by Pant. He's almost overbalancing as he cuts that one out to the cover boundary. They get a single. He's now moved on to 43. It's ugly cricket, this. It really is at times. Oh, it's horrible. Truly horrible.
Looked even weirder in slow motion, didn't it?
Yeah. Slip and a leg slip. Bashir to the right-handed Gill. Oh, it's flat and horrible. Easy single as he just eases it off his pads. I would be inclined... Well, I suppose we're going to get to that new ball quicker the longer the Bashir stays on. But I think, yeah, he will be taken out of the attack. If there wasn't a new ball due, I would take him out of the attack right now. He's bowled quite a long spell, hasn't he?
Well, pretty much. Unbroken since tea, isn't it?
Yeah, root might be worth a call. Bashir in again. He's bowling very, very flat now. Not even trying to turn it there, I don't think. Defended by Pant. Into the offside. It's the end of the over. Let's have your super chats, people. Let's have some more super chats.
We've done the super chats.
Oh, let's have some
however,
more.
We do have Super Brian in Brisbane, who says, I'm out of here. I'm on child-minding duties with my granddaughter. She's announced it's time to go to the pub for pizza. Can't argue there. Good Lord, I can't wait for my grandson to say that to me. Grandad, let's just go to the pub. Right, Grandad, whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Is what I shall say. Yeah. Zippy says that sounds great, Brian. What a great idea. McCullum, says George Person. George McPherson says McCullum needs to do the right thing and bring back the likes of Leach and Archer. England can't go on with a second string bowling attack. I think that's a few people might be sympathising with that view. I think.
I would be keen on Liam Dawson. Not that Jack Leach has done anything particularly wrong. I just think Liam Dawson, they got him back into the T20 and one-day sides, didn't they? Or certainly into the squads. And he bowled really well in his first T20 back after a while. He can bat. He's a very good... at international level, he'd be a very good number 8. And... he's been so unlucky. He is the spinner that Bashir, well, to a certain extent, he probably doesn't spin it as much as Bashir might, but he's what they want from Bashir in a few years' time. Pulled out to deep backward square. There is Bryden Cast. I'll take a single. 319 for 3. But he's been massively underrated his whole career, Liam Dawson. And, they've looked at so many different spinners, and yet they ignore the one that's done brilliant things in county cricket.
They did take him on a tour or two somewhere, didn't they?
Terrifically well.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he's ever let anyone down, has he?
They want pace and bounce. They want the height of Bashir. That's why Bashir both in vogue for being tall.
Yes, it's true, and I do understand that if you've gone down this line, if you've identified him as the man you want to take to Australia, that you've got to give him as much bowling as you can, because he's not getting any in county cricket, is he? Tongue bowls, and Pant plays that extravagant shot where he goes across his stumps, almost overbalances and tries to flick it over his shoulder, and he's very annoyed with himself that he made no contact with that. He's a little bit at odds with himself.
We do now have some.
Oh, good.
$2 from Zippy Tuna.
Mm-hmm.
Reminder to like this stream. Thank you, Zippy. Much appreciated. Chief Wardo, €2. €1 for every cheeky bear burp.
See, they get money.
Listen, if no, don't encourage him. Tongue short. Now, he's played a very strange little
dab
paddle, almost pull paddle. No, that would be a paddle.
Paddling pull.
A puddle. Anyway, it's got a single out to deep square leg. Gill is on 111. That's the only hope England have got. They are invoking the spirit of David Shepherd.
Right, there's loads of messages when we get the chance. Obviously not during the over.
Is that the end of the over?
No, it's halfway through.
No, nowhere near. No slips, no gullies. Follows Gill as he goes way outside his leg stump. Somehow he manages to pull that through a mass of onside fielders out to the man on the boundary. He's the last man resisting, and it's just a single. 100 runs from 146 balls this partnership's worth. And you have to say Pant has not really played very well, and yet there he is, still there on 44.
What happened to the good old days when India would come over here and get caught on a green seaming wicket and lose the first test?
Yeah, it's just not
because
fair,
they
is it?
weren't quite ready for English conditions.
Just not fair.
Well, these aren't very English conditions, really, are they?
No. Tongue again, 68 runs from his 14.4. That's as limp a bouncer as you're ever likely to see. He dug it in, and it barely got above arse height with Pant leaning over. It's been a poor day for Tongue. That said, you know, cricket is a strange
everyone has
creature.
bad days, it's true.
You know, you can have a great day followed by a
Jeetan Patel
terrible
just
day.
picked his nose and looked at him.
Who did?
Jeetan Patel.
Oh, now what's happened here? He's again played that weird pull shot where he's overbalancing so much towards the offside. On it, he's got it down to long leg. They'll get a single, but again, not totally convincing. He's going to keep trying to play that shot. However,
right. May I jump in and do some messages?
You may jump in.
Fanatic? Oh, sorry.
No, go on, jump in.
Oh, right, yes. Windy Fanatic says England might be getting a wallop with this one. It isn't looking good. Where's the strength that demolished the West Indies? Well, it was all white ball stuff recently. Last year, who took the wickets? Gus Atkinson took plenty, didn't he? And,
He'll be
he's
back for the second
another one
test.
being held back for the second test.
I'm not entirely convinced that Gus Atkinson would have been very effective on this pitch. I think it's just great to bat on.
Nor am I.
Yeah.
You know what? We've everyone apart from Sudderson has got runs, hundreds or 40s. Bashir around the wicket to Pant again. He's onto the front foot, defending into the offside.
Pant on for a 50 here.
Well, exactly. But if you can bat this badly and get 50, if he suddenly finds his touch, England could be really looking at the scoreboard ticking round. This is being thrown wide by Bashir. I think this is an attempt to just keep the ball away from Pant as much as possible. Maybe if he's stretching for one, he might just get a bit of an outside edge and it'll go up in the air.
Maybe just have that one on a solid stream on us.
Bashir in again, wide, cut this time by Pant. There should be a guardian on the boundary. There is. It's just a single. 323 for 3.
Steve Chilton is saying, this is what I expect from India. He's not wrong in a way.
Well, I can't. I will go on about it. Well, I won't go on about it, but I will just say, as soon as I picked up the phone on arrival and saw that England had won the toss and put them in,
You weren't happy?
I wasn't happy. Bashir round the wicket to the right-handed Gill, right forward in defence, push to short extra. There is no run. Now, Messi.
According to our friend Mayak, though, it is going to rain tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Messi's been saying there might be some thunderstorms around here in the afternoon. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make it any better, does it?
No, exactly.
You're better off batting on day one, a nice sunny day, and then hoping the weather helps you with your bowling.
But the rain goes through until Monday, is the point he was making.
The rain goes through until Monday.
Yeah.
Again, make sure you get the runs on day one, then. Yeah.
Well, if the rain goes through, well, we won't get any play, will we?
Oh, well, no. On and off.
Bashir in again. Down the wicket comes Gill and flicks this one off his pads for another single. by the time it becomes available.
Maybe.
Tongue then. I'll do this one last over. Helped on its way by Gill. He's played that shot a lot, hasn't he? And what's been noticeable about Gill, even when England have tried the short ball attack, when they weren't getting wickets and they've been they scattered to the wind and got rid of all the slips and all the close fielders, Gill has made a point of rolling the wrists over that pull shot, whereas you might expect England, the likes of Pope and Stokes and one or two others, would want to get underneath that and try and maximise the shot. He's been quite cautious. Tongue in short. Oh my goodness me! Is he going to get 4? No. Well fielded down there by Harry Brook. But I'm absolutely convinced that when he hit that ball, Punt was not looking at it. It's extraordinary. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. He's not looking at this, surely. No, he's not looking at it. He's ducking, but flapping the bat at it. But so good is he that he's still connected with it.
Under 9 shot.
He's rolling his wrists whilst also not looking.
Indeed.
Technically, it was a really interesting shot for a man not looking.
Tongue in again, short, and in fact, a slower short one. That was quite clever from Tongue, and it caught Gill out, but he was seeing the ball well enough that he decided not to go through with the shot, just pulled out of it, got big on him. And,
I should probably go then, chaps, because Messi's joined you. Grubby isn't, but you've got the bear there, and Hendo, you're still staying on. I've become superfluous and have been called away.
Never. However, Tony, I think we, the exciting thing is that this is Messi's final spell in the studio.
Yeah.
Pulled by Gill. Won't get a run to square leg on this occasion. Now, I was hoping that we would maybe get one of our jinglers to write a Messi version of My Way, and we could all join in, and that would be quite fun.
Mistakes, he's made a few.
Where would you few to mention?
With that, I'm going to roll.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks for everything, mate. I'll catch you next time I'm over.
I might see you on day 5 in Perth, eh?
Yep. Oh yes. Now he's given himself room, has Gill there, and he's chopped it out to the offside where there is nobody on the boundary, and it's another 4 for the Indian captain, who is coming of age as a skipper in his first game.
He's going great guns. I hit the ball 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
This is just tame stuff, isn't it, really, from England? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the angle of that ball was taking it over the top of leg stump, or even outside leg stump, but he's given himself so much room, he's got so much time, he's seeing the ball so well, and Tongue is bowling so poorly, as he does again down the leg side. Not great. 330 for 3. 1 over to go before England have the option of taking the new ball. Will they bother tonight?
I wouldn't bother.
I would. I think they need anything they can get. I mean, the truth is, the first hour after tea, they kept India fairly well under control. The last 70 minutes or so, India have just been shifting up. They went down to about 3.8 runs per over. They're back up to 4.2. If they don't take the new ball now, then that's going to continue. The runs may flow with the new ball. At least they give them a chance of something.
I suppose there is that, and they'll only probably get 3 or 4 overs, and it'll still be new in the morning.
And I have a confession to make. Everybody's saying, what happened when the screen went blank? Bear's fucked up. Well, Bear didn't fuck up. I fucked up. Bear came and fixed it, as usual.
I didn't know the screen did go blank.
The YouTube screen did.
He pressed the wrong buttons.
Yep.
Bashir is around the wickets. Throws it up outside Pants off stump. He just leaves it, and there is no run.
And we have a super chat.
Yay!
Let's have one of these then.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And Jay Grover has very kindly sent us a $5 saying, for the Rutland Arms and Messi. Yeah, that was a very fun afternoon. Thank you, Jay. Really appreciated it.
Next ball is just defended by Pant. Bashir continuing around the wicket.
And I must say to everybody who I've spoken to, whether in person or online, I've just had a fantastic time connecting with you.
Yeah, it's been great having you here. That one's just tipped around the corner by Pant. Get himself a single off the strike.
Although, I've got to say, England is way too hot for me.
Says the man from the
Perth.
outback.
Well, it's 8 degrees and pissing down with rain in Perth at the moment.
Yeah, but
I can't wait to get back.
It gets to 40
Well,
and...
your possum will be waiting for you, of course.
The possum, the geese, the ducks, you know, the
Will they have survived without you?
Yeah,
I mean,
I've got someone feeding them.
oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well, the geese have missed you, that's the question.
Probably not.
Defended back down the track and there's no run. Do you think they recognise you? That's an interesting philosophical animal question.
They do. They know when somebody else is there and when I'm there. They're much more on edge if it's somebody else there.
Ah. But after how long is their memory? You being away for a month, will they think you're someone new? That's defended by Shibman Gill out on the offside, and there is no run.
Are you feeling slightly sad? Or are you ready to get back?
I'm keen to get back. I will miss, I miss this. Being in the studio has been so much fun.
Yeah.
And my niece and nephews and their families have been fantastic. But sometimes you just want to get in your own bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is that, definitely. Well, you could always sell up and move back. That's defended back down the track. There's no run. Just so you could be a gorilla permanently.
Yeah. I can't do that unless I can have an acre somewhere in the middle of London. That ain't going to work, is it?
That ain't going to work. No.
Got 30 million?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got 30 million ants in my garden.
If so, why aren't you supporting guerrilla cricket financially?
Yeah.
The new ball's available, boys and girls.
I know it's like, Stokesy is going to take it straight away by the rest of things.
Yeah.
Stokesy's going to give it to Wokesy.
Leah says, is everyone aware of the fact that Joss Butler and Bordy have started a YouTube channel together? Everybody's into it.
What,
They're just copying us.
Joss Butler and Wardy.
Brody.
Brody. What are they doing?
Christ knows, just fart-assing around.
Are they doing bants?
Bants?
I imagine they're
Of course
doing bants.
they're doing bants.
Well, the new ball has been taken and Wokes is going to take it.
Yeah. Well, what have we got left? 20 minutes? 20 minutes? Listen. Yeah. Now, I think in appreciation of Messi and his wonderful contribution to guerrilla cricket, which is wonderful whether he's here or not, but it's been particularly wonderful to have him here. And I think that you need to show your appreciation by sending us as many super chats as you possibly can in the next 15 minutes.
I agree with that. And letting me win the GPL as well.
Well, I'm not sure about that one.
How are we doing? Have we got anyone?
We're on 3-3-1.
Yep.
Let's have a look.
So anything from 3-4-3.
We've knocked a few people out. Chris the Choir has just been knocked out, but he's next up on 3-2-6. Then we have 3-3-7. Then it goes up to 3-4-5.
3-3-7 would be Hombre Nuevo, I presume.
Yeah.
Am I 3-4-3 or 3-5-3?
You're 3-5-3.
Oh, that looks good.
Possibly 20 minutes.
Yeah, 2 slips in the gully. It's not over-attacking, but you can understand that.
Hombre Nuevo has come to the party, sent us £1.99. An immense pleasure, Messi. Safe flight home. Thank you so much, Hombre. Really love staying with you. You cooked me the best meal I've had the whole time I've been here. Thank you.
To get Hombre Nuevo down. Hombre's never been to the studio, has he? Didn't he used to live in Kingston, so he was nearer in those days?
Yeah, it's only a commentary now.
Oh, really? Wokes in first ball. It's just knocked into the offside with a new ball, and there ain't no run.
Yeah, that was a loosener, wasn't it? There was almost no effort in that delivery. Not much bounce. Stabbed into the offside. Pant is close to his half century now. That's quite slow for him, 48 off 90.
Yeah, it is. Considering he hit a second ball back over Stokes' head for 4. Thought it was going to be a really explosive innings.
Yeah. Mike's got me worked out. He says, I reckon Messi is just looking forward to taking his trousers off during commentary and the weather came again.
Sick of his underpants. He's gone for a big heave-ho. Oh, and he somehow toe-ended it past mid-on. He's going to get 4 runs, I believe.
He's toe-ended a straight 4. That's unbelievable.
That's outrageous. However, it is one of these. And that brings him his.
That is really fitting for a bizarre innings.
Yeah.
50 like that.
And we have another super chat from Pirate Blade Shah.
Keep them coming.
He sent us €2 and says, "Messages, the exalted talisman of guerrilla cricket." Thank you so much, Pirate. Lovely. I'm sorry you didn't get over to Dublin to see you. I would have loved to.
Wokes in. Oh, Jesus. Beats the outside edge. Thought he got a feather, but Pant didn't get a feather. Goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Oh, and the lovely Anna Forsyth.
Hello, Anna.
$2.79 Canadian. Says, "Hope you had a good visit, Messi." I did indeed, Anna. I had a lovely time. Lovely to hear from you. It always brings a smile to my face when I see your name on the chat. Thank you.
How's life, Anna? We haven't heard a lot from you recently. We did in the last test, I think, right at the end.
She did. I think busy is probably the word from what I recall.
Covering all the ice hockey. I suppose it is ice hockey. It's in the Stanley Cup at the moment. Dropped out into the point region by Pant. He'll get a single. The only reason I know that is because Keir Starmer and what's his name, Mark Carney.
Have they been to a match?
Yeah, they went. He met him before the G7, and they went sat in a pub and watched his team. And I think they're in the playoffs.
They went to a pub.
Yeah, had a pint. It was on the telly.
Well, I've got to say, from what I've seen of ice hockey, it's a lot more interesting than watching football in America. It never stops happening, does it?
I think the thing I find with ice hockey is I can never see the flipping puck.
No, that's true. That's true. Well, I've got a admission to make. When I went to Lord's last week, I found it difficult to see the ball a lot of the time.
Oh, I find it more difficult these days, absolutely.
Especially if you're square on, it's
yeah.
pretty hard. I mean, you really need to be behind the bowler's arm, especially when a pace bowler's on. High up as well, behind the bowler's arm. That's driven by Gill up to mid-on. There's no run. That's what I loved about being in the 2019 World Cup. I was always behind the bowlers.
Yeah.
On the fucking comms. No crowds, aircon. It was lovely.
Free food.
Yeah.
I do think sometimes, though, I mean, it happens at Lord's quite a lot in county cricket, though, that they play really close to one side. And that, although you get a magnificent view in a sense because you're so close to the action, or much closer to the action than you normally would be, I don't know, it just doesn't doesn't feel quite right, does it?
Yeah, too short, isn't it? Yeah.
Wokes, last ball of the over, inside half of the bat, goes off towards long leg, Bashir Fields, and there'll be a single.
Do you think England should be a little bit more attacking here at this stage? I mean, I don't think that Gill's going to go crazy.
It's a no ball.
It's a no ball.
Number 6.
I mean,
another super chat, by the way.
Oh, good.
Shall I play another jingle?
Yeah,
Fuck it. Yeah, go on then.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero! They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat!
It's $2 saying, "Messi is the king of socials. Safe travels." Thanks, Lockie. Really appreciate it.
What's that song, The King of Wishful Thinking? Who was that by?
I'd never heard of it.
Yeah.
No, right. Although it sounds familiar. Oh, how's that? That's got to be out somehow, isn't it?
No. Just by all that's holy, the law of all that's holy.
Well, didn't it come off the pad though? Surely you got a pill for LBW.
No, he should get 6.4 points for difficulty on a rolling somersault.
Well, I'll explain. Rishabh Pant's gone right across his stumps, and it's hit his pad. He's trying to do his scoopy thing down the leg side.
Did it hit his pad though?
I think it did hit his pad.
I don't think it did.
Well, they haven't reviewed it. It may well have been going over, but it definitely hit his pad and then was caught by the keeper. So if it didn't hit his pad, then it hit his bat, in which case they should appeal. But
I don't think
it clearly didn't hit his bat. That's going over. It's hit his thigh pad.
Yeah, it has hit his pad. Yeah.
Very odd fucking shot.
He keeps playing that shot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's determined to lift it over somewhere for 6.
But I don't think he's going to.
He might have pitched outside leg as well.
When
he's
he
hit his arse and just gone over the top of the stumps.
When he plays that shot, he's got almost no backlift.
It's
the
like
bat
a
doesn't
scoop.
go back. It just flicks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't think he's going to be able to get 6. Not off someone of Woke's pace.
He'd have to time it incredibly well, wouldn't he?
And he's not been timing it very well.
No. David Durrell just says we're doomed.
Yeah, well, we might well be, but no,
Still a long way to go. Long way to go.
Well, the other thing about the India A games, it must be said, as that one is left alone by Gill out through the offside and there is no run, although I suppose Bumrah didn't play on them, was that India managed to score 500 quite regularly and England A managed to score 500 quite regularly.
Yeah, there were a lot of runs. It may be that the pitches are going to be like this summer.
Pitched outside leg anyway.
Oh, yeah. But I love the way you pleaded there, Bear.
Well,
it was good. Something, please. Invent a new law why that should have been out.
Nidden Dish Pandy says, Gorilla team make me happy. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Well, Cast is in. He's been cut over the top of Gully for 4. I presume it's 4. It didn't go carry all the way. Yeah, it's 4.
So 11 more runs. 13 minutes, that'll do. Thank you.
No, the way they're going, it's going to blast past them.
I can see Messi slinking out the door, his pockets overflowing with cash.
I'll miss out by one fucking run again, won't I?
Maybe.
It's a good job you're not reliant on that, your winnings to get a flight back.
I probably could have paid for a flight back if I'd never got into the GPL in the first place.
Think of all the places around the world you could have been.
Cast in, that one's chopped out into the offside again by Gill. In front of square, they should come back for 2.
Yeah, good placement.
And they do. Also good placement.
I daren't ever look up how much I've paid to Guerrilla Cricket over the years, or I decided I could have had a much better life. The Pirate Banshall says the Edmonton Oilers lost the Stanley Cup final to the Florida Panthers, which hilariously means no Canadian team has won their own National League since 1993.
What?
That's just crazy.
Ban the Americans. That'll piss off Trumpy Trump. Cast in. Defended out to cover by Gill. No run.
Trumpy Trump.
The man who I noticed that someone else pointed out on the news, every time, that's another no fucking ball. Every time he wants to equivocate on something, he says he'll make a decision in 2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks.
It's always 2 weeks. And then he never makes a decision. Because I guess he figures that's long enough for people to forget what he said.
Well, they do forget.
Exactly.
And because they're coming out with so many crazy things each day, the news cycle moves on so quickly.
Cast full, defended by Gill with good timing out towards point. Times it enough that they get a single.
Yeah, defended it, but he opened the face, didn't he?
Yeah. England bowled poorly today, it has to be said.
Well, I mean, the only person you can say that's bowled really well, I think, has been Stokes.
Bashir's
bowled okay. He's bowled reasonably well. I mean, I think when you've been going at 4.2 and over, apart from 1 over where he went for a 6 and a 4 from Pant, he's been going at 2.5, 3 and over. Yeah.
So Anna Forsyth has given us an update. She says, sends a love heart and says, thanks all. You're good but busy here. Off to the interior of BC today. The Stanley Cup just finished this week, but the Canucks minor league team is just 1 win away from winning the Calder Cup.
Ooh. Down, finally. Opens his shoulders. And was that 6?
No, I think it just dropped short. Yeah, I think so. 1 bounce.
It is. It's 4. Down, smashed over towards long on by our man Pant, and he gets 4 runs.
You ask where I live. Here's the address I give. The 4.
Well, I think I'm focusing on 363 now.
Well, this is the danger, isn't it? If he does this tonight and then comes in tomorrow.
Well, I mean, they're coming tomorrow at 380 for fucking 3. I mean, we're done. We're not done. But I mean, it's going to be a long, long way back.
Yeah.
Edged!
Oh.
Gone! No! I'm not sure it carried. But Brooke put it down anyway if it did. I don't think it did. I think he got it just on a half volley, didn't it?
Yeah, I think
so.
Just died on him. It might have been Pant,
I think it was catchable. I don't know. But
I'm not sure. I'm not totally convinced that was a full edge, actually. Did he? Or maybe he edged it onto pad so that it dropped short?
Or maybe off his arm.
I think,
No, it was definitely it was definitely a catch.
But if it depends whether it was on his forearm or his glove.
Oh, it might have even been off his thigh pad.
Yeah, he signalled. I noticed him patting his thigh, so I think he was signalling.
Oh, yeah, no, he missed his mat.
signalling to his partner that's...
Oh, well, it's sort of like England not taking a wicket off a no ball.
Oh, you missed it by a fucking mile.
Dropping a catch that isn't one is okay.
He did. He missed it by a mile.
Yeah, thigh pad.
Well, that's okay. You can drop those as long as you catch the next one.
Eric J says there's been a lot of horrendously bogus appeal from gorillas today.
Yeah, well, you know.
That's the same every day. You should know that, Eric.
Listen,
we're very good at that.
We're hoping.
I hope this is not going to be indicative of the summer.
Wokes in full, driven,
sharp.
sweetly,
Nice start.
but straight to. Is that Pope at cover, or was it Crawley again? Anyway, it stopped there, and there is no run.
Listen, you haven't had to hit the ball hard to get boundaries today, have you? I mean, the ball's come on beautifully to the bat. When there has been a little bit of deviation or movement in the air, I think that they've sat in and just waited for it to pass, or waited for England to get tired in very hot conditions.
They certainly left well early on, didn't they? I mean, they didn't fish at anything like you see some teams who fish at everything that's really
Seamers
wide.
to Gill, day one, hitting the stumps 9, missing stumps 89. Now, if you bowl straight, sooner or later a batsman will make a mistake.
Indeed. That was reasonably straight, inside half the bat, goes square on the leg side. Fielded by Cars, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what made someone like McGrath so dangerous, and someone like Josh Hazlewood these days. If he's not probing around just outside off stump, he's arrowing in on middle and off.
Yeah.
That's one of the things about the Bazball mentality is it's like you've always got to make something happen rather than let it happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Very much so.
Well, I think this is partly about, this again is this notion of putting India into bat today after winning the toss.
Yeah. With what isn't a great bowling lineup, I mean, it's kind of half okay. That's defending the offside and there's no run. I mean, if Cast was in the form that he was in Pakistan, for example, and Wokes was on the form he was in last summer, that's two decent bowlers you rely on. I just think Josh Tongue is the kind of weak link here. He hasn't bowled particularly well. But again, it's a fucking sunny day.
Yeah.
And the last thing you should be doing, I mean, it's not like it's overheads, it's glowering skies and a green top.
It wasn't as if there was even really a tinge of green at all.
I mean, that's it. I mean, there was nothing to say bowl first on this track.
Nothing at all.
Maybe they thought, let's defend it, back up the track, and there is no run. I mean, South Africa did the same last week. We didn't understand it. They ended up winning the game, but...
yeah, but I
mean that was a very, very different.
Yeah, I mean the ball really wasn't coming on as well as it is today,
and also becoming easier and easier to bat over the.
There is true. I mean, there's a history at Headingley have been quite decent to bowl on, but generally when it's cloudy overhead, it tends to do all sorts. But it has been consistently clear day. When it's clear day, it's a bit of a pat in paradise. And today was one of those days. It's defended back down the track and there is no run, which is why it made it even stranger that Stokes decided to fucking bowl.
I mean, if you're India, and it's the point I made to an Indo first up this morning, was that you talk about India not fancying English conditions, but these weren't really English conditions.
No.
So it makes it even more baffling to me.
Yeah, I have to agree. Yeah, I mean, usually in June you expect it to be a tinge of green and a little bit cooler than this, and we've had some rain and everything's quite green and lush still. But no, not at all. I'm sure the England bowlers weren't particularly happy when they saw that decision this morning. That's thrown up wide outside our stumps, going further, but it's non-threatening, and Gill just pats it out to point, gets himself another single.
It's actually a point I made to a friend of mine earlier in a text that I didn't think that Tongue had bowled at all well today, or he bowled one good ball where they actually had the review, but it was a ridiculous review.
Yeah.
But I do think that as he saw the coin tumbling to the ground, and the fact that it had come down the right way as far as England were concerned, he probably thought he'd put his feet up.
Yeah. That's true. Oh, bloody hell. What's this thing? Oh, here, we've got it back.
Don't ruin the machinery before you go.
King of Wishful Thinking was the most played song on the radio around 1990. I ended up having it, says Lockie.
Was it, name of that?
Should be the national anthem, says Eric Joe.
Well, maybe. Cast is going to continue. I mean, he's going at nearly 5 and over. And he's not bowled that bad. It's defended. Back up towards cover, and there is no run.
Cast labours in a wicket that doesn't give him anything at all. I mean, he's got a bit of grunt and nastiness in him, but he does need something from the wicket.
Well, he did all right in Pakistan, to be fair.
He did well in Pakistan. And I thought, after 7 or 8 overs this morning, he bowled a little period of 2 or 3 overs that were really very good. You've got to take into account it's boiling hot, it's humid. And he hasn't played a huge amount of cricket.
Yeah.
And he's got a horrible haircut.
Defended in the offside, and there's no one should be used to the heat.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got a pudding bowl haircut, let's face it.
It's terrible, isn't it? Although I think also Jamie Smith has underneath his helmet, behind the stumps, he's got a terrible schoolboyish effort. Anyway, 3 more minutes of your in situ.
So probably 1 more over after
Guerrilla
2 more runs.
Experience. 2 more runs required for Messi Jez to walk out with his pocket stuffed and hopefully not get mugged on the way back to his Airbnb round the corner.
Chris Quires on 357. That one is dropped in the offside. Gill thinks about a run, but it's not there.
I mean, I could be the bloke who's mugging him. And bringing it back and putting it back in the Gorilla safe.
Looks like Siraj has got a bat in his hand. Maybe he's a night watchman in case a wicket falls.
Ombre Nuevo says, if I hadn't given all that money, life may or may not have been better, Messi, but it certainly wouldn't have been as much fun. And that's certainly very true. I feel like I have a whole circle of connection through Gorilla, which I would never have experienced otherwise. And it's made my life a better thing.
Indeed. Cast in, bowls, defended by Gill. Well, they're going to block out the last 2 overs.
I don't think Pant
covers and there's no run. I don't know. Depends,
Gill might, but I'm not sure about Pant.
Well, Pant can happily smash a 4. If he smashes 2 4s, we're fine.
I think what it needs is
3 4s and Messi Jez would win, actually.
Actually, I think.
would, yeah.
So 1 4. I mean, surely there's an edge down to third man.
Yeah, well, that's 3-5-5, which means Messi Jez is knocked out and Chris the Choir is the next man in.
Oh, he's on 3-5-5, is he?
He's on 3-5-7.
Oh, wow. Chris the Choir is?
Yeah.
Oh, 7's usually Ombre Nuevo.
Actually, we might not get another over in, to be honest.
Oh, beats the outside edge. That's a cracking delivery. And Gill, for once, was beaten.
I think what it is about I think what it is about this pitch is there really isn't any margin for error. You've got to be spot on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to go for a few.
That was a good ball, actually.
It was a good ball. Just not been enough of those, has there?
No.
Nidden Dash Panda says, I'm a dreamer. Please read this song on every channel around the world. We need cricket and that song.
I'm trying to think of the name of the band. I can't.
Which one? King
of Wishful Thinking. Scouse Band, I think.
The Coral?
No.
That's again beaten outside edge of Gill's bat. At the end of the day, new ball, no run. And we'll have 1 more over, I believe.
Yes, I'd say so. David Durrell says it's a midsummer holiday here in Finland. So I got the ferry over to Åland this morning for the weekend, which is a semi-autonomous region of Finland between Sweden and Finland. They speak Swedish. Leo says Hendo threatening to mug anyone is like Mr. Burns talking about stealing lollies from babies. Oh, I've never thought of you as Mr. Burns, but
no.
See, I don't really understand The Simpsons. I mean, I understand it, but I just don't like the drawings.
No, really. It's quite funny.
I was amazed to find that. Who said it was first came out in 91?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
South Park as well.
Nah, never got on with that really.
I do find that quite amusing.
I think the scripts are very funny, but I just
don't like the drawing.
I just don't like the drawing.
Steve Kellett says King of Wishful Thinking was by level 42.
Oh, that wasn't who I was thinking it was by.
No, I wasn't at all. Wokes is going to bowl the last over of the day, the 85th, round the wicket. Down the track comes, is it 6?
I think so.
Yes.
He has. 3-5-7, that's Ombre Nuevo.
Oh, no. Oh, well, I think Ombre deserves it.
He does, but so do I. Another 6, please, Rishabh. Another 6, then 1 crap.
I want to see where that's landed because the man in the deep is not on the fence. It's gone sailing over him. Has it gone
it's into row
a
8.
long way back?
Yeah, it's gone quite a long way back.
It looks like it has.
Well, if we get a wicket now, that will be the end, and Non-Brainer Over will win.
There you go. It's got to fall sometime, hasn't it?
Want a no ball at least.
It's £199.
Well, he's patted that down, not past anybody. It's no run. Come on, Pant, score a run.
Where's that edge down to third man when you need it?
This is why you should be in the GPL, because it's all exciting at the end of the day.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Well, England, I was going to say England have been a little bit basballed, but not really.
No.
It's just been,
Good play.
going at 4.2 runs and over. And if you took that and we got the whole 90 overs, what would that be?
360.
No, 380.
380. It's down the leg side. It's going to be 1. It's going to be 2. And it's only going to be 2. 359.
A 4.
Who's next?
Messi needs a 4.
What a way to go out it would be.
I reckon nick over first slip, I reckon, Rishabh. That'll do.
Nick it to the keeper, and then we can have end of play, and we can and once again the bank wins.
I've never been so fond of banks.
No. Don't talk to me about banks, actually. That beats the outside edge. Well, he didn't actually. He played inside it, and there's no run. I hadn't had to go to a bank until I had to go to a bank transfer of money, because the annoying fuckers, when I sold the flat, they transferred it into my bank account. I had to transfer it into my business account. And you can't do it online because, first of all, they told me you can't transfer that amount of money over because it's too large.
Yeah.
Then they said you can transfer 100 grand, which is not all of it.
No.
But you have to ring up the bank. So I rang them up 9:30 the next morning. You need a verification code. Okay. Can you send it to me by email? No, we have to send it by post. I said, but I want to do it today. Oh, you have to wait for it to come through by post. It's guided down towards Gully, no run. So that was going to be 5 days, so that was fucking nonsense. So then I go to the bank, right, and I queue up at the counter, wait there for 15 minutes, get to the counter. Oh, you don't transfer money here. You have to go to the little fucking desk at the front, yeah? So I follow the woman who's in front of me.
1 ball to go. 4 runs required.
Oh, 4 runs required. Please not 4 to last score. So I go to this counter, and as I'm going there, 3 people get in front of me. Between walking from there to there, and then I wait another 20 minutes.
You're not quick enough, Bear.
Fucking irritating, man.
This country.
Spent half an hour, 40 minutes.
Come on.
Come on, Rishabh. You can do it.
Come on. Lazy. Through to the keeper. End of the day. The bank wins. India end on 359 for 3. It's been a fantastic day for India. A really shit decision by Stokes, really, to decide to bowl first. I don't know what was in his head. Well, there's 4 days to go, and stranger things have happened. England have come back from worse positions, but they do have Bumrah and Siraj. Whilst this pitch looks nice and easy to bat on, some rain's going to come in the next 2 days, and probably there'll be some overheads that'll be hooping around, nibbling off the seam, and England will be rolled and lose by an innings.
Yeah, probably. And the other thing that England have done here is that they've, and it might have happened if England had batted first, but they have given 2 guys a start in England.
Yeah, exactly.
They've given not so much Jaiswal because he's done well. He's hit hundreds. He's hit big hundreds. Although it is his first match.
Yeah, but he's hit them in Australia as well.
Yeah.
Well, whereas Gill has been pretty poor outside India.
Yeah, and as captain, he's going to be under even more scrutiny, isn't he?
Yeah.
But by getting this 100 and it's developed well beyond 100, he's taken a lot of pressure off himself for the rest of the series.
Yeah,
I would say.
I agree.
I think it's a really, really poor decision by Stokes this morning, and I think you're right. There'll be a lot of scrutiny in the press as to why the fuck did you do that, and he's going to get that question. And it's the first test, so you can overcome it even if we do lose here. But the whole point is to go out in the first test, stamp your authority on it, isn't it?
Yeah, and England have come back from 2-0 down against Australia a couple of years ago in England. But it might just be a different sort of summer if the weather stays the way it has been.
I'm going to take the weather with me. Sorry.
You probably are. Stokes has bowled, I think, has been the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 43 from 13. Bashir, none for 66 from 21. That was pretty good. Tongue, disappointing, none for 75. Cast, 1 for 70, and also a wicket for Wokes, but he did go for quite a few in that spell after lunch.
I think Wokes did get a wicket, did he? I thought it was none for 89.
I thought Cast got the wicket.
Yeah.
Carson Stokes, was it? Sorry,
Yeah.
my apologies.
Yeah, Cast got the one. He got KL Rahul driving a wide one.
Yeah, brilliant from Jaiswal, although he did have his problems late on, didn't he, with
cramp.
Cramp, it appeared, yeah. But Gill was imperious, wasn't he?
It was a good ball to get Jaiswal out.
Yeah, it was a great ball to get him out. The most disappointing man, apart from Stokes today, in terms of what's happened to England, has got to be poor old Citizen, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Tickling down the leg side. Everyone else has got 40 or 50 or 100.
Yeah.
It always happens. Cricket is a cruel game.
Indeed. A few messages. Eric J says, go west, Hendo, as does Illiterate Idler.
No, that wasn't King of wishful thinking, I don't think.
No, I think it was in relation to another question. I'm not quite sure.
That was level 42. Didn't someone say level 42?
Yes. Dave Durrell said, who killed Kenny? I'll get over you. I know I will. You put a hole in my heart, says Lockie Six, for no apparent reason, but I'm sure it means
maybe that's some of the lyrics of King of Wishful Thinking.
Yeah. Kieran Roseblade says, can I say thanks to Messi for coming over? Is this his last commentary stint? Indeed it is, Kieran. I've had a ball here. Thank you all for your support. Thank you to everybody in the Gorilla Studio and family here for their support. It's been a fuck of a lot of fun. And I just want to say how much I appreciate how much work and effort people put in, particularly the Bear, Hendo, Tony Bishop, the people who actually take the time and spend money getting here, because it's bloody expensive getting anywhere in England. And we all have a hell of a lot of fun, don't we?
Yeah, we do indeed.
We do, although not so much today because it's so bloody hot. But yeah, I think it's... I think it's the end of a lovely little period of having Messi here. He's come to his first football match for 60 years. He's seen the mighty Wimbledon get promoted.
I've been to Lords for a fantastic... I met Clive Lloyd.
You're the only person ever to meet Jay Grover, apart from Octopi. I don't know whether there's... and you've met more gorillas than any of us, I think.
I probably have, yeah. One thing I will say, I have done a few film clips with people as I've gone around. I haven't had time to do the video editing. There'll probably be a half a dozen video clips that we'll put out on the YouTube channel, maybe even play at meal breaks and things from some of those, so I hope you get to enjoy those. And I might even write a bit of a blog about the whole thing as well.
Oh, that'd be fun. And you've also, of course... watch out for Messi's drone. I was watching this thing, and it was he's walking down the road with who was it, Warren, in one of the interviews, and it's from high behind him.
Yeah.
And I thought, what's going on here? Am I watching an episode of Country File? No, you've got a drone.
I think the only other interview I did using the drone at all was with WGG Rumble Pants in Saffron Walden.
Right, okay.
So yeah, look out for that.
Look out for the drone. God, how do you control it when you've got your back to it?
It focuses on me and then just follows me wherever I go. That's the beauty of it.
It's crazy things, these drones you can get now. The technology is mad. I was looking at them the other day.
It's great fun.
It is, yeah.
Anyway, that's about it from us for today. We shall be back tomorrow, dodging the thunderstorms, seemingly, that are destined for Headingley. It's going to be another steamy, hot one. The Bear, are you in?
I'm in.
I'm in for a little bit. Messi is... Well, you're partying tomorrow, are you not?
It is my niece's 40th birthday party tomorrow in the park at 33 degrees, which is going to be an interesting experience.
Which park?
Somewhere in Bromley. I don't know.
Somewhere in Bromley.
It's all right down there. Countryside. As long as it's not the park in central Bromley, that's a bit boring.
Oh dear. Okay, it's been India's Day. They've raced on to 359 for 3. England bizarrely put them into bat. They got the right toy, the toyn cost right, but they chose poorly, and that may haunt them for the rest of this Test match.
And one last thing, Eric J said, it deserves a medal for the J visit. And Jay says, yes, you did. Although did he? Thank you, Jay.
Until tomorrow then. Goodbye from all us, especially from Messy Jazz.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Thanks,
bye.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the Test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.